May we please have instruction on Spanish interpretation?
Buenos días, estamos ofreciendo interpretación en vivo y en directo en español durante esta reunión. Si desea escuchar la interpretación en español, por favor presione el botón Interpretation o Interpretación que está al pie y a la derecha de la pantalla Zoom. Usted verá el globo mundial. Si usted ha entrado a través de la aplicación Zoom para teléfonos inteligentes, seleccione su idioma presionando en More, M-O-R-E, o más en los tres puntitos de la esquina inferior de la pantalla. Seleccione Language Interpretation, interpretación de idiomas, y luego elija Spanish o español y presione donde dice Done o listo. Si desea escuchar solo a los intérpretes y no a los oradores originales, asegúrese de presionar Mute Original Audio, silenciar audio original. Todos deben elegir un idioma. No se quede en la posición predestinada de apagado. Gracias. Thank you. Back to you, Madam Mayor.
Great, thank you. With that, we'll call this meeting to order and take the Pledge of Allegiance. All right, and with that, we'll take the roll call.
Councilmember Robbins?
Here.
Councilmember Wallace?
Here.
Councilmember Friedrich?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Bass?
Here.
And Mayor Cregan is absent.
All right, and with that, we'll take the closed session report.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. We had 2 items on closed session this morning. First was public employee performance evaluations for the city manager and city attorney, and there is no reportable action. Second was conference with labor negotiator, with Ember Buckman, Human Resources Manager, being the designated representative regarding unrepresented employees, city manager, and city attorney, and there is no reportable action. And I do have reportable action from a closed session that we had on August 22nd. On 2 items there, we had a conference with legal counsel for existing litigation regarding the case of Old Republic Title Company versus Darren Cobre et al. And in that meeting, we had a 5-0 vote to authorize a settlement agreement, which has subsequently been signed on September 5th. It was an interpleader action involving a dispute over funds that were being held in escrow after sale of the Tahoe Pines Motel. And the settlement agreement resulted in $35,000 going to Darren Cobre and about $61,000 going to the city in exchange for dismissal of that case with prejudice. And the other case was conference with legal counsel on existing litigation, and that lawsuit was Lukens Brothers Water Company Incorporated versus City of South Lake Tahoe. We also had a vote of 5-0 to authorize a settlement agreement, which was signed on August 22nd to resolve a dispute over the city's zoning authority at 843 Hazel Drive, which is owned by Lukens Brothers. In that settlement, the Lukens Brothers dismissed their complaint without prejudice in exchange for the city foregoing enforcement action on the basis that the property was being primarily used as industrial storage yard, and also the settlement agreement requires and confirms that Lukens has installed infrastructure on the site to be used in their water system. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Ms. Stroud. All right, with that, we'll move on to our proclamations. We've got 2 proclamations today, so I will come up to read these. All right, and Julie Reagan, I believe I don't see Julie here. Oh, it says, all right, Angie Reagan. My apologies. It's okay. It's okay. I was like, yeah. How's it going, Angie? All right. So I'll go ahead and read this proclamation. And this is recognizing the National Suicide Prevention and Action Month. Whereas the National Suicide Prevention and Action Month proclamation was created to raise the visibility of mental health and proactive suicide prevention resources in our community, we also want to start the conversation destigmatize it, and help connect people with appropriate support services. And whereas, according to the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention, suicide is the second leading cause of death among individuals between the ages 10 and 34, with more than 48,000 people dying by suicide annually in the United States. And whereas, according to Hope for the Day, with an average of 132 suicides completed daily, and each one directly impacting 100 additional people, including friends, service members, family, social media connections, and neighbors, we can safely assume everyone has been impacted by suicide. And whereas the City of South Lake Tahoe publicly places its full support behind these who work in the field of mental health, education, and law enforcement, and whereas global organizations like Hope for the Day and our local mental health partners serve on the front lines of a war that many refuse to discuss due to stigma, as suicide and mental health remain uncomfortable to talk about, and whereas every member of our community should understand that throughout life's struggles, we all need the occasional reminder that we are all fighting our own battles. And whereas we encourage all residents to take time to understand mental health through education and recognize that we need to take care of our mental health while we take care of each other. We encourage all residents to take the time to check in with their family, friends, and neighbors on a regular basis, and to honestly communicate their appreciation for their existence by any gesture they deem appropriate. A simple phone call, message, handshake, or hug can go a long way towards helping someone realize that suicide is not the answer. Therefore, the Council of the City of South Lake Tahoe do hereby proclaim September 2023 as National Suicide Prevention and Action Month in the City of South Lake Tahoe. Thank you, Angie. Yes.
Thank you. So I'm Angie Regan from Peace Love Tahoe and Access Tahoe. This is Simba. On behalf of those who struggle, those who are no longer with us, their loved ones, and the community who yearns for better support for one another, I would like to thank the City of South Lake Tahoe, Mayor Christy Cregan, Susan Blankenship, Chief Stevenson, and the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention for making this proclamation possible. Thank you also to my friends for your support today. The word suicide requires a trigger warning, but we can't treat suicide with silence. I come from lived experience as a survivor of suicidal thoughts, crisis, and attempts. I heal out loud for those who heal in silence. I stay, I persist, and I survive to fight for compassion for those who struggle with surviving in this world. My hope is that this proclamation will spark increased awareness in this room and throughout our community. Nikita Valerio said, shouting self-care at people who actually need community care is how we fail people. We need to stop failing people. We can all do a better job at community care. We tell people they are not alone, but we need to make sure they know and feel that they are not alone. Thank you, Joe Irvin, for recently complimenting Access Tahoe for our solution-oriented approach. We will try to offer the same for suicide prevention. To Write Love on Our Arms is a nonprofit movement dedicated to presenting hope and finding help. Recently, they posted a list of things that can play a part in suicide prevention. Yes, many include mental health, such as proper diagnosis, service in rural areas, crisis intervention, open conversations, regular appointments, medication, insurance, mental health days, trauma support, and the crisis line. However, there are many things that we can do as individuals, a community, and a city to make a difference, including safe and stable housing, showing up for someone experiencing grief, firearm awareness and safety, exercise, sharing stories of survival, checking in on people, journaling, LGBTQIA plus pride events, regular social connection, stable employment, music, access to affordable and nutritious food, prison reform, access to disability benefits, adequate PTO, financial security, paid maternity and paternity leave, books, making plans with friends, education on anti-racism, free public spaces, conversations about stigma in BIPOC spaces, asking a stranger if they need help, exploring alternatives to self-harm, safe and sober spaces, having a pet, veteran support, volunteering, arts and crafts, reaching out to people you haven't seen in a while. If that list isn't long enough, the following events are coming up. September 18th is an Access Tahoe Roundtable. September 24th, we're having a Tahoe Bowl Leaves activity at Tahoe Bowl for bowling games and connection. November 18th is International Survivor of Suicide Lost Day. October 17th, we welcome Mai Tran and Erica Brown of the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention to South Lake Tahoe. They will be presenting Talk Saves Lives here at City Hall at 9:30 a.m. I hope this community and city will see the value in attending. These talks do save lives. I also believe our city and parks can save lives. Embracing diversity, equity, and inclusion saves lives. Accessibility, acceptance, and belonging saves lives. Compassion, empathy, and understanding saves lives. Random acts of kindness can save lives, and we can all work together to save lives. This is a proclamation for Suicide Prevention and Action Month, so let's please all take action for preventing suicide. Thank you.
All right, and for the second proclamation, we're going to be recognizing Constitution Week. So whereas the Constitution, Laura Trimberger, excuse me, I'm sorry about that. All right, so I'm going to read, whereas the Constitution of the United States of America, the guardian of our liberties, embodies the principle of limited government and a republic dedicated to the rule by law. And whereas September 17th, 2023 marks 236th anniversary of the framing of the Constitution of the United States of America by the Constitutional Convention. And whereas it is fitting and proper to accord official recognition to this magnificent document and its memorable anniversary. And whereas Public Law 915 guarantees the issuing of proclamation each year by the President of the United States of America designating September 17th through the 23rd as Constitution Week. Now, therefore, the City Council of the City of South Lake Tahoe do hereby proclaim the week of September 17th through the 23rd as Constitution Week, and ask our citizens to reaffirm the ideas the framers of the Constitution had in 1787 by vigilantly protecting the freedoms guaranteed to us through this guardian of our liberties. Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. All right, so moving on, we are going to now open up the meeting for public communication. This is the public's opportunity to speak on any topic not listed on this agenda. Comments shall be limited to 4 minutes in accordance with the Brown Act. The City Council cannot deliberate or vote on any matter raised under public communications, but may briefly respond to statements made or questions posed. So anybody in the room would like to make public comment? Yes, sir.
Hello, my name is Jeff Miner. I've been a citizen resident in the basin for about 50 years. I'm here to speak on the radon initiative that I would hope that the city would adopt into the planning department. And I would like the city to invite me back where I could do this in a more relaxed manner. What I'm speaking on is a radon-resistant new construction in the city of South Lake Tahoe. This is a map that shows that Lake Tahoe has high radon. That's by the California Geological Society. And there are radon initiatives that can be adopted into the planning department and the building codes. And that's what I would like to come and speak to you about. The reason I'm here right now today is that there are two building projects going on. The affordable housing project at Sugar Pine Village and the Lake Tahoe Community College student housing. The architects for the Lake Tahoe, the student housing project, incorporated radon-resistant new construction in the plans. The architects for the affordable housing at Sugar Pine Village did not. Possibly they didn't know about the fact that we have high radon. What that means is that there's a 40% chance that houses in Lake Tahoe will have high radon, based on a 2016 study by the State of California Radon Office. There's no reason that new projects shouldn't both have radon-resistant construction, except that there's no code that requires it in our building codes. We could choose to adopt that. And I would
Recording in progress.
ask that the council invite me back where I could bring in people in the community that are building houses with radon-resistant new construction, people that are doing radon mitigation and testing, and the building official, and get his opinion about whether he would want to adopt something brand new into our building codes. So that's what I sent John Federich a large email that goes into this in detail, but I really just came here to broach the subject and to ask John if there's a chance to get me on the agenda sometime this year. Thank you.
Great, thank you. All right, anybody else in the room for public comment? Yes, in the back. Go ahead.
Hi, everyone. Stacy Ballard. Thank you for the proclamation for this month being suicide awareness. A big part of what we're trying to do in Tahoe Access is about mental illness. I myself suffer from depression and anxiety, and we just don't have the system set up in our town to help people who are going through major trauma, stresses, or just everyday life. That's why we're trying to create a community with Tahoe Access so we can all help one another, because so many people hide this issue in their lives, and we want to create a place of acceptance. So thank you, and I hope to work with you guys a lot more on getting people help who need it. So thank you.
Great, thank you, Mrs. Ballard. Anybody else in the room? Mrs. Reese, or either way, Mr. Mosier, go for it.
Good morning. Beautiful morning it is. I just want to talk about, I did a record request back in the end of May, and for records going back to redevelopment at Heavenly Village, and also the Blue Lake Motel lots. Their Blue Lake Motel that was purchased on Ski Run, that's parking lots now for the marina. The Tahoe was the other one, was up right by a couple doors down from Cecil's Market there on the corner on Highway 50. And they're able to find, Ms. Blankenship emailed me back and said, I had spent 5 hours looking in old RDA files for both properties attached. Is the only responsive document found an unsigned document. Our city attorney has also looked through city attorney files and no responsive documents were found. So all this is an unsigned estimated closing statement for the Tahoe Motel. That purchase price was to be $1,952,000, and then absolutely nothing for the Blue Lakes. I first requested at the time when Nancy Curry was city manager and we're selling the lots there to the marina to Mr. Al Yeshmurny, and came to $91,000 when we spent hundreds of thousands for the motel and the lots, and it was a very, from what I understand, a rather confusing deal because they bought the motel supposedly, and then the land was owned by somebody else. They had to go back and buy the land and all that. So, like I said, of what we spend a great deal of money on, and really don't get much, get 10 cents on the dollar in return. And then there's no records of it. And that's it, is where, what records get destroyed, how they get destroyed, why they get destroyed, why there is no record. A $2 million motel purchase for the Tahoe, and we're still paying on redevelopment bonds for that project, and there's no record of it. And there's a couple of very good reasons that I did the request for that. It's two very good reasons, and records don't indicate. So it comes down to my word against no records. That's what you're looking at. So, yeah, you're looking today at doing more, redevelopment style financing and schemes and everything for the hole in the ground there. And, we still haven't cleaned up the mess, and we're still paying for the mess and huge debts that actually did bankrupt the city. We just couldn't actually declare bankruptcy, though, for a number of reasons, but we were flat-ass broke. So, look at records, record keeping, find some hidden catacombs where they are, and in the future, hold on to records until, as long as we're still paying on bonds and debts for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mosier. Mrs. Reese. Yes, Ms. Reese.
Good morning, council, members, and mayor. I'm Diane Reese, South Lake Tahoe resident and Al Tahoe Firewise team leader. I'm here today to ask this council and the city manager to consider reevaluating and modifying the current franchise agreement with South Tahoe Refuse that was recently passed by council. Our Al Tahoe residents have expressed concern to their Firewise advisory team that the current contract as written, with yard waste only being collected every other week using only 1 or 2 95-gallon containers, has a very limited options for the effective removal and collection of combustible yard waste. In order to facilitate mitigating fire risk and to comply with the city's fire resilience strategic plan, we urge that more than once every other week of yard waste collection be approved. This current contract has not provided provisions for increased days of trash removal by South Tahoe Refuge during peak cleanup times. The city should not move forward with this contract until it clearly documents when or if multiple days of yard waste pickup will occur. In Al Tahoe, our community has rallied around our efforts to improve our property's survivability in the event of a wildfire. We feel that this current limited yard waste collection contract could deter residents from doing their due diligence to reduce the risk of wildfire engulfing our community. It should not be assumed that more days of collection will happen. Those days should be clearly noted in the contract so residents can prepare ahead of time and act accordingly. Therefore, we are requesting that a revised contract be considered and enacted that allows for and specifies multiple days and weeks of yard waste pickup. Please consider designating specific times for increased pickup, especially when the majority of the cleanup is being done by local residents and out-of-area owners. We know that extreme fire weather and red flag day warnings are prevalent during fire season, and we want to be sure that every opportunity exists to prepare our homes so another Caldor, Camp, or Maui-like fire doesn't engulf our community. Please help us prepare against the threat of wildfires by renegotiating and revising the current franchise agreement with South Tahoe Refuge. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Reese. Is there anybody else in the room that would like to give public comment? You've already given.
I just have to hand these out.
Oh, yeah. If you want to give those to the clerk, that's fine.
These are radon test kits
Okay.
for everybody.
Great. All right. Seeing nobody else in the room, we will check our online platform for anybody.
We'll go ahead and open up our Zoom platform for anyone who wants to provide public comment on any non-agendized item. Go ahead and hit the raise hand button. There are no additional public comments at this time, Mayor Pro Tem.
Great. All right. Moving on. Do we have any city commissioners or student advisory that would like to give a report? Yes, thanks. Come on.
Good morning, members of the council. I hope you had a good summer and happy start to the school year. I wanted to start off with a little update on some of the things that are going on at the high school so far this year. Firstly, it's back to school night tonight, so any parents in the audience, please come by and talk to your kids' teachers and get to know what they do. Also, I wanted to mention that the high school cross-country ski team, for those of you who don't know, the little skinny skis that go uphill, we are lacking a coach this year. So I wanted to reach out to the community and ask that anyone who might be interested to volunteer, maybe work part-time, reach out to me or Mr. Hennessy, the athletic director. The middle school just reinstated their Nordic ski program, and it'd be a shame for them to have to switch sports when they come up to high school. So if you guys know anybody, please let me know. Moving on, I wanted to congratulate the city on Saturday's wonderful multicultural festival. I was there with my friend Rose Friedrich, and we helped run the Letters to Our Sister City booth. And I thought it was a really great time. There was a lot of people there, a lot of high school students getting engaged and volunteering at the different booths, and lots of middle school and elementary school kids there with their parents enjoying the festivities and eating really good food, which I also had. I hope that we can continue with that tradition in the future. Lastly, I wanted to bring up the falling tree danger in the Angora Fire area nearby the high school. As a member of the cross-country team, I can attest that we run around that area pretty much daily, all around those burnt trees that could possibly be unstable. Anecdotally, the former representative Milo King was just telling me how he was mountain biking there a few weeks ago, and a burnt tree fell down like within a couple hundred yards of him. So it's definitely a risk. I'm not exactly sure what role the city plays in forestry and like surveying that area, but I just wanted to mention that I thought it's important that we address this issue since, you know, a lot of the hikers and mountain bikers frequent that area, and also high school teams as well. Okay, thank you so much for listening. I look forward to meeting again next month. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much for being here. All right, I see no other commissioners, so with that, we will move on to our consent agenda. Is there any council members that would like to pull any items off of the consent agenda? All right, seeing none, we will go to public comment. Is there any public comment in the room for the consent agenda? Seeing none, we will check our online platform.
We'll open up our Zoom platform for anyone who wants to provide public comment on the consent agenda. There are no public comments, Mayor Pro Tem.
All right, looking for a motion.
I'll move that we pass the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
I just wanted to clarify, item 12, the $150,000, that's from airport-specific monies, right? I'm reading that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right.
That motion carries.
All right, so moving on to regular unfinished business. Our first item is going to be Fire Station 3 renovation or replacement options. This will be Mr. Drennan. Najah, excuse me.
It will be both. Good morning, Mayor Pro Tem Bass and members of City Council. For the record, my name is Anush Najad, Director of Public Works. Today, we will have a joint presentation between Public Works Department and Fire Department. Chief Drennan will join me in the presenting the functional requirements for the Fire Station 3 options. So to begin with, I would like to start by providing you some background for the project. Fire Station 3 was built in 1957, 66 years ago. It does not meet the essential building code requirements. This is a very important issue because the structure may fail during a natural disaster, such as a seismic event. In 2021, the city conducted a condition assessment study, and the study revealed that the current structure does not meet the essential building requirements, but also does not meet the current ADA and building code requirements, as well as structural, mechanical, and electrical deficiencies. In 2022, city staff initiated a planning and design process to upgrade the existing facility. The primary goal was to improve the living quarters for the firefighters, but after the detailed analysis, it was apparent that many of the existing deficiencies need to be addressed. The upgrade cost was estimated to be about $5 million, including the temporary staff relocation. In November 2022, the city directed the architect to develop a plan for a not-to-exceed amount of $3.5 million. On March 28 of this year, staff presented the option to the City Council. However, the council directed staff to develop other alternatives for further evaluation. Today, we will discuss those alternatives. So we have identified 4 alternatives for your considerations. Option A is minor internal modifications and renovations to improve the living conditions for the firefighters. Option B is the one that we presented back in March, is a renovation of the existing station to address living standards, code compliance issues, ADA issues, major mechanical, electrical, and structural upgrades for a cost cap of $3.5 million. This option, as I mentioned, was presented to council in March. From there, we have developed 2 different options. Again, those were based on some of the directions from the City Council. What we call option C is the addition of a 2-story structure behind the existing building. The new facility will meet the essential building standards, as well as functional requirements that meet the fire department requirements. It includes all of the energy efficiency equipment and our climate action plan goals, including solar panels, pitched roof, and EV charging stations. Option D came about because we found out that Bank of West, which is now Bank of Montreal, is willing to negotiate to sell to the city some land next to the fire station. This option is a 1-story structure, and again, we'll have all of the functional features as in option C. So the only difference between option C and D is that option C is a 2-story structure. Option D is a 1-story structure on the Bank of West or Bank of Montreal site. Okay? So I want to mention also that both options C and D will allow the crew to remain in the existing building during construction, and the building will be demolished after the completion of the work. Option D does have the advantage to allow the city to sell that parcel after the work is done, so there's a potential for some revenue because then we can sell the land as well as the structure, and so that will be some additional revenue. Let me go over option A, which is the short-term minor renovation of the interior of the building. So these are very minor, just to improve the living standards for the firefighters. It includes new flooring on the 2nd level, HVAC upgrades, kitchen upgrades, interior painting on the 2nd level, and fixing the leaks on the roof. This option does not trigger ADA requirements due to the nature of the work, which is general maintenance. This option provides a better living condition for the crew, but makes no physical changes to the structure. The estimated cost of this option is about $500,000, which can be done in-house by hiring several specialty contractors to do the work. The work can be completed within 6 months if the council approves this option. Option B is the option that we presented to the council in March. Staff put a budget cap of $3.5 million for this option. At the time, it was decided to use a design-build delivery method to complete this work. I want to point out that although we put a price cap of $3.5 million, engineer's estimate for this work was $5 million, which included the relocation cost. So there's a challenge to actually achieve what we want with $3.5 million. The project will address living quarters, code and ADA issues, but would not change any of the functional characters or the size of the building. This option would generally add about 10 years to the life of this structure. Now let me go to the development of options C and D.
Desarrollar las opciones C y D.
It appears that we're having a little bit of crossover in the room. We are receiving Spanish interpretation. If we
Estamos
could
recibiendo
somehow stop the Spanish in the room, that would be great. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So for the options C and D, we went through a project development process, which is a formal process in developing requirements and also developing the functional requirements for the project. We met with the fire department staff to document all project requirements. Then we retained a consultant which specializes in fire station design and construction. The consultant is RRM from San Luis Obispo. The consultant then interviewed the fire department staff, and we met on several occasions to convert the requirements into functional design based on real-life conditions and the space requirements for a fire station. The consultant then developed the size and functional requirements for the new fire station. We included all of the climate action plan goals, including all electrical appliances, a propane backup generator with allowance for future battery backup system, EV charging stations, solar panel, and other energy-saving options. So all of those which are within the city's future goals have been incorporated in the options C and D. At this point, what I would like to do is to ask Chief Drennan to go over the details of the functional requirements and the size of the new facility, which is also included as attachment to the staff report.
You can go to the next slide. I do. Awesome, thanks. Before I start, I just wanted to thank city staff for the work that's been done thus far, specifically Anush Najad. The reporting and the planning work that he's done has been phenomenally comprehensive. This has been a project going on, at least conceptually, with the fire department for several years now, and it's taken lots of different iterations. Honestly, it started out as trying to get new carpet and paint on the walls. That turned into a $900,000 estimate for some freshening up. And of course, that then led to if you've ever done a remodel of any kind of your own house, a massive can of worms. So here we are. This slide here is basically just showing you some rough estimates on size and scope. The apparatus bay obviously being the largest piece there for obvious reasons. I'll speak to that here in a moment when we look at the slides, but the apparatus and the size of the apparatus is really a limiting factor for us right now. What you've got in front of you here is an aerial shot looking directly at current Station 3 with a proposed new station directly behind it between the station and James Avenue. What they were able to accomplish with this design is pretty impressive in some respects because it actually meets a lot of the needs that we requested by way of clean station design, modern station design, essential services requirements, pretty substantial apparatus bay, and living quarters. There are some detriments to this that this is not our first choice for a number of reasons, and I'll kind of go into that. Number one, the construction of this would take place obviously immediately adjacent or behind the existing station, which means that heavy equipment, cranes, et cetera, are going to be moving in and about that station while we're trying to operate out of the station. If you look at the rear apron there at the back of the building, it is right up against James Avenue. So we would almost be parallel parking an engine on James to be behind the station before pulling in. Also not really allowing, say if, engine 1 or engine 2 come by the station, they have to come in off the highway and then back in versus driving through. Other apparatus wouldn't be driving through while engine 3 is sitting in the bay, as an example. The two-story design is not my favorite. I'm a huge proponent of tradition in the fire department. Things like fire poles are great. I'm all about it, but they also lead to risk management, not being quite as stoked on that concept. Coming downstairs in the middle of the night, I can tell you after having taken a few stumbles myself, it's not ideal, and the pole at 3 a.m. when you're barely awake is an accident waiting to happen. And I know a bunch of my guys don't like to hear me say that because we all like the tradition of the pole in the firehouse, but it doesn't take away from the fact that a single-story firehouse is much more usable and safe. The other concern here is that obviously once this is built, we would then be faced with demolishing the existing building, and I think there's some value to the building and to the lot, and I think that would offset. And when you take a look at the cost differences, which we'll get to in a minute, between this option and that option, I think it's we're looking at a difference right now, at least on paper, of around $500,000, over $19 million. The percentage of that is fairly low, and I think that at the end of the day, once you start making some changes here or there, either the first plan with the station behind the station, or that station behind current Station 3 could actually end up being more expensive. This could be less depending on what we do with it. So I think that $500,000 is really a non-issue, in my opinion. And the benefit of roughly the same cost by going to a single story on a much larger lot with ample space to do the construction, as well as continue to live in current Station 3 and not have to figure out relocation, the value is immeasurable, really. So with this design, I'm going to walk you through, it basically has a lot of most of the exact same amenities that the other one does. The layout of this is really no frills. I can't stress that enough. There are not many nice-to-haves in this design. Most everything in here is a need-to-have in one respect or another. As you look at this drawing from right to left, you have living quarters to the right with common quarters there with the kitchen, dining, and day room, as well as some office space in the front of the building, leading then to the apparatus bay, and then all of these acronyms and letters over here on the left. So let me walk you through what that is, actually. So on the left, we have our turnout storage, that's the TO. Directly behind that is our compressor room. You have turnout cleaning behind that. You have a cleanup space and detox. So what is that and why is it there? With clean station design, we're very concerned and looking to mitigate as best we can cancer risk in the fire service. Any structure fire, vegetation fire, or even a traffic collision with any kind of chemicals in the air, that just saturates into our equipment. Back in the day, certainly when I started, the dirtier your turnouts were and the dirtier your helmet, that was sort of a sign of I'm good at my job, or I don't know, it was a sign of something. In retrospect, it was very foolish because we were basically walking around with baked-in cancer on our stuff and breathing it constantly. We would leave our bunker boots sitting right by the bed so you can jump into them right from the bed and go to the call. That is definitely not the case in today's modern fire service. So now we come back from a structure fire, we go directly to the left, change out into clean gear, shower. The detox space is sauna. That's for sweating out those toxins that you just were saturated in while you were working and sweating. Then move across the apparatus bay and back into the clean space with nice clean clothes on. The right-hand side here is also positively pressured. So air movement is actually managed as well so that diesel soot from the apparatus bay as well as anything over in the detox space never makes it into your living space. We've got 5 bedrooms. For minimum staffing of 3 on the engine, you might ask why we've asked for 5 bedrooms. We've gone back and forth between having transport ambulance in the fire service and not. I don't want to set the fire chief up 30 years from now to not have the ability to park an ambulance in the station if we need to do that. Likewise, on upstaffing, when we have red flag days, this affords us the ability to sleep a second crew overnight. Somebody might be in a bunk bed, but it's going to work out where we can park 2 full engine companies in the station on any given night. This is not designed as an, quote, admin station, but it will double as one in the short term. The classroom that you see down at the bottom will double as office space for myself, the fire marshal, Sally, and that's about it. With the anticipation of a new Station 2 someday, whether that's 5 years, 10 years, 15 years down the road, Station 2 being the central station would certainly be the admin station in the future. This would then go back to a classroom space for the crews. This would be a true community firehouse with, again, not a whole lot of frills. The current design was broken down by this space needs assessment, which you have a copy of. There may be questions on this. This is pretty much the bare bones requirement and needs of a firehouse in today's fire service. There's an awful lot in this, as Anush will probably describe here in a minute. This is mostly a 30% design, not 100% all comprehensive down to the square inch. There's certainly lots of things that could be changed or amended, and my feeling on it is the cost could either scale back or scale up a little, but not much. But we really don't need much more than what you see in front of you. I think I'm going to pass this back to Anush now. We're getting into the lot and some of the planning components of this, but if you have any questions, we'll certainly be here and available once we...
Can I ask a really quick question? Can you go back to the previous slide?
Yeah.
If this is a single story, why does it say stair?
So that's a great question. Thank you. We've asked for an actual pitched roof so that we're not dealing with a flat roof, because we currently have a flat roof with parapet walls on existing Station 3, which is highly problematic. We've had to fix that thing more times than I can count. It leaks today. With a significant pitch to have a mountain design, we're looking for a 6 and 12 roughly. That affords us a fairly decent attic space. Another component of this design that I've requested in this process was to not finish out the attic, but at least rough it in with drywall, so that in the future, if there were a need for more office space, for more storage, for an additional bedroom or 2, you would have that ability. And instead of having your garage-style drop-down, spring-loaded, rickety staircase, we asked for a true staircase to walk up and down, so that if it did need to be used in a real capacity down the road, it could be. So this provides some ability.
Brilliant.
Thank you.
I just want to follow up on that actually then. Is there intention to have like windows on the pitch roof area so that if there's offices up there, there's some windows as well?
We haven't gotten that far. Again, we're at the 30% portion of planning, but that's certainly a thought that I've had as well in terms of having the capacity to open that up to office space. And
I like the idea of leaving it semi-unfinished or
right.
only partially, ready to finish later or whatever it is.
Right.
But then if we do that, we want to make sure we build it now
right.
with lighting, with light in the sense of window light in that space so that it can.
And there's a lot more to think about that as well, like the electrical and the HVAC and all the rest would also need to be thought of.
What about the ADA requirements for that space then?
Provided all of our quote admin office space truly is in the first floor, ADA is, and I'll let Anush speak to that in a minute, but ADA gets relaxed on that a little.
All right, we want to make sure that the potential future for office space there not just includes light, but then since this came to us because of an ADA issue, we don't want to rehab that again
Correct.
later on. That's a thing we can deal in the design now. And then lastly, if we're going to have a staircase and a potential upper level, I think you've got a place where you can put the fire pole.
Well, sure, yeah. Absolutely, I'm not mixing the fire pole by any means. But yes, the single story is definitely preferable, and for those reasons. So I'll be here for more questions.
Thank you, Chief. So I would like to talk about some of the cost and the next steps. First of all, option D was identified when the opportunity came for potential acquisition of the property from the Bank of the West, which is now Bank of Montreal. Mr. Irvin reached out actually to the Bank of Montreal to initiate this discussion. The bank appeared to be open to the sale of the property. We also talked about potential donations. We have reviewed the TRPA requirements with the planning department, and acquisition of the land appears to be feasible from both planning and regulatory requirements, especially the TRPA requirements. We've had several discussions with Bank of Montreal staff. All of them have been very positive. Staff initially anticipate about a half an acre, which is shown there with that first red line. But after we did the planning work and all of the site requirements, it appears that we need about 1.15 acres, which is shown here with the blue vertical line. In the subsequent discussion with Bank of Montreal, they have expressed a desire to sell approximately 1.53 acres, which is shown here with the red arrow. We have done the appraisal for the half an acre, and I have ordered the appraisal for the larger parcel. But if the council directs us to move forward, then that will be the next step in terms of the cost and negotiation of the land acquisition. I would like to talk a little bit about the estimate of probable costs. Options C and D are about the same cost. That is because the option C is a two-story structure, is more expensive, elevators and everything else, so the cost appears to be the same. There would be more cost for the option D, which is on the Bank of Montreal site. There will be additional costs for site development, right-of-way, and so forth. So it comes about the same, really. The cost estimate for option C is estimated at $19.25 million. And option D is $19.75 million. We also estimated the cost if we move toward a LEED Gold standard, which will provide additional efficiency goals for our climate action, so better type of equipment and so forth. And a traffic signal, emergency traffic signal on US 50. If we choose to go into that direction, those costs is about $1.1 million. So what I would like to do is to kind of go over the breakdown of the cost. The structure itself is about $11 million. In the past, we had some discussion about the rough estimates of per square foot of cost comparison between other fire stations. And this estimate is very similar to those costs. But to do a full project development, there are other costs that adds up. These include equipment and furnishing. It includes on-site improvements, soft costs, permitting costs, and all of these then will add up to the $19.75 million. We've also included a 7% escalation cost, so that we have accounted for that. And a detailed estimate of the cost with all of the items that we've estimated or our consultant has estimated is included in the staff report. So where can we go from here with the next steps? Based on the fire chief recommendation, we recommend that we move forward with option A, which is the initial rehab work for the existing fire station. And then we also recommend option D because of the items that the fire chief just articulated. In addition, it gives us more land. We have more space for future battery backup for our generator when the technology reaches that point. And option D provides all the functional requirements for an essential building and all of the requirements for a viable fire station that meets the city's climate action goals. The new facility is expected to have a life of 50 to 70 years. Okay? So for this option, we feel that a design build will be a good and viable approach to move this project forward. If the council directs the staff, we can begin negotiations with the Bank of Montreal to acquire the property and begin the design-build process. This will entail developing detailed performance specifications, conceptual drawings, and what we call a bridging document. Once that is completed, then we can move forward to select a design-build contractor, and they will do the final design, and they will build the project. We do have a design-build ordinance now on the books, so we can move forward with that option if that the city council chooses to do. Ms. Tikhomorova has developed preliminary financial plan for the project. If directed, we currently have about $2.5 million to $3 million in Measure S funds on hand. That is sufficient funding for us to begin the property acquisition, to begin the design-build process, and then we can look at the financing with the options that our finance director has developed so far. Like the rec center, the finance department can investigate different financing options for the final design and construction. We have been appropriating $500,000 per year for Fire Station 2. If council chooses, we can put those funds toward Fire Station 3. That will reduce the overall funding needs for the project. And again, if council provides us direction, we can move on these options that we are recommending, and we can move forward with this project. So at this point, I would like to open it up to question, and Chief Drennan and myself will be very happy to answer any of your questions.
Great, thank you, Mr. Najad. Council, got any clarifying questions?
So I have a bunch. I'm assuming based on all of the comments that you made that between the transition of Bank of the West to Bank of Montreal, the Bank of Montreal is still on board with selling, that we're all good there?
Yes.
Okay. Does the 1.53 acres bring us completely up to the bank parking lot? Or is there still a greenway between the two properties?
There is still some room between the fire station and the existing Bank of the West site.
Okay. Next question, do we have the bond capacity? Because I would imagine we don't have the cash for this. So it's, I heard Mr. Najad say that you have come up with a financing plan. I'm assuming that would be bonding.
It is not exactly, I wouldn't call it financing plan.
Okay.
We have different options that we can present to council. One of them is the bond financing. If we don't have any assets to pledge for the bonds, we can use capitalized interest option.
Okay.
Where we pay extra interest on the value of the structure to be constructed.
Okay.
And that would be one of the options, and bond service probably would be slightly higher than was listed in that table. We haven't explored anything in depth with
In depth.
Work. Yes.
Okay.
And in terms of the funding source for the bond debt service, I created a 5-year plan for Measure S, where we still have $2.5 million allocated for streets. If we don't have again, there is Fire Station 2 in the picture where we set aside $500,000, $2 million in the projections. If we eliminate that set aside, we possibly have $2.2 million in Measure S ongoing to fund the project. However, it will limit or eliminate any snow removal equipment purchase, which we originally projected at about $500,000 each year. There is a one-time purchase of $800,000 available in a couple of years after we just financed $3.5 million in equipment purchase. So every 3 to 5 years, we can still invest about $500 to $1 million into equipment replacement. And I can distribute the 5-year plan in more detail after the council meeting or.
Okay, and then if I remember correctly, once the rec center is built, that gives us bond capacity, because even though we've used other properties to bond that,
Yes.
once that building is built, then we have
Once
that.
that is constructed.
Okay. And then, any guesses, and I know this is it would be a complete guess, but how much money we could sell the, if we went with the Bank of Montreal property and we have Station 3 abandoned, essentially, how much we could sell that, essentially, Lake Tahoe Boulevard property for? Just a ballpark.
I really don't have
Okay,
that number for you.
that was a,
But at least there is a potential to sell that land
Yeah.
and even the structure.
the
by
structure
itself.
as well, yeah.
You
If I
know,
may, Anush, really quick, sorry. One thing, if the city was to ever sell that piece of land, it would have to adhere to the Surplus Lands Act. And
Oh,
so it
well,
would
that's
be a
interesting.
piece of land that would go to housing first,
Oh.
potential. It's hard for us to guess on what the estimate is,
Okay.
but I want to make
Well,
that aware.
that's an okay thing for me.
can I just add one more item
Yes.
to what our finance director just mentioned? If the council chooses to move forward, it would at least take us 18 months to get to the point
That
that
was
we're
my
going
next question, was timing.
to start the construction. So we're almost done with the rec center at that point. Rec center will be completed in 2016.
26.
Sorry, 26. And so that's about 2 years from now. So it will be good timing in terms of financial and bonding capacity.
You read my mind, because that was my actual next question. What's the timing on this? Okay, so that we could talk about the rec center. Okay, you answered all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great, Mr. Friedrich.
Sounds like option D might open up a possibility for some multifamily housing on the existing Fire Station 3 site. So that's not necessarily a question, just a note. So I guess, Mr. Najat, I think you made a compelling case, both of you, for option D combined with A, and I like a lot of the features there. Looking at the bigger picture, that we have a lot of deferred maintenance in town. There's public works building disrepair, rec department buildings, the ice arena, the list is long, right? I think we have $100 million in CIP potential projects at least. If one assumes that we can't do, this $20 million option and, fund down the list of those other needs, my question is, would you still make the case that the $20 million investment here is worthwhile, perhaps at the short-term expense of $15 million that could be spent on other building upgrades if we were to do option B at, say, $5 million, and then have, assuming you could finance $20 million for a set of building upgrades, apply $15 million elsewhere, would you still make the case that the opportunity cost of doing option D for other buildings is worthwhile, and perhaps you could just say why?
So in my opinion, yes, it's a good investment for a couple of reasons. First of all, the current fire station doesn't meet any of the standards that we have. It's a very old structure. We have some potential risks with that. For the other buildings, yes, there's a huge need. But we have developed a conditions assessment report. We know what those costs are. We're moving forward with a procurement with Ms. Letton, with all of the energy savings types of projects that we're going to hopefully implement. As a part of that, there will be a financing plan. And some of those deficiencies that we have in our existing structures, hopefully we can address with that program. But we have to look at other funding sources for the deficiencies that we have. But this is an essential service type of operation. And, we have a fire station that should be improved. So that's my personal opinion. If Chief wants to add.
Sure. I guess my answer to that question would be on the scale of what you're willing to invest in something that you want to throw away later. And so I sort of referenced this back to like my own house if I were going to be remodeling. And to bring it back to scale for my house, if I thought I was going to spend $100,000 or $200,000 on a remodel, but the design and the functionality was still totally lacking and gone in this case, I can't, I'm not saying this in jest, I'm quite literally speccing engines now, special design to fit in the engine bay. And this even $5 or $6 or $7 million into Station 3 won't change the size of my engine bay, because that would require essentially a tear down. And then we're back to option C or D. So to shoehorn an engine into the building that you're not that happy with and dropping big 7 figures, in my opinion, it's not how I would invest my own money. It's not how I would manage my own finances. So that's really the logical progression for me with why I would steer away from option B. You know, again, we really started this thing trying to get paint and carpet. And it was a process of going through this, of recognizing, oh my gosh, like the IT room is hugely insufficient. The code, the wiring, the HVAC. We had guys that were routinely getting sick. They would go home coughing because the HVAC system was just garbage. Didn't have a good way to keep rodents out. I mean, we were literally catching mice and keeping score on the whiteboard. You know, it was like, so I can't, you know, stress enough that this building has exceeded its lifespan. When we talk about buildings now, new build today with essential services in mind, that's a 50 to 75 year structure. Well, the gas station that was built for Station 3 in 1957 was never intended to go this far. We're at 66 years on a, you know, a stacked brick, you know, stone building that won't manage any kind of a seismic event at all, and steep stairs that don't work, and you've seen the reports. So that's there with lots of photographs to document that. So that would be my long-winded answer to that, sorry.
Thank you, Chief. While you're there, when I say, you know, you Mr. Najad, an extra 1 million or so, 1.1 for LEED Gold status, I you know, immediately go to, there's lots of money out there for things like, so, you know, solar batteries, microgrids, all electric buildings, air source heat pumps, EV charging, of course, solar canopies. I imagine all those things could be considered, and potentially seeking all available funding sources, state and federal and others, to bring down those costs and potentially even bring down the total cost, right? And I assume, so I guess my just question, will you be looking at all potential sources of funding for elements like that and others?
Absolutely. First of all, the base costs include everything you just mentioned. EV charging, solar panels, all our electrical, heat pumps, everything. The LEED goal is just better efficiency. And again, we can look for funding. I think with Ms. Letton's work, there's a lot of opportunities we're going to be looking at in terms of grants or other opportunities for funding. So yes, we will be looking at those.
And then I guess for Chief Drennan, there's this source of funds out there right now for community resilience centers from the Strategic Growth Council, and I think when I think of essential services building, might there be an openness to that as a community asset? So this is kind of the idea during emergencies, say when the grid goes down for a couple of days, people on life-saving electrical equipment have a place to go or to seek refuge. That kind of thing. It seems like there are community spaces within the proposed design that could serve that purpose, and also could be, if that were to be pursued, a source of funds for that element. Would there be an openness to, say, have this to provide that kind of service to the community as a way to bring in additional revenue to the construction?
My answer to that is it's a public building, and we serve at the pleasure of the council for sure. So if that's the direction, we would gladly take that on.
Or at least look at it for sure. Okay.
All right, Mr. Robbins.
Yeah, both the current and the new Bank of the West one-story site, there's no crosswalk or light traffic signal on Highway 50 at that location. How does that, or does that impact current operations? And in the design for this new building, would it make sense to coordinate with Caltrans to try to put in a light there so that traffic could be controlled when engine and equipment is moving in and out?
The answer is yes to both. I believe it's in the plan, at least as a subset there, where it references the option to do that in the future. Yeah, that was the.
It's a lead plus traffic.
That was a lead plus traffic signal?
Yeah,
Okay,
at
very
the
good.
bottom. But yes, we do occasionally have issues when, like Friday afternoon traffic, if we have
Yeah.
heavy snow and backed up traffic, it is difficult to turn out and turn east.
Okay, is that
Or on a Sunday, turn west.
And that's a thing we need to coordinate with Caltrans because it's their street, right? Okay.
Correct.
And then for the adjacent property, if that were to become a housing development, similar to the 7-Eleven kind of property, a crosswalk there would also be extremely useful as well, because you also that is on the other side of the street from the new Barton area development, right? It's like right in that same neighborhood. It's right across the street from that neighborhood, is that correct?
Third Street, it's just,
Yeah.
just a little bit.
Yeah, so having a crosswalk at 50 there could serve multiple, a light and a crosswalk at that location could serve multiple purposes at that point in terms of
There's a
pedestrian
crosswalk
flow.
at Third.
Yeah, but if you put a housing unit, an affordable housing unit right next to the firehouse and the buses into work are on the other side of the street, everyone is going to do like they do at the Motel 6 and Grocery Outlet and just cross in the middle of the street at a second location in addition. So that's why I want to make sure that that's in plan to coordinate with Caltrans. And also it will help with the equipment moving in and out.
If I can, Mayor, Councilmember Robbins, I think we hear that and we can have that conversation if we get down to the point on this with regards to the traffic signal and what options exist for a crosswalk. I will note, starting spring of '24, Caltrans will be starting the safety project.
Yeah, and that's coming right up.
Which has a lot of approved components already a part of it, but we're also initiating the process on the corridor planning study. So there's opportunity to coordinate with Caltrans to make the pedestrian enhancements that we desire as a community.
Yeah, and I want to make sure, since that's coming up before this building's going to get built, getting that, the Caltrans engagement on the Highway 50 is coming up very soon, starting in October. And this is going to be a longer-term project. We want to make sure we get those interests when they make sense to get them involved sooner rather than later.
Absolutely.
Okay. For option, just to close the loop, for option C, is it the assessment that the rear apron is too small and you couldn't be able to drive equipment on James Avenue, turn it in, and then back, and then turn it into the bay directly, right? Is that that's the issue?
There's several issues with that one. The inability to kind of drive around the station, which could probably be mitigated. The proximity to James means snow removal will be pushing right up against that building.
Okay.
And then we would probably be parallel parking back there if we needed to.
Okay. And in the new option, in the option D, you are going to be able to bring equipment up James Avenue and then be able to have it run clear through the bay on both sides. That's the idea?
Yeah, so that's what that drive aisle is to the west side of the building, is the ability, like, for instance, if Truck 2 came by Station 3 to grab supplies, they can get in the back, off that back ramp, and then make access to the highway again for response without having to backtrack through James and 3rd.
Is the idea also, just to, from the arrows, it looks like the idea that the bays open on both ends so that equipment can load
Correct, that's a
in from the
drive-through
back?
bay.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep.
So that means you don't have to
Back in.
three-corner
Correct.
back in off of Highway
Yeah,
50.
and that would be the case with the other option
With both
C as
options.
well.
Okay, it's the main option with C that you're lacking is the drive-around capacity.
That, the two-story structure, the proximity of the building during construction, et cetera, so.
And then just to clarify, because we talked briefly during your presentation about having there be a steep pitched roof and a potential attic space. If the attic space is going to be used as offices, I just want to, what is the idea then? Was that be used as something that you don't want it to then trigger
Yeah.
ADA requirements to have an elevator to get into the attic?
Really, the intent of that space is storage.
Storage,
We're
okay.
constantly dealing with 10 pounds of something in a 5-pound bag, so.
Okay.
Yeah, we have limited storage at all 3 stations, and being able to front-load this building with a lot of storage is really the idea.
And that use of that space, if it's going to not be, because we were talking about having it be potential future office space, that then would require ADA rules. That's, I guess, my concern.
Yeah, correct. And this is the idea behind office space or any kind of usable administratively, that's looking like 20, 30 years down the road. I just don't want to hamstring a chief, 2 decades away.
But if the upstairs were to be used as administrative space, would that then require ADA access for the attic, which is not in the current plan here?
If this design here.
That's just what I'm trying to get a handle on.
If this design here, if
Yeah.
we chose to put administrative offices in now, then the answer is yes. The intent is not to put administrative offices in the second floor now, though, at all.
But if we put them in
Really storage.
if we put them in later, then it would require ADA upgrades?
Let me jump in here if I
I'm
can.
just trying to connect that
Yeah,
understanding.
no, our building officials here, he can correct me if I mistakenly state this, but it is my understanding, based on the building occupancy type, if you have certain types of uses available downstairs that are accessible to those that need it, you may not need to have the same type of accessibility options of upstairs. So if we have office space for our employees downstairs, the need to ADA enhance, if you will, for upstairs is likely not completely required, but I'll ask Jeremy
That's
to.
exactly what I'm trying to drive at.
Yeah.
Thank you. When talking about hamstring, I don't want to make sure we can't put office up there because of something. So just
Good morning, council. I would say that we will look at that with scrutiny, but I wouldn't say that they wouldn't be required to be accessible at this point. There's a chance that somebody who uses that facility would need to get upstairs, and we'd want equal facilitation for them as well.
Could that be done with something like a stair-mounted elevator instead of a full, with one of those stair-mounted lifts rather than a full elevator, and that would be a way to do that? Or a staircase that could be enhanced with that cheaply later, I guess?
Absolutely, as long as the apparatus met requirements.
So there are reasonable ways in this design to design now for it to be used simply as storage, such that it could later be used as office space that could meet ADA requirements later on without it being another major overhaul. That's the thinking I want to make sure we include in this now. That's all. It's easier to do it right now than to retrofit something 20 years from now.
Absolutely. We can definitely go that route.
All right.
Thank you, Jeremy.
Those are my questions.
Great. Ms. Wallace.
I just have one more question I forgot to ask. It was about this point where we decided with the rec center that we were going to hire a project manager rather than have the construction managed by staff. What is your anticipation if we do move forward with either a C or a D today, or at some point?
So we're in the process of hiring a new construction manager and facilities manager. I think this project can be handled by that person to move forward. I do not anticipate additional staffing needs to move this project forward.
Thank you.
Great, and then I got a couple questions. I'm curious, the 1.6 million in fees, kind of what that all comes out to.
I knew you would be asking that question because it kind of, that's the way that the consultant put it together. But let me go over that in a few minutes. I marked it off here. So that the fees includes the architectural, engineering, commissioning agent, utility hookup fees, the impact fees like the fees that we have to pay to TRPA, traffic impacts fees, geotechnical investigation, site surveys, material testing, and special inspection.
Okay, and is there any, when building a fire station, public buildings like this, the TRPA or any of these agencies don't have any kind of programs to help public projects move forward?
I'm not sure about that. I have discussed this project with Mr. Hitchcock, and he's working with us in terms of the types of fees they will be potentially charging us. Those are some of the items that we still need to work through.
And then do you know what the total contingency will be?
We have 5% contingency for the fees, and then we have 10% contingency that we allowed for the offsite. And I believe we included the same 10% for construction contingency, plus another 10% for the owner system contingency. So we put in good contingencies, yes.
Okay. And then with regards to, I know with Bank of Montreal, we're talking about maybe somewhat of a donation type setup. And have we looked at maybe a foundation that, for even more possible private funding. I know that Incline Village had, I believe Rob Schneider put a lot of funding into, Jeremy Renner, excuse me. So are we kind of looking at maybe creating a foundation that can have private funding come in to help for the project?
Mayor Bass, or Pro Tem Bass, we have not had that conversation about creating a fire department foundation. That would be something the chief and others in the community could collaborate on, perhaps. We are just so everyone knows, just recently created a Parks and Recreation Foundation. A lot of cities do have various foundations for different lines of business that they provide, but that has not occurred yet.
Great. I think I'll leave the rest for discussion. Thank you for your presentation. And,
Thank you.
Yeah, we will move on now to public comment. So anybody in the room that would like to give public comment? Yes, I can't see, but hey, Mr. Martinez.
Good morning, Pro Tem Bass, council members, Mr. Irvin. My name is Al Martinez, South Lake Tahoe firefighter, and also a union president for our membership of 33. I'm here today just to briefly speak about our support fully to option D. Our staff, our firefighters, our fire chief has really done a lot of work in trying to get to this point. Our firefighters feel that, obviously you've seen many presentations and information about Station 3 and its condition for both visitors and our crews that live there. I can go on for quite a while about what we experience as residents of Fire Station 3, and when we do have visitors come, at times we try to lend them not to go in certain areas because of the condition and its look, to be honest. Chief Drennan mentioned having to horseshoe an engine in there. Yeah, it's tight. We can't walk around the back of the engine when we need something, when we're doing our checks and things like that. Option C seems to be like an okay design. However, like Chief Drennan mentioned, getting in and around the station in our apparatus from Station 1 or 2 will make it very, very difficult. The option D definitely seems like something that I think as a city, as a community, as firefighters living in these houses, would definitely have a long use for. There was mentioned 66 years that this station has been in use. I've seen pictures from the past where it used to house a mechanic, and there's evidence of that still today because the flooring was never replaced in that area. So yes, our membership, South Lake Tahoe Firefighters Association, fully supports Measure D, or Option D, and so we thank you for the consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. Anybody else in the room that would like to give public comment? Mrs. Reese.
Good morning again, Council. Diane Reese. I participated in the March Zoom regarding this particular issue of the deplorable conditions that exist currently at Fire Station 3, having witnessed what I felt was an unreasonable living situation and even a work environment for our personnel. It should never have gotten to this point. Addressing this issue is definitely long overdue, and I commend our Public Works Director and our city staff for recommending the options A and D as viable solutions to improve our fire department's living and work environment. This council can do what previous councils have failed to do in the past, and that is to make this fire department's budgetary needs a priority and not an afterthought. So please do not delay in acting these proposals to improve the living and working conditions of our hard-working and deserving fire personnel. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Reese. Anybody else in the room for public comment? All right, seeing none, we will check our online platform.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and open up our Zoom platform for anyone who wants to provide public comment on agenda item 13. Hit the raise hand button. There are no additional public comments, Pro Tem.
All right, we'll bring it back to council for discussion and a possible motion.
Well, I'm in favor of options A and D plus the traffic light and the lead gold if it it sounds like, though, that they're doing all of the other stuff. So the LEED Gold sounds like it will be an easy lift. So, and then we just look to Olga, our new favorite person, to make us be able to afford it. And hopefully with the timing, with the rec center coming online, we'll have the bond capacity, and then all of the ways that Olga does her little magic wand, we'll be able to afford it, because all of us have been in that station, and I would not live there. And we shouldn't be asking our staff to live there either, and they do. So it's unacceptable.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to just kind of back step for a minute. You know, when this came forward and the recommendation months ago talked about the $3.5 million renovation, when that was brought forward to council, the thought was that Fire Station 2 was the top priority in our capital improvement planning efforts and all of our plans. And we had been setting aside over the last 3 years, $500,000 a year in Measure S, and there's a fund there of $1.5 million right now. Given where we're at today and the discussion, if the direction is to move forward with the a combination of option A and D, the financing plan, I think it's really critical to get some direction from council on, do we want to shift that Fire Station 2 set aside to this project, which helps to reduce our amount that we have to finance for? That would be very good clarity, and I would like to also make sure that council's aware that that being the case, we will be looking 15 to 20 years probably until a new Station 2 gets on the horizon for us to really be able to build. And that's nothing to be ashamed of. I mean, when you look at the projects that we're building right now, it's a lot for a city our size with the revenues we have, whilst continuing to maintain the service levels for core services that we provide day in and day out. So just want to make sure that, get that direction. If you want us to do that, do you want to shift that money and have a clear understanding of what the future capacity for our finances entails to rebuild Fire Station 2?
I am in favor of shifting that, and I will say that we've been able to make it rain for all of the other priorities that we've had, the police, fire, and roads, which have been always, and housing, in the last 5 years I've been on council. So we will make Station 2 a priority as well, and we'll knock this domino down, and we're gonna knock the Station 2 domino down. We got Station 2 reopened, and we're going to knock that domino down too. But we're gonna deal with what's next. So we'll figure that one out next. We're not gonna wait 15 years.
Great.
We'll figure it out.
Thank you, Ms. Wallace. Mr. Robbins.
Yeah, I just want public clarity from the chief. If it was your choice and you could have a new Station 3 in 2 years, a year and a half, whatever it is, 2 years, or a new Station 3 in 5 years, but not both, which is your priority? Which is between the two? Oh, sorry, to get the numbers backwards. Sorry, if we can do the project for Station 3 now, it'll likely push back Station 2 replacement, because I don't think there's the money to do both in parallel. I just want to get public certainty on which of those is the priority. It sounds like it's 3, but I don't want my guess to be that. I don't want it to be my guess.
Yeah, but I can clarify very, very clearly. The priority right now, as it sits, is clearly Station 3. And the reason for that is the current conditions of that building. That doesn't mean that Station 2 is not a priority for me. It just means it's second at the moment. Gotcha.
So 3 first, then 2 as soon as we can get to it. And that's the official line from the fire department, and I'm okay with that. As far as the funding issue, with interest rates now at 5%-ish, I think, having, they may come down by the time we finance this, but lowering the amount we're financing at a higher interest rate is more valuable now than banking that money for later, when we might have lower interest rates in 5-6 years when we get around to the major master plan for Bijou, for the new city hall, for everything else that might include the Fire Station 2. That might be a much bigger later thing. lowering the financing costs is probably, for me, a good use of that money now, given the interest rates and the interest payments. I'm eyeing the 15-year plan, which is only a little bit more in terms of payments, but saves a fair bit overall. The 10-year plan I would prefer, but I don't know that we have the cash flow for that. I guess that's going to be a question for a later presentation to council in terms of more. We don't have to choose a financing option now, right? These are just financing options that exist.
That's exactly correct. We will come back if council directs us to.
Okay, so I'll leave that to the finance department to expand that out, but that's sort of my thinking now. But in terms of you're looking for clarity on spending the Station 2 savings on 3, given the fire department's official position on prioritizing 3 over 2, and if I've gotten the numbers messed up here, apologies, then I think that's the right move.
Great, thank you, Mr. Robbins. Mr. Friedrich.
Well, I'm convinced for the DNA option, and thanks to firefighters and for coming here today to express that, and Chief Drennan for laying out why this is the preferred option. I certainly like many of the ancillary benefits, being a low carbon demonstration project. Again, I would encourage us to look at a community resilience center options as we're exploring. I'm saying we have to commit to that today, but there is a lot of funding out there, and it's, like I said, a community asset, so that could be another. I like the idea of housing that could be freed up on the property next door potentially, and we'll see. And I think there are trade-offs, like you said, whether it's Fire Station 3 or 2, not to mention Fire Station 3 versus all the other buildings in town, but as Ms. Wallace said, we'll find a way to take on those other challenges as well. And Measure S, as we just said, is making this more feasible. In the future, we'll need to consider additional funding revenues. We all like to spend money and have these trophy new projects, but they do require a way to pay for them. So as we're considering, even next meeting, ways to fund new things, we have to keep that in mind. If we want things like new fire stations, to upgrade our building stock, to fix our roads and our potholes, we have to pay for them. So hopefully we'll all keep that in mind as we're thinking about how we pay for the next round of things, so you don't get something for nothing. So with that in mind, I'm certainly prepared to support this, and like I said, look forward to continuing to make the investments we need in our community.
Mr. Robbins.
One thing I just forgot real quick, I just want to acknowledge that Mr. Najad mentioned that this would be an excellent candidate for design build, which I think is absolutely the right way to go for this, particularly for this kind of project. And I do want to acknowledge the preceding council and their efforts of bringing in design build as an option. The 2020 to 2022 council did that. I know, Cody, that was something you pushed for.
Yes.
And I think that action for the preceding council will serve us well for this. This is an example of where that action and that flexibility makes a difference. And being able to do that under design build is, I think, the right way to do this. And I want to acknowledge that that was a good call by the preceding council.
Thank you, Mr. Robbins. Ms. Wallace.
I'm going to make a motion, unless you want to wait.
I do. I have a few things. I'm sorry. I should have.
You want to talk?
So no, I'm very much in support of this. I feel that, when I went out and saw what the 3.5 million was actually going to do, it really didn't do improvements that are so needed. Our firemen actually live where they work. It's much different than any other department in the city. And so having a facility that they're proud to go to, that they feel good, to me is a very, very important thing. And when we went out there and saw, wow, there's this vacant lot sitting here, it really opened up the possibilities of being able to have the bays that you can pull through from James Avenue out into Highway 50, and just really allows for a great design to happen. One thing I am a little bit, we put some money into Fire Station 3 4 years ago, a small amount, or no? Just as far as some basic stuff?
I don't think so.
We didn't, okay.
The only thing that's been done at Station 3 in the last couple of years has been immediate repair.
Immediate repair, okay. Yeah, I guess my only thought is sometimes with the A option of putting money into something that we're about to demolish, is a little bit hard for me, when we have Fire Station 2 that could probably use that $500,000, and it is gonna be there for 15 years. So that's my only little thought here, is that, you know, we're putting money into, $500,000 into Fire Station 3, the current one that will be demolished in 2 years. Where should we be putting that money into Fire Station 2, because we're gonna get the use of that $500,000 for 15 years, if you follow me.
We did put money into Fire Station 2 when we took it back over, and so that was where, I think what you're talking about. And when we talked about this, we talked about everything that we, back in March, I believe it was, like appliances and things like that, that we're gonna spend that $500,000 on, could be used in the new facility. So we did discuss that. So it's not wasted money.
Yeah, and I
Well,
guess
some
that
of it
would be
will be
my.
because it's just livable for the next 2 years, paint and things like that, but just to make it livable for the next couple of years. But a lot of it can be transferred to the new building. We made that clear, I think.
Okay, yeah, then, and for me, that would be, let's try to use that $500,000 to things that we can transfer into the new building, furnishing equipment, those kind
Yeah,
of
we
things.
talked about with the police department too, like with the new lockers and stuff. We want to make sure that we're using the public's money wisely.
Yeah, definitely. And
Less
then,
floors, but kitchen equipment can move over,
Yeah,
ranges and
of
stuff
course.
move over.
yeah,
So think about that, I like that.
yeah, my other thought with it as well, when we go to the design on this, are we going to be looking at, you know, with LEED Gold, that is definitely going to bring us into a better design environmentally. But there are a lot of things I would say that, as we've gone through, that are not even part of LEED. Like, I definitely want to make sure, as we always should be, that we're building this to the highest environmental standard. And you kind of said no frills, right? Which I'm glad that we're being more conservative. At the same point, I would like to see us try to build the best building possible. And that's why I was kind of asking about the contingency that we're holding to buy and these fees, because as the building cost is only 11 million, 8 million of that is contingency, is all of these things. And it's like, can we not pull some of that back into actually going into the building? And sometimes, like with contingency, when we have a 25% reserve that's always sitting there, can we not look at that reserve sometimes as our contingency and then move that money that we would be holding back into the actual building? And that's, again, more, I think, for Mr. Najad and Ms. Tika Marova to kind of work through. But for me, I would like it to see it as not no frills. Let's try to get as many frills as we can. As well, let's also talk about this foundation thing. I think that a firefighting foundation in the city is something that we should really consider. People can donate to it and get charitable contributions. And again, just across the lake, we just saw a major movie actor, you know, contribute and basically build the whole station. So let's make that possible here, and see where we can get. So, yeah.
What kind of thrills are you talking about, and what kind of thrills are you talking about? I'd like some
Frills, not
clarity.
thrills.
Frills. Well, I did say frills. I'd like clarity on frills, because I've been in a lot of fire stations and I don't think I've ever seen frills except for maybe big screen TVs. And I mean, honestly, what kind of frills are we talking about?
Really, the only thing that I would speak to with that is the fit and finish, right? So when we're looking at fit and finish, we would be looking more at industrial grade, not like high-end, McMansion grade type stuff. We're not looking to have
Marble countertops.
marble shower,
Yeah.
6 heads in the shower and all that kind of stuff. Like, no, I don't need a, high-end mansion type build. We're looking for industrial grade, commercial grade, interior. In terms of the exterior, we want to make sure that things like our landscaping are consistent with what we're asking the rest of the public to do at Fencable Space. It wouldn't be, blown out in that direction either. And that's really what we're talking about in terms of building material. But in terms of how to build it environmentally thoughtful, absolutely. If there are things that we can invest in there, we'll take advantage of that as well. And then my only last comment in terms of Station 2 is, currently that station is meeting the needs of those guys. It's the roof has been redone. We've done some renovations after we reopened. So that's another reason why this is highly, definitely the priority.
Great.
If I may, sorry, council
yes,
members,
Mr.
Mr. Bass, you mentioned 500,000 discussion back in April. Just want to remind council that there was no funding appropriated for Fire Station 3 at this point at all, except just a small amount, 150,000 approximately several years ago that have been used for small repairs or the study.
Great. One last thought, and then Mr. Robbins has another. With Fire Station 2 and our ladder truck, are we going to be able to design these bays for the ladder truck to fit into, so when we do 2? Okay, great.
Yeah, I'm really keen on the idea of using the old Station 3 location, if we go with D, which it seems like that's where we're clearly headed, to use the old Station 3 site as affordable housing development, similar to what we have in the works for the 7-Eleven location. But it would be good if that transfer sale process for that was worked in to the plan so that that could happen smoothly and quickly, that the property didn't sit there for a long time to actually make that transfer to another owner to develop, deed restricted, et cetera, housing for that location were part of the development plan for that site, so that that could all move as one continuous process. Not as part of the building contract, I'm not talking about that, but the overall activity of this where we are disposing of that property, that we make that part of our actions, not part of the design build or anything like that. But that way that happens in one sort of continuous construction, demolition, rebuilding, that happens quickly without long delays.
Yeah, so that use of that property isn't something specifically on this agenda today, but it would be coming back to council, assuming this option D is what's selected and moves along, and we can bring that back.
So when it comes back to council, let's have some thought about, included in that topic, about how we can turn the old location into housing smoothly on an expedited basis.
Understood.
Great. Is that reasonable for everyone?
We will do that.
Yeah. Mr. Friedrich.
I know Ms. Wallace about to make the motion. I just wanted to, just thank Mayor Pro Tem Bass for, I think it was back in the spring, kind of visiting a Fire Station 3 and coming up with an idea that maybe we should think about building a new facility. So to credit where credit's due here. And then Mr. Najad and Chief Drennan and the team for working through these set of alternatives, and I think as we've heard in the discussion today, this is really an elevation of what was originally a new paint job, and now we're starting to talk about housing and low carbon demonstration, community resilience. So I just think this is a lot of commendation to go around, and again, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Bass, for starting this discussion. And with that,
I'm going to make a motion. Make a motion to provide direction to the city manager to, A, make minor renovations to the second floor of the Fire Station 3 for an estimated cost of $500,000. And D, begin planning to construct a new one-story fire station on the adjacent Bank of Montreal site for an estimated cost of $19.75 million with the add-on of the $1.1 million for the Leeds Gold and the crosswalk or crossing traffic light with Caltrans.
second.
A motion and a second, and we will vote.
And just because that includes the direction about the site handling, right? That's clear.
Yeah, that's not on the agenda today, but we heard you on that.
And can I ask one clarifying quick before? This also includes that when we come back with the planning and financing, the Fire Station 2, 1.5.
So moved.
Thank you.
That motion carries.
All right. Well, I think we will take a 10-minute break and come back at 11:05 to our next item. All right. We will call this meeting back to order. Moving on to item number 14, Chateau at the Village and Zalanta project update. And this will be Ms. Roverud.
Good morning, Mayor Pro Tem Bass and members of the council. I'm Hillary Roverud, Director of Development Services, providing this presentation to council today for potential discussion and direction. The purpose is to provide the council with background information so that you have the opportunity to begin discussing the strategic plan action item 4.2.2, which prioritizes the build-out of the project formerly known as Redevelopment Project 3, which is on the north side of Lake Tahoe Boulevard at State Line Boulevard. Starting back in the 80s, the South Tahoe redevelopment demonstration plan for the ski run and State Line areas was developed in 1989. Then came the State Line Ski Run Community Plan, which really set the zoning and development standards to support the vision outlined within that redevelopment demonstration plan. The redevelopment agency activities began with the Embassy Suites and Ski Run Marina project. Embassy Suites is now the Margaritaville Hotel. They're adjacent to State Line. Then came the Park Avenue project, or Heavenly Village. And the third project identified in that redevelopment demonstration plan didn't have a very creative name at the time, Redevelopment Project 3. That's the one that is the subject of today's discussion.
I think that's why it failed.
So the first project-specific approval for the redevelopment Project 3 was certification of the environmental impact report and environmental impact statement by both the city and TRPA in 1998. At the time, the project had 3 sub-projects included in it, projects A, B, and C. Project A, here just for orientation, Lake Tahoe Boulevard is at the top of this figure and State Line Avenue there to the left. Project A, closest to State Line, included hotel condominium units, a conference and event center, and commercial with retail and restaurant along the frontage of Lake Tahoe Boulevard. Project B, adjacent, included a hotel condominium component as well as the commercial along Lake Tahoe Boulevard as well. Project C, which is on the other side of the Stardust Lodge where the Powder House and Tahoe Tom's block is located, that was envisioned to include artist studio space, artist live-work units, daycare center, and additional commercial there along Lake Tahoe Boulevard. The project also included an underground passage between this project area and Heavenly Village below Lake Tahoe Boulevard, underground parking below projects A and B, and this public kind of plaza and park area in between projects A and B. In 2006, the redevelopment agency entered into an owner participation agreement with Lake Tahoe Development Company to develop the project. That agreement included outlining financing that would be included in the project. The public portion of that included some tax increment financing, Mello-Roos special taxes, and a community facilities district to support the sale of bonds to support this development. The project at that time was revised. It was scaled down to only projects A and project B sites. With that revisions, there was some reconfiguring of the floor area for the uses. However, the programming was similar to what was previously approved. An environmental impact report addendum was prepared, and both city and TRPA permits were issued for this project. In 2007, the developer proposed some additional revisions to the project, changed the underground passage below Lake Tahoe Boulevard to an overpass, also made some additional adjustments to floor area for each uses and the number of hotel condominium units, but again, similar programming to what was previously approved, and a second EAR and EIS addendum was prepared for that project. This was the last permit that was approved for the project as a whole. The kind kind of comprehensively in the entire project area. There was 488 hotel condominium units approved, 95,000 square feet for the multi-purpose conference facility, 56,500 square feet of commercial, and 98,000 square feet of hotel accessory, spa, and recreation uses. This project also included the public plaza and park area between the two projects. That was one of the identified public benefits. In 2007, the subdivision map was approved for this project, and I'll talk a little bit more about that later in the presentation. That was the year that construction began, the demolition of all of the existing structures within the project area, the utility relocation to support the project was completed, and the foundation, which was primarily the underground parking garage in the Project A area, was completed. Unfortunately, construction came to a halt due to lack of ongoing construction financing as the economy entered into a recession period there in late 2007, 2008 was when that started. In 2009, the council took action to abandon issuance of the bonds given the uncertainty in financing of this project. Subsequently, there were foreclosures by several of the lenders on the property. In 2013, Owens Financial, which was one of the investment groups in the property, proposed developing the project in smaller phases. Phase 1 of the Chateau project was considered the foundation improvements that had already been constructed. Phase 2 of the Chateau project was the retail portion along Lake Tahoe Boulevard. Phase 3 is the hotel condominium units up above that retail space. And phase 4 is the build out of the rest of the hotel, condo, accessory, and meeting facility space. In the Project B area, phase 1 was the commercial as well as hotel condominium units adjacent to Lake Tahoe Boulevard. And then phase 2 is additional hotel condominium units. In 2013, the City Council found that this phasing was consistent with previous environmental review and permitting. They allocated some additional commercial floor area for the development of the retail space and also approved the abandonment of Laurel Street and Poplar Street, which previously had run through the project area. The retail portion along Lake Tahoe Boulevard of the Chateau project was constructed in 2014. In 2017, the retail portion of the Zalanta or Project B area, along with 30 hotel condominium units, were completed. The second phase of the Zalanta project, which is back behind the first phase that has been built, consists of 60 additional hotel condominium units. There has been a building permit application submitted for the construction of those, and issuance of that permit is pending some corrections on the plans. In 2019, a building permit was issued to construct Chateau Phase 3, which is 16 hotel condominium units up above the retail space along Lake Tahoe Boulevard. That building permit was extended several times, which was standard practice for us for construction projects that are impacted by the COVID pandemic and its effect on the construction industry. Over here, we've got a little depiction, elevation. This is the existing retail that we see out there now, and then this is what the additional 16 hotel condominium units will look like sitting on top of that existing construction. Construction on those 16 units began in earnest in this summer, 2023. Unfortunately, the roof had to be removed in order to construct these units up above the retail space, and it was not weatherized prior to some recent weather events that we've had, resulting in roof leaking into the retail space, damage to the units, and damage to merchandise in those spaces. The construction was halted pending court action related to that event. My understanding is that construction will be continuing again this week in order to get that construction completed and weatherize the site before this winter, before our next weather event. So I mentioned the subdivision map that was approved in 2007 for the original project. This is a depiction of what that looks like. Lot 1 was the public plaza area and all the public streetscape area. Lot 2 is essentially Zalanta or Project B. Lot 3 was the Chateau or Project A. And Lot 4 was the public convention and event facility. This map was never recorded. So there have been subsequent smaller subdivision maps recorded on this site, kind of resulting in a bit of a mishmash in terms of the parcel configuration. On this figure, the blue lines are existing parcels. This is a very general depiction. There are a lot of nuances with below grade and airspace condominium parcels that are a little challenging to depict in a flat photograph. In terms of the ownership of the site, I'll start here with this purple area. This is Zalanta Phase 1. There are 30 hotel condominium units in here that are all airspace parcels with separate ownership. However, the retail space and all the common area is within one ownership group. That same ownership group includes, they own the parcels behind where the Zalanta Phase 2 would be constructed. On the Chateau side, Tahoe Chateau Land Holdings is the owner of all this area in yellow, which is essentially the rest of the Chateau site, with the exception of the retail area along Lake Tahoe Boulevard that's shown here in red. So all of the subgrade area, including the parking garage below the retail, is in Tahoe Chateau Land Holdings ownership. The retail is owned by Imperium Blue, and then Tahoe Chateau Land Holdings also owns the airspace where they are building the 16 hotel condominium units. So challenges with developing this project at this point today. We mentioned the separate ownership. The original project area has been divided up now into separate ownership. Also, the entitlements for the property, they are still in place and the environmental review is valid. However, if there are any changes to the project that would trigger additional discretionary actions on behalf of the city or by the city, then we would need to evaluate that environmental analysis for compliance with the California Environmental Quality Act. That could potentially require some additional analysis and public comment period. It's pretty typical with any CEQA process that there is time, cost, and uncertainty associated with that. As I mentioned, the TRPA permit is still active and valid as long as construction continues along the timeline that TRPA has approved. However, again, changes to the project may trigger revisions to that permit as well. Physical and logistical challenges, clearly when you're doing construction that shares space with some existing development, as we experienced with the roof leakage, that is a challenge. Also sharing quite a bit of infrastructure there, especially on the Chateau portion of the site, cause for construction complexities. Also, the existing market. We did include in the staff report a memo from Johnson Valuation Group that provided a little bit more detail on the current kind of market situation as it relates to the potential development of this site. With the economic uncertainty and increased interest rates and high construction costs, those are barriers to development of the site today. However, on the positive side, it is a very desirable location. There's a lot of investment going on in the state line area right now that could support this type of project. Also higher lodging demand with passage of Measure T. And as I mentioned, the TRPA permit is still active. I included in the staff report a brief discussion, kind of for the sake of conversation for City Council, if you want to explore some potential tools to pursue if the city wants to take a more active role in trying to get development built on this site or the project fully built out. That could include enforcement. However, enforcement would need to have consequences significant enough to motivate a developer. Given these challenges today, that would need to be a pretty significant effort. The project is located within an opportunity zone, so that is a positive driver of potential development here. Opportunity zones can provide tax benefits to investors that invest in a qualified opportunity zone fund. I also did include some information on tax increment financing options that are available and have actually been bolstered by the legislature post redevelopment agencies. Community facilities districts, another opportunity to develop funding that can assist with issuance of bonds to be included in the financing of a project here. I wanted to note we haven't analyzed these potential tools for their use specific to this site, and we have not talked to any of the property owners about any of these tools at this point. It's just things for the council to discuss, and we certainly can follow up with a lot more detail if the council wishes to go in that direction. These types of public and private financing partnerships are really only successful when you have a development partner that's motivated to build the project and include public benefit in the project. Also, we would need to have an experienced developer that has experience enough to construct a project of this level of complexity, both on the construction side and the financing side. So with that, that is a brief history of many years on this project. Happy to answer any questions that I can or follow up with additional information that the council might request to continue this discussion.
Great, thank you, Mrs. Rover, excuse me. Mrs. Wallace.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions. One is, for a couple of reasons, I think that a convention center is unlikely to go into that facility. One is with the new event center across the state line, the ability for the city to put in a bunch of money to subsidize that convention center, so on and so forth. With the change and having not having a convention center on that side, would that trigger a CEQA?
Not necessarily. The originally envisioned convention center, that was a public facility. It was part of the public portion of the financing of the project. If there were to be another similar kind of type gathering space like that, I know it's been brought up, perhaps performance space, maybe something that's not specifically designed for conferences and meeting facilities, could be privately owned. Whether it's publicly owned or privately owned doesn't really make that much difference in terms of the CEQA analysis and potential environmental impact. But if that space were to be reprogrammed to something like housing units or something drastically different, then yes, we would need to look at that from an environmental impact perspective.
What if it's converted to lodging units?
It's likely that we would need to look at the environmental impacts of that. Not saying that it would trigger a full environmental impact report at this point, but we would have to look at that.
Okay. And then with regards to setting up the different development incentives that you talked about, the Melrose CFD, the tax increment financing, and opportunity zones, and what is the process for that? How long would it take? So on and so forth. Because
Like
I
I
don't
said,
think you got into that kind of detail.
Yeah, like I said, we haven't looked at using those tools specific to this site and what that might look like. You know, I think initially we'd need to engage in conversations with the current ownership group and see if there's any interest there. Look at what kind of public benefit could be included in the project, whether that public plaza is still something that could be programmed in or not. We need to start there and then likely bring in some expertise that's able to kind of help us with the legal structure of what that financing would look like.
Okay.
Timeline, I can't really speak to that at this moment. I imagine it would take several years.
And then when you talked about going after them in a sort of a detrimental way, I'm assuming you're talking about, say, blight or an enforcement way. Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, it's been
Okay.
brought up in the past
Yeah.
that, you know, are there ways that the city can pursue that route with this particular project? You know, that's something that we would have to look into the specifics in terms of, are there any code compliance issues there? But again, if we went that route, in my opinion, I'm not sure that it would have consequences large enough to really
We have to
motivate.
decide whether it's carrot versus stick.
Right.
Okay. Thank you. I think that's it.
Thanks.
All right. Anybody else? Mr. Friedrich or Mr. Robbins?
Go ahead, John. Who owns Tahoe Chateau Land Holdings LLC?
My understanding is that the primary owner is a person with the last name of Chen. I believe it was David Chen. They contract with a property management and developer company, Proprius. Proprius is the company that we have been working with on the building permit aspect of the Chateau project.
Has there been discussion with the actual, like, you know, people behind the curtain who actually own the property about, you know, what the hell's going on and when is this going to get done?
I have not had those conversations. I do believe that there are others involved in the project that have been working to have those conversations.
Who, others involved in the project, who others?
Real estate brokers, interested buyers,
Not the
that
city.
kind of group. Not the city that I'm aware of.
Representatives from the city. So we haven't talked with the actual people who are ultimate decision-making authorities for this project about where their schedule is and what their plans are.
Not directly with the owner, no.
Okay. One of the things that's concerning is it's not clear that there's going to be a lot of room to maneuver here. I'm a little curious, going back in time, to understand how we let it get to this. How is it that the city engaged in a redevelopment project that allowed construction to drag on for over a decade and leave this hole unfinished? What processes were done then, and what lessons can be drawn from that so that can't happen in the future? And I'm just not clear on an understanding of like what performance bonds or, you know, performance requirements or deadlines that could have been put in place, such that if the developer wasn't able to finish in time, at least the land would revert, or there'd be some compensatory insurance or something along those lines that, you know, didn't allow this to turn into a blight situation. I want to make sure that those issues have been closed in the interim.
Yeah, my research is really only limited to what was brought to city council in terms of negotiations to put together the owner participation agreement that came to council. I don't really have a lot of detailed information for you on that. You mentioned performance bond. That was a topic of conversation when the owner participation agreement was brought forward. And there was a decision at that time that not to include that in the agreement. again, don't have all of the details on that decision-making.
What the hell were they thinking back in?
Not a lot.
Back in 10 years ago, yeah, okay.
20 years ago.
20 years ago, sorry. And that's a lot of faith to place in the private market my concern is like if the property value, if the underlying property value is continuing to appreciate, right, and the value of the property continues to go up, they're not really going to lose a ton of money by leaving it undeveloped. Because if the value goes up, you can always continue to borrow against the value of the property to withdraw value and to pocket that. Because otherwise, you would think that a property like this sitting empty is not generating the revenue it has. But so long as the property is appreciating, you can withdraw that capital gain or that gain in the value that way. So my concern is that the incentives to get a move on construction, if they're not at risk of really losing money by not finishing, right, then my concern is that the incentive structure will be there to continue letting it drag out. If you have to come up with a huge amount of capital to finish the construction, but you're making some money now on just the appreciation of the property anyway, then, so I would like to see some discussion of, or some analysis of what options exist under things like urban blight, because I understand and I acknowledge that in the 60s and 70s era, the term urban blight was used as cover for some pretty horrible things. But if ever there was a definition, if ever there was an example of where that is supposed to actually apply legitimately, I can't think of a better example of what urban blight really actually is in this context. This is literally a hole sitting in our downtown, and I'm concerned about the report here not having a lot on the stick side of what we can actually do. And I think at this point, the public's patience has so run out on this topic that I can't fathom there being support for carrot and giving them money and giving them benefits at this point with this much long. I would like an analysis of options, and there doesn't seem to be a lot in here unless I'm missing something. Is that?
Not on the enforcement side, no.
Okay.
Yeah, but we can bring that back to you if that's something the council would like to pursue.
All right.
Mr. Friedrich.
Yeah, I was going to ask for a little more detail on this, on the enforcement side. You said, some of them would have to kind of lean into, or whatever the phrase you said, given the overall challenges. I don't know if you're prepared to just offer here. I know we'll bring it back in the future, but just maybe some examples of the items that we might consider. Because I think, I agree with Mr. Robbins. I think we're very serious about moving here one way or another. Carrots are nice, but if they're not working, then I think we're willing to take stronger action. Could you just give a preview of coming attractions, I guess?
Yeah, I mean, we would be looking into working with legal counsel, whether there's opportunities to pursue significant action related to either deeming the property a nuisance, other types of property blight avenues that we can pursue, but we would need to put that together for you if you want to go that route. The other route to consider is, a little bit more information could be brought forward on whether we want to engage in a partnership with the ownership to try to, again, get more public benefit out of whatever might get built and be able to set some expectations through an agreement that's formed there. Those are the two big picture avenues. There's a lot of detail in each of those.
On the latter, I'm just imagining, like, let's just say there's the existing owner or a potential future owner who is motivated to do something other than having it sit there as a hole in the ground. And I took note of what you said, looking for a partner motivated to build with public benefit. Is this an opportunity, you think, where, wearing your planning hat, for us to engage again and to define what would be the kind of public benefit scenario that we would be willing to, invest significant incentive packages, the community facilities district, the opportunity zone, the tax increment financing district, all the things we could offer if it met certain criteria, and do you have any ideas of how we could kind of re-engage at this moment to define what that looks like.
Yeah, again, we'd have to have that conversation with the owner, really look at these financing tools and how they relate, but the legislature has modified these financing tools several times in the last few years to make them more usable for housing projects. So housing would be an opportunity, infrastructure upgrade, as well as other types of public facility, which might include public safety, might include recreation, those kinds of facilities. So those are the things that we could look into if that's something that the council would like to get more detail on.
So recreation, for example, if you had like a town square or a kind of a Central Park type thing, I mean, that.
Yeah, the original project had in it that kind of plaza park area in the middle, and that was the public benefit that was included in the project, as well as the convention facility.
And so we would need, maybe as a council, to take some action on initiating some kind of visioning or planning process to say, here's the kind of public benefit scenario we have in mind, right? As opposed to being more reactive to like negotiating on a different developer-driven proposal that we're willing to sweeten the pot to make something happen, but being a little more proactive to say, we would really love to finance this scenario, and any buyers out there, we'd love to partner. And here's what it looks like, but we need some process to do that,
Absolutely.
right? We all have ideas, but
Yeah.
a community idea.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
All right, Mr. Robbins.
I'm just trying to understand I'm just trying to understand the permitting situation here. They have an active building permit for the site that covers all of the current undeveloped area of the site. Is that correct?
No, that's not
I just
correct.
want to make sure I clearly understand that, because
Yeah.
this has been under development for 10 years. Are there permits, these building permits, do they just last for eternity? Like, how does it work that their permit to construct on that site hasn't expired multiple times over by now? Could you elaborate on that a little bit? I'm afraid I might not, if it was covered, I wasn't entirely clear of.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Typically with a development project, they go through a planning entitlement phase where they may secure design review approval, special use permits. Then coming after that is building permits, and that's the actual construction permit. So there is a planning entitlement that covers the entire project area, but the only active building permit right now is for Chateau Phase 3, which is the 16 hotel condo units above the retail. The Zalanta Phase 2, they have applied for a building permit, but it is not ready for issuance yet.
And the permit that's currently active, does that have an expiration date if they don't get stuff finished?
No, the city's planning entitlements do not have expiration dates on them. TRPA's entitlement does have an expiration date, but as long as construction is pursued in their criteria of due diligence, then that permit can stay active.
I mean,
I think there's 2 points of, there's
Yeah.
one, you addressed the planning entitlement part. The building permit does have a time limit.
Oh, yes, building
So let's
permits
talk
do.
about that if we can.
Sorry, yes,
Yep.
building permits do have timeframes, but again, if construction is continuing and they're meeting milestones, those timeframes can get extended.
To how long, like, out for how long from the issuance of the initial building permit, realistically? Like, they're meeting their due diligence, is that, does nailing a board together count, or in how long can that realistically be stretched out? A decade seems like a long time.
No.
So I'm comparing that statement to where we actually are.
Yeah, so the building permit, the currently active building permit has only been in place since 2019. It was issued in 2019. We had a lot of construction projects, building permits that were extended because of impacts of the COVID pandemic. They've started construction with earnest now in 2023, and it is at the discretion of the building official with guidance from the building code on whether, when a project goes dormant for a period, whether that building permit would expire or not.
And so that's the Phase 3 hotel condos, the upper levels above the retail
Yes.
on the
Yep.
storefront. But a permit must have been issued initially for the for what was supposed to be and is now an open-air parking lot, was supposed to be a garage, and the foundation work that resulted in the exposed rebar and everything, that was an initial permit that was issued.
Yes, that was a foundation-only permit, and that permit is no longer active.
Do we regularly offer permits to build just a basement with exposed rebar sticking out and say that's good and we're done after the end of that?
Occasionally we do, when we're getting close to the end of building season. In this particular case, it was directive from council. There were still some issues that needed to be worked out with the subdivision map and discussions that were going on with Caltrans with respect to that. And at that point, the city council did approve the subdivision map with the condition that things get worked out with Caltrans, and they directed to issue the foundation permit at that time.
So there was no requirement at the time, even if it took, fine, look, 'cause you can't build everything in one season. The seasons are finite and relatively short up here. I totally get that. That's not an issue. But like, there was no requirement in the building permit that they come back to meet their permit requirements to come back next year and at least deck over the parking lot so that it's not, there was never a requirement. The permit that was issued allowed them to just leave rebar hanging out.
Yes, and that's not typically something that would be included in a building permit. That would be, again, kind of performance-related criteria, including in an agreement between a public-private partnership.
Does the fact that there's not an open permit for that give us leverage about if they need to finish, if they want to come finish the rest of the project, they're going to have to come to us to do it?
Yes.
If they're going to come to us at all. Does that give us a point of leverage to say that you better actually come quicker, this is not going to happen under this ownership structure at all? Does that give us some point of leverage that we can use there?
I don't know that we would have any leverage to require them to pull a building permit just through building code. I think we'd have to pursue these enforcement possibilities that we're talking about.
My concern is we want to enforce that, except they met the requirements of a permit that was issued that is ludicrous, but it is issued. And now we want to go back and say that this thing that the council allowed you to do then is, like, how, that might bind us in a frustrating set of ways in order to say, this thing that you've built to the permit that was issued 10 years ago by a council that wasn't paying attention is no longer okay, but it was then. So I'm trying to get my head around what our set of options really might be here.
That would be the benefit of entering into a new agreement with the new owner to be able to set those expectations and have it be enforceable through that agreement.
Okay, and then, all right, I'm sure I'll have more questions.
Ms. Wallace.
Just for my own personal edification, wasn't it a different owner even then? It was a different council and a different owner that made that agreement.
Yes, that was Lake Tahoe Development Company. That was the original developer.
Randy Lane.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, thank you. That's what I thought. I'm just, for my own personal edification, I wanted to know that. Thank you.
Yeah, very different ownership situation now than it was then.
Cody, I'll let you guys want to follow up on Ms. Wallace's.
Okay, yeah. A few questions. So going back to the original development thing, from what I recollect, we did use eminent domain on a couple of those properties to make this project happen. Isn't that accurate?
I believe so. I can't speak to the detail of that. I personally was not involved in that component of the project, but I believe that was part of the partnership with Lake Tahoe Development Company to acquire all of the land in the project area.
Right, and so this may be from Ms. Strout, so would this not require then that we have public part of this project be built, because that's what enabled us to use eminent domain to create the project?
I mean, I think that's an interesting question. I don't know that anyone would really have standing right now to force that to happen, and we don't particularly have control to make that happen, as Ms. River is saying.
Well, I mean,
we don't have control over the site right now, and I think a lot of the challenges are because we do have entitlements in place that have led to vested rights to build the project that was originally approved, so.
Vested rights without deadlines.
Well, let me just, because I guess kind of where I'm going with that is that if the project was approved with the public portion, because of eminent domain, it had to be included. The fact that we used eminent domain never has gone away. And so I believe, if I remember right, somewhere in 2017, right before we got on council, the project may have been approved to be built without public process, just the units. Was there something did we approve those? I feel like there was something came in front of us that said, because redevelopment has ended, now we're going to try to remove this portion of the project, meaning the convention center, so that we could possibly see something move.
I don't know the time frame. I think it's in here, but there was a council action to essentially nullify the previous owner participation agreement, since the redevelopment agency, which was a partner in that agreement, no longer existed. Is that an accurate depiction of that action?
You probably are more familiar with the history than me, but that does sound correct.
Yeah, and it was 2016.
2016.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so, I mean, for me, in this situation, I mean, I feel like we need to move in parallel on 3 different tracks almost. Enforcement is absolutely one of them. Trying to communicate with the owner to let them know, look, we're done with this. We're moving in every possible direction to make development happen. And going back real quick to and I think we need to do more research on whether or not eminent domain requires us to keep a public portion or the public purpose of this project. And in my mind, it does, even if it's not necessarily strict in statute. It's what our intention was from the get-go. And where I'm going with this is I think that almost can change where the development's perspective is. If they have to create this public portion of the project, it could drastically change a lot about the way this moves forward. The other thought I'm having here is 2006, and to think back 18 years and what design standards were and what building materials were and what a design would have been compared to today. It seems to me that we need to go back to the drawing board just based on the fact that there are so many better environmental ways, so many better building materials, so many things that were not in our toolbox in 2006. And so, there's, I think, different ways. I really feel that we need to create the enforcement, and I think there may even need to be changes in our code to do some of these things. But I think right away we need to figure out what it is that we can do to force the hand of the developer, whether they're going to make a development happen or put this on the market to let another developer come in. We have got to do whatever it is that we can, even if it's $1,000 a day and we're going on the nuisance thing. I feel like there are avenues, and we may have to take some risk, and maybe we are going into the courtroom not knowing whether they've met their standards or not, and we're going to let the court decide that. But from what I've seen, the developer hasn't met the standards. What I've watched in the last couple of weeks, I haven't looked at all of the plans and everything, but they're putting huge LG units on top of a roof that supposedly we're supposed to be seeing 16 units built on top of. Just architecturally, it doesn't make sense that you would have these huge LG units coming above the foundation of the so there's things that I'm wondering, have we gone out and said, here's the plans that we approved and this is what you're doing now and these aren't in the plans? Because it just from the purview, the public's view, which is my view, it seems that way right now. So have we kind of checked them, I guess is what I'm saying, as far as what they're building and what's on the plans?
Yes. So before we issue a building permit, we make sure that those plans are consistent with the planning entitlement. And then as construction is continued under the building permit, there are regular inspections, and we have an inspector going by that site every day right now to make sure that we're observing all of the activity and what's being constructed.
Okay, great. And with the permit that is still under review, Zalanta Phase 3, I think is what we're naming that, are we requiring a performance bond for that part of the project?
No, we do not have a mechanism to do that at this point.
Okay. So for me, I would like to stop everything until we figure out that mechanism. I think that a performance bond on everything moving forward is absolutely necessary. That was a mistake that is why we have this hole in the ground, and I think that we should stop everything until we get performance bonds so we don't make the same mistakes that we've made before.
So far, For building permit issuance, we don't have a way to require performance bonds, so those are ministerial permits that have to be issued if the standards are met.
Sorry, is that a way, we don't have a way currently, or we
We
can't?
cannot have a way to require a performance bond just with a building permit. The way we would do that is if we have an agreement with the owner and there's a public-private partnership with a public component on the project, and then we could have deadlines, performance bonds, performance standards, like we would in a development agreement.
We can't have an ordinance where we have, if you're building a project over a certain scale, that the permit will have to come with a performance bond?
Correct, we cannot do that. So normally what cities would do for big development projects, and it benefits the developer too often, is have a development agreement where you lay out the expectations and the time frame and how you're gonna work together to get such a big project entitled and constructed.
Okay, so what about now going back to a new owner agreement? That's really, or a new development agreement is really the only way we're gonna get that. Is there a pathway to get back there? And I know that we've said that this is a vested right and that we're unable to take the entitlements away. I just feel like where this is as an overall project, it's almost like we need a reset all the way. It seems like it is such a mess on every level. And what we can do within our toolbox to create that reset is almost, I feel like, where we're at. I mean, and it's nobody of this staff or this council that created this, but it is about as big of a mess that you could ever imagine. And so my mind goes to what do we do to almost try to create that reset, and how do we push all the levers to make it happen? And I would like to do them like, let's not just try one and see if it works and then try the next. Let's hit them all at the same time. We have lost to the tune of $100 million in TOT revenue, and when we do look at the needs of our finances and things, this hole in the ground is a key part of our future. And it's so I think that we have to make a move and make it like the number one priority to really make some action here. So my direction would just be let's pull all those levers and pull them at the same time.
We haven't done public comment yet.
But that's true, but we're not making a motion, it's just an update.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So I have, you may have additional things once you receive public comment, but for us to come back with options to pursue on the enforcement side, and also to engage the owner on potential public benefits as part of the project, do research on whether the original eminent domain already requires public improvements to be included, and then through that potentially look at whether there's an option to develop a partnership and an agreement that has those performance and timeframe expectations in them.
What about research on future eminent domain?
Well, let's do this. Let's go, because Ms. Wallace was right. Let's do public comment, and we will. Generally, we don't always come back for discussion on an item. We're not making a motion, but this one I think we will. So we'll go ahead for public comment, and then we'll come back for discussion after public comment.
Thank you.
Any public comment in the room? Mr. Mosier.
Ed Moser, South Lake Tahoe. First suggestion is call the Air Force and let them use it for a bombing range. And go back to square one. I agree, condemn the property, should have been done years ago. I believe there is more than ample case. If you know the whole background to it, I can stand here for a couple hours and give you the full background on it. If you go back and look at the council meeting, when the ENA, exclusive negotiating agreement, was extended to Marriott, that had it for a year and did nothing for the first 6 months, didn't fulfill the agreement, and it was a staged farce to make sure that, between Lou Feldman and Randy Lane, and to make sure that Randy Lane got it. There was an experienced developer in the room, gave a very nice presentation that did projects throughout the country, large-scale projects, 5-star hotels, convention centers, and they ran them out of town. So it was the hole was created that day. So put a commemorative plaque down there for Randy Lane, Lou Feldman, Mark Northcross, who was our financial consultant and jumped across the street. Gary Marchio worked for the city, retired and jumped across the street. Ted Long, Hal Cole, John Upton, Mike Weber, Mr. Jenkins. Yeah, give them a plaque to start with. Also, the business owners and motel owners that were required to or requested by Lou Feldman, talked them into taking seconds so that they could arrange for financing. That when it went bankrupt, they ended up losing somewhere in the vicinity of $6 to $8 million. Nobody ever really did. Like I said, we never even got one paragraph of investigative reporting on this at the time, and that's the real problem here. That's why things happen here. You don't have no checks and balances. So, Mr. Feldman talked them into doing that, and went bankrupt, and they ended up losing, in one case, owned a little bear in the driftwood there. The gentleman, lost everything, ended up couch surfing. So, you answered that David Chen was one of the mother companies here. I was going to ask of who owned all that. Who the mother company actually is. Long-term viability of the foundation, I don't think it's viable anymore. If you go there and look at it, water has seeped down with the rebar into the concrete. It isn't viable. I agree with with the Johnson Valuation Group, except for demand for lodging units and through Measure T, that part of it, under lodging component, as vacation rental permits have been non-renewed. That's bullcrap. Many of them are renting. It's not being enforced. In my neighborhood, just about every one that was permitted before and ones that were never permitted are renting. So there's a complete lack of enforcement as there was before. And yeah, like I said, could spend hours on this.
Thank you, Mr. Moser. Anybody else? Yes.
Hi, Seth Dowleb, South Lake Tahoe resident and your friendly unemployed affordable housing developer. One root cause I wanted to bring up is that the planning process and the entitlement process is longer than the economic cycle here. And this is an object lesson of the perfect being the enemy of the good. If we didn't have to go through many revisions, environmental impact reports, CEQA, TERPA, city getting involved with, what type of trees are going to be involved in the public plaza, this project might have been built before the economy crashed in 2007, 2008. So as you're going forward, as you're looking at zoning upgrades in the area plans, keep this project in mind, not only for what the developer didn't do, but what the city's role in adding layers of bureaucracy and making this project difficult to execute resulted in. Second point I want to make is if you go after the developer, I know that he's the least sympathetic actor in all of this. Nothing is going to be built now with construction interest rates at 8 3/4, 9%. The economic conditions just don't make sense. It will never pencil. So, and if you want to start all over again, you're looking at another 10 years of environmental impact reports, CEQA planning. So I understand the impulse to punish and to beat down someone that has left a giant hole in the ground that is awful and ugly and should not happen and is a bad thing. But think twice about the consequences and the timeline of trying to do whatever Plan B is going to be. You'll end up with a hole in the ground for a lot longer than if you look at some of the incentive plans and working with the developer to actually get something built. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other comments in the room? All right, seeing none, we will check our online platform.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and open up our Zoom platform for anyone who wants to provide public comment on agenda item 14. I do see we have a couple of hands raised. I will note for the record that we did receive a public comment that was distributed to council from Mr. Jenkins. First up, we have Michael Dixon.
Yes, can everybody hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hello, Council. My name is Michael Dixon. I'm with Imperium Blue Tahoe Holdings, LLC. We are the owners of the existing Chateau Commercial Retail Buildings at 4139 Lake Tahoe Boulevard, the subject property here. We understand through this conversation today that you guys are talking about various options, as far as how to help facilitate the forward movement of the development. We wanted today to make council aware, if you not already aware, it sounds like a lot of you are, of some of the major issues that have been going on at the project, in hopes that the city may be able to help really our tenants first and foremost and their businesses. We, along with many others, are really eager to see this development finished, but really want to make sure that some critical issues are not overlooked in the process. The developer of the project began construction activities on the before mentioned 16 residential units above our retail buildings this spring. They do own, I think this was mentioned as well, the air rights above us. We and our tenants expected typical construction impacts such as noise, aesthetic, visual impacts, and so forth. But midsummer, the developer, without any prior notice or discussion, removed the entire roofing membrane, which was actually owned by us and not the developer. They removed this on both buildings rather than in small sections. And ultimately did not take any necessary steps to ensure that water, subsequently wouldn't intrude into the spaces below. Since that time, most of our tenants' spaces and businesses have been completely exposed to the elements and have dealt with ongoing water intrusion. August, as you all know, has been, significantly rainy throughout early in the month, and then Hurricane Hillary, and a couple weeks after, rains over Labor Day caused substantial flooding and significant damage to the majority of our tenant spaces, causing them to close, damaging personal property, inventory, and so forth. We were hopeful that the building department was going to help when they issued the stop work order. Ultimately, they were allowed to proceed, and again, like was mentioned, just after that, they were allowed to proceed. The Labor Day weekend rains brought down even more significant flooding than what occurred during Hurricane Hillary. We've spent $40,000 over those two events with SurfPro. That's just two events. We still have a completely exposed roof. We are extremely concerned, based on the developer's track record, that they're not going to be able to dry this building in before the winter season. They've shown such little progress this summer in building season that we just don't feel like there's enough time that they, even if they had the manpower and ability to do it, that they would potentially be able to do it. We've not before been provided with a legitimate building schedule or any sort of explanation or assurance of how they intend to even get it done. We've got really no direct communication with them. I think, as it also was mentioned before, we don't have any direct communication with the owner. It's only through a third-party manager, ProPrease, and that communication has been very difficult and almost non-existent. We just really wanted to make council aware that these businesses are going to continue to see more and more of these issues as the fall precipitation increases and ultimately winter snow. These businesses' existence and future is really in question. As really all of them are likely to have to permanently shut down, as no business can operate with this kind of reoccurring flooding.
Mr. Dixon.
Significant. Yes.
If you wouldn't mind, I've given you a few minutes over your three, but because you're representing somebody, but if you could wrap it up for us, that would be great.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah. So, that's really it. We're just hopeful to let you guys know of everything that's going on if everyone wasn't already informed, and hopefully the city or building department can just do something to help these local businesses out. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Great. Thanks.
Okay, next up we have Melissa.
Hello, thank you, Michael, for your input, and city council members. We are at Suite C in the building, at the 4125 building. We're from Mahogany Smoke Meats. We're a small business, and the water damage has been extremely excessive. We have wainscot barnwood along the outside and inside. It's damaging our shelves, our products. And it went through the weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. It's not only an intrusion of water, but it's affecting our reputation as a company and a small business where, customers are walking through even in the rain, but we have to lock our doors because the flooding, we can't have customers. It's a liability for our customers and our employees. So we're losing sales from the closures. Prior to that, we had white ceiling coming down with all the drilling and everything. And we knew that there was going to be noise, and that was understandable. But if it does continue this way, we will have to close. We've been there for almost 8 years as a business. And, it's severely impacting us. So we just are urging the council to please do what they can on our behalf of small businesses. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, next up we have Carlson Chan.
Hello everyone. I'm Carlson Chan from True Peace, and we're the developer and manager of the development at the Chateau currently. And we're in the process of constructing the 16-unit condo hotel unit above the retail. Throughout the past 12 months, we've been communicating directly with Imperial Blue, submitting all the plans and processes, trying to coordinate a time frame for us to start construction since last year. And we received a lot of hesitation and reporting distraction in between the process. And we did commence the construction this year in coordination with all the retail units. Unfortunately, all the rain event plays into this year's construction schedule and caused some of the damages. And we want to apologize to every single affected party. And we will be responsible for all the cleaning and repair needed for the unit. And our goal, talking to the building official, also the judges that have a ruling on this case between the Imperial Blue and the Tahoe Chateau Land Holding, that we will be able to continue construction. And before this spring season, this coming winter comes, I should say, we will watertight the building in connection to all the retail unit. And we have already implemented temporary waterproofing on the roof currently, and it's protecting majority of the roof structure. The only portion that we're pending is the steel construction connection to the existing building. And we're projecting to finish that within the next 30 days, and that is our goal. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. There are no additional public comments at this time, Mayor Pro Tem.
Great. So we will bring this back to council for more discussion and direction. Ms. Wallace.
So I always thought Project 3 was a ridiculous name. It needed something funnier. But the name that came after all of the problems is my favorite name, the Tahoe. And I used to work across the street. I worked at the Stardust when everything was torn down, and I watched a lot of it start getting built up. And then I was on the Planning Commission when the project was approved, the retail portion that they're talking about. And as much as I think that this is blight, and as much as I think that we need to talk about having a stick, because I do think that we need to start working on that stick. I also think that I agree with Mr. DeLob. I think I said your name right, Mr. DeLob. He's right. Construction is incredibly expensive right now, and if we start adding more expenses to what's going to happen, I believe that we need to have both a carrot and a stick. And so if we can, it's sort of the win-win, like we were talking about earlier on the fire department. If we can convert convention center to workforce housing and work with the developer to make that change, And so we still have the public portion on the development. And do some of the tax incremental financing and other things that Ms. Roverud was talking about. And we do some incentives. We need to have the stick in our back pocket, but I much prefer not waiting another 10 years for something to happen. And so if we can incentivize, and to be clear, I've worked in economic development for a long time. I don't believe that cities should give away the farm. I am furious with previous councils and what they did, not requiring a performance bond and giving away the farm across the street with the gondola and all of those things that they thought were good at the time, and that we have seen to the detriment of our community. And we're dealing with the implications of now. I don't believe that cities should give away everything in order to get possible future benefits. We need to value ourselves. We should value ourselves. But giving away incentives is a good thing. This tax incremental financing and opportunity zones and things like that. I think those are good things that we can do without undervaluing ourselves, because South Lake Tahoe and the State Line area is valuable to developers. The only way we can do it is having that public portion on the property, and converting convention center to housing makes perfect sense, while also having a stick in our back pocket. And I think, at least in my opinion, that would be the way to go.
Thank you, Mr. Robbins.
I will start off by acknowledging that I am broadly of the same mind as Councilwoman Wallace. And when that happens, you know this is a thing. So I will acknowledge that up front. I am nominally, I would be in the default position of being this is so infuriating and such a thorn and something that has so outraged the public that I absolutely would be nominally all on board with the stick and more stick. But the reality has to also be acknowledged that, yeah, that might result in even longer delays. I commented something similarly about the rec center, where if we wanted to undo it and then start again, it would be even longer delays. So that is for real, and we have to operate within the real world that actually exists. But again, align with Ms. Wallace's point, that we have to have a real, meaningful plan B stick in our back pocket that's more or less, it's kind of ready to go. Something that right now we don't have handy, and we need to come at this from both ends. Absolutely, not just one, not just the carrot, but we have to have both capacities for a carrot and stick ready. And I will also say that I also agree that a possible model to do that is to say that if the current plan, that carrots might be available if the current plan were to include workforce housing. That's an excellent location. The jobs, a huge proportion of our jobs are right there. It's on a transit stop. It's next to the gondola. So having workforce housing as part of that development would be a major win. But if we're going to do a carrot, it's got to come with real performance requirements that are rigorous and enforceable and meaningful. That we can't say, here's another carrot, and then 10 years to be like, well, thanks for the carrot, it's still a hole. Like, we can't do this again. And that was what was lacking when the council did this originally. That's how we got here. So I'm not willing to do benefits and public benefits in exchange for a promise for workforce housing. It'd have to be in exchange for an agreement to do a public benefit component. I like workforce housing as absolutely the top priority for that. That then also comes with rigorous performance requirements and deadlines to actually do the construction for that. And I think that's a good way. And if not, if that is something that can't be made to work out, then something along the lines of we forcibly acquire we get investment from a developer who's interested in it, they give us money, we forcibly acquire the property to hand over, and then they have a public benefit component to a seizure that we do on that property. We seize the properties the first time around, there's no reason we can't do that again, but have a public benefit component. And that is the plan B of doing the reset. But that reset would still come with those same public benefit components. But you're right, it would take longer, but if the developer's not going to get it done now anyway, if the carrot doesn't get us now, then that would be a type of aggressive aggressive stick. And then in the meantime, I want to see enforcement, I want to see blight, I want to understand, and not just limited to that which we may think is economically motivating. If the most we can cite is $1,000 a day and 360 grand a year is not economically motivating, maybe not, but that's money that should be coming to us no matter what. It's something we can do now, it's not nothing. And so even if that isn't something that would necessarily move the developer's needle, it's something that we should still be doing as an option if the developer doesn't agree to get a move on. I'm also concerned, lastly, that in over a decade we haven't spoken with the developer directly. We haven't had, right? I asked if we had talked to the property owner in any recent time, and I believe the answer to that was no, right? I heard that correctly, that we haven't spoken to the actual owner?
I have not. I can't speak for past city managers or others that may have talked to them.
So
And
it
there
might
have
have
been
been long ago, but certainly not in the relatively recent history.
And there have been different owners in the last decade as well.
So we need to have a conversation with the actual owner to say the city has reached the limits of our patience here, and that the council is not going to be tolerant of this project remaining in this limbo, hole in the ground, rusting away concrete hulk of a state. One way or another, this is going to get resolved, and that has to be communicated. That can't just be, we have a meeting, we have staff direction, it stays in-house, and it's never brought to the actual person who has decision-making power in terms of the property owner. So that's where my head is on that. So largely strongly aligned with Ms. Wallace, with pretty close, and that's a thing when that happens.
Right on. Thank you, Mr. Robbins. Mr. Friedrich.
Maybe we'll start with a question for Ms. Roberud or others on staff. I just wanted to follow up on the public comment. Mr. Dixon, Melissa, I didn't get her last name again, and then Mr. Chan with the developer of the condominium units above the retail and all the concerns expressed. He offered some remediation. That the previous commenters expressed concern they hadn't heard what the plans were. There hadn't been communication. So there seems like there's some enforcement issues, making sure we're protecting the interest of the retail folks being impacted on the ground floor. Can you just provide an update on what we're doing to track and enforce this situation and convene the parties if necessary, or anything else to respond to the concerns that were raised?
Sure. So our enforcement authority with respect to the building permit is for compliance with the building code. So as I mentioned, we do have an inspector going there every day to observe construction activities. There have not been construction activities for, I'm going to say about the last 2 weeks, due to the pending litigation between the two parties, where there was a temporary restraining order, so the contractor was not able to continue with construction. Our building official, Jeremy Harrison, has been out there talking with the Imperium Blue representatives, the tenants in those commercial units, and really doing everything in his power to make sure that people understand that cleanup and remediation needs to continue, and needs to continue in a manner that's compliant with the building code. But like I said, the actual enforcement of how those two parties are being impacted by the construction is not something that we have the authority to do through the building permit. I understand there is an agreement between the two parties to allow for the construction. The city is not a party to that.
All right, well, thank you. I'm glad you're on top of that, and look forward to updates and hopeful resolution certainly before winter. And then just on the larger, the hole in the ground, I concur with my colleagues. I think our message is, we're done with the status quo. Mr. Bass, you mentioned things have changed from 18 years ago on building standards and whatnot. There also could well have changed what community needs and desires are. That's why I think it would be, the project was originally brought forward as a developer-driven project. I think there's an opportunity here to say what it is that the community wants right now, whether it's housing or public amenities or, public space or what have you. And then to have a process to provide that input and see if we can align that with the kind of incentives that we want to provide for the kind of development that the community wants in the first place, and do that on a parallel track with serious enforcement and the stick actions. Perhaps we throw it open to a request for information among planners and developers, and to say what kind of ideas can be brought forward with some basic principles of the kind of elements we want, just to put it out there and start getting some concepts going. And then we just say that whether it's the existing developer or a potential new one, this is what we're looking at. Here's how we're willing to incentivize on the carrot side this vision. And and here's simultaneously what we're willing to do to enforce the current state of affairs. So I really think we need to kind of also go on both tracks, but get serious about kind of defining what it is we want to see there, and not just reacting to whether we're willing to provide a little incentive. I am sensitive to the idea we don't want to delay things and have another long process, but there has been a long process. It wouldn't hurt to start right now, just define a basic vision of what that is and a process to get there.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Friedrich. Yeah, so, for me, I feel that, as we've gone through this process and we look at the economic times and the interest rates that were here through the time that this developer could have developed, it's hard for me to think that now with the interest rates much higher, construction costs much higher, that they're actually going to get on and do something now, when for the last 7 to 8 years that they've owned it, they've done nothing, and we've seen the stock market go from 11,000 to 35,000 or something. So that the economic times have never been better to develop this, not today, but 5 years ago. And so thinking that we need to, and essentially wait for this developer and not be afraid that, we may have to restart a project that, 2 to 3 years of environmental reviews and planning and all of the things that it would take to do that, to me, it is the right way to go. Because I feel like, just as Mr. Friedrich said, there are different community needs. When this was built, the event center wasn't imagined, and the convention center really, in my mind, still could fit there. But again, I think that's why going out to a public process again and seeing what would be the community desire. The difference, between the event center and what was proposed as a convention center are much different. The event center is more of an arena-style setting with an 18,000 square foot floor space that you can have a very small expo-style event. However, what we had proposed here was close to 100,000 contiguous feet, which really allows for a convention or somebody that's organizing those type of events to really bring a different scale of an event to town, which for us, Tuesday through Thursday, large events would be great. And the event center actually very much could complement those kind of large scale events, because you have your large keynotes and larger events in the event center, and your daytime expo would be on our side of the lake. So there are different things that I think, again, this whole public process would be great to almost reopen. But as where we stand, I think that kind of first things first is we need to call the developer to the table, and we need to say, look, first things is we've got to get into a new development agreement and start those negotiations. And if they're unwilling to, I think that opens the next door of using more of the stick. But if they're willing to come back to the table and say, look, we've got to go through a new development agreement process, well, then maybe we start that on that process and leave the stick aside for a minute to see how those negotiations go. But if they're not willing to work with us and honestly to see what's happened over the last 6 weeks or so, and kind of the disregard that they've had for tenants, the reaction that they've had to the point that somebody had to go get a stay from the court, I don't have a lot of faith personally in that. But I'm saying, let's bring them to the table and let's open this the development agreement. And part of that would have to have a performance bond to get to a new development agreement. And part of those things that we could force the current developer and owner to essentially develop in the right way. And then if not, and if they're not willing to come to the table, for me, it's about finding every single possible way to force the development, to force new ownership. And there's, I think, many tools that we can do to make that happen. And I feel that, yeah, we have gone through 18 years since the project first was imagined to now a hole in the ground for 12 years. Again, I said it before, the economic times were never better to develop this project 5 years ago, and they did nothing. So we cannot sit here and be naive to think that in a time when the interest rates are higher, the construction cost is higher, that they're all of a sudden going to jump to develop. So, yeah, for me, first call is to get the owner to the table and decide if they will even talk about entering a new development agreement. And if they won't, well, then we open the next door and make a move that would be more enforcement to me. Mrs. Wallace.
I have a possible motion, but if you want something to say, go ahead.
Sorry, I have a couple questions and clarifying comments if I can, Mayor Pro Tem. So, great discussion. I think it's been a long time since this has been talked about at the council in a public forum, but just for everyone to understand, I want to make sure it's on the record. I have met with Carlson Chan, who called in. He's the owner's representative, but he's not the owner. So I have no problem continuing to work through him and seeing how high we can have that conversation. That's fine. I want to make sure there's clear understanding that the building code process does not allow us the opportunity to not approve permits submitted in conformance with what those rules are that we have on the books. So, for instance, that Atlanta Phase 2 permit that was submitted, comments were submitted back in February of 23, a few months back. They have not yet resubmitted the plans. If those were to come in, we would be obligated by the oath we take to enforce the laws of the city and the state of California. So I want you to know that that's something we would have to do. The comment about active building development agreement, there is no development agreement. There never was. There was some operating agreement for engaging in a partnership, but development agreements typically sit in place of the entitlement process, which is the planning process. This city historically has never done those. I think it would behoove us if we had that opportunity to engage in one, because it would allow us to have tighter parameters on what the expectations are and the performance standards are as we move forward. But there is nothing and no leverage for us to say they have to get into a development agreement at this time. And finally, this common conversation about public benefit conversation. We are engaging in an area plan process right now with the TCAP. I think we should make sure that this item comes up. I'm going to direct Ms. Roverud right now to work with our planning staff and make sure that this is a part of the information that goes to the Planning Commission, and that this work its way through our public review process that'll ultimately come to council in December. Great discussion. I just want to make sure some of that's on the record. So our staff is protected that if we issue a permit, we're obligated to. And with that being said, I think we do really need a specific motion, Councilmember Wallace, because there's a lot of discussion here, and I want to make sure we capture it and start working proactively to make something happen here, because the status quo is not acceptable.
And if you don't mind, just
No,
your
please,
motion. And so in hearing that we don't have any development agreement, I think it was called like an ownership agreement of some sort.
That's correct.
Okay. Again, that's kind of why if they aren't willing to come into an agreement to get into, like, if they're not willing to do the development agreement, then that tells us right away. We need to know, we need to move to the next track. And so, yeah, we may not have the right, but they have the right to come to the table and do what's right. And one other thought that I didn't think about was the structural, getting a structural engineer. After what we've seen, the building collapses in Florida, building collapses in Ohio recently, I think it's being looked at a lot more stringently, what rebar and concrete and the elements have an effect on. And so getting a real, I don't know if it's a third-party structural engineer to really, put a stamp on that this is okay to be built on, I think is critical. And of course, if that wasn't able to be stamped, that would greatly change. Okay. So yeah, I think I'm good.
Did you want to say something, Mr. Robbins?
Yeah, I just, I want to be clear, my thinking when I talk about the stick side is not merely about blight code or, the citations and fines, but about being more forceful about seizing the property, about potentially bringing in a third party, a new third party who's interested in developing that site with a community benefit component, housing at the top of the list, and then provides the money that the city can use to condemn the location and then turn it over for development in the future with a performance bond or with a proper, development agreement associated with that. That's when we're talking about sticks, it's not just about, some fines in the corners here. It's about looking at starting anew, like the project did again, but doing it correctly this time with development, with a proper development agreement. So I just want to be clear that when we talk about enforcement, that's what I mean by enforcement. I don't know if we're all on the same page, but it sounds like there's consensus there. But I think that's important to clarify. In addition to
I would
that.
just caution the council on including anything about eminent domain in the motion because we don't have there is no third party interested in developing the property so far as we know, and the city doesn't have funds to pay the just compensation for that property or a project lined up. So I would just caution on that.
Can the motion suggest that staff seek out any potentially interested third parties as part of staff actions who might be interested in that?
Council can include that in a motion if you'd like. However, there would be nothing stopping such a third party from purchasing the property directly now. So I'm just not sure that's out there.
If it's for sale.
I have an idea. You just write this down. Here's my motion. I make a motion that we provide direction to the staff regarding potential financing options, which include all of the following. Direct financial contributions only to housing on the property, a commitment to fee reductions, the creation of a Melrose Community Facilities District, special tax assessment and support bonds to support bond sales, tax increment financing district, enhanced infrastructure financing district, and infrastructure and revitalization financing district. Possible enforcement options, which could include blight, nuisance, and others. And that we pursue a possible development agreement with the owners that includes a performance bond and strict timelines to development. That it also includes a structural engineer assessment on the parking area. And in addition to all of that, that we pursue all avenues to development on the project area, period. And that would cover what you're talking about.
Will that direction adequately cover investigation of potential third-party transfers? Or does that need to be spelled out more explicitly in the motion?
I didn't really hear that in there. But.
That we pursue all avenues to development of the project area.
Or do we want to say including third-party something?
I was trying not to get that specific on that one, while also being specific that we want to pursue development at all costs.
I think it's clear. You're just watching me think how operationally we go about that, so the direction's clear to me.
Great.
Okay, that's my motion.
So a question, I've raised this a couple of times, in terms of like all these incentives.
So usually you need a second before you have discussion.
Oh.
That's Robert's rules and our parliamentary rules. Sorry, I'm gonna be a stickler. So it either needs a second, and then we have discussion, and then we throw it out if we don't like it.
If we want to have discussion, we can just not second it for now, and then just come back and rerun the exact same motion in a
Okay.
minute. Is that allowed?
That's allowed.
Okay.
The right thing is there's a motion on the floor. If there's no second, then
Then it
continue
dies.
discussion.
That's parliamentary.
And we can you can bring in the exact same motion.
I'm okay with that.
Okay, fine, then fine. So I want to give John his chance.
So it fails for a second.
I generally supportive of that, and I was just going to suggest that we pair the incentive offerings with what it is that we're asking to incentivize, or that we're offering to incentivize. You mentioned housing. I guess in my view that we would say that we would offer a package of potential incentives in service of a community vision for this site, which could come out of the TCAP. Right. I mean, out of what Mr. Urban mentioned as that process to determine what exactly it is we're trying to create in the first place, which could be housing, but it also could be other public amenities, right? So I wouldn't just say I think you said just housing. To me, it would be, we're willing to offer a suite of carrots, a suite of potential incentives on behalf of developing what it is we want, a community vision for the site that perhaps is nested most appropriately in the TCAP. So I would just.
To be clear, what I said was, we're talking about housing, but I said the direct financial contributions could only be used for housing, because in my opinion, I would only be willing to give direct city financial contributions to the project only for housing. If something else wanted to be on that project, in the city's benefit or in the community's benefit, wonderful. But the only way I would be willing to give direct monetary funds of the community or of the city to that project would be in the housing arena. Because I go back to economic development. Cities need to value themselves, and they shouldn't give away the farm to developers. And that's what our previous councils have done. And so the only dollars that we're going to hand to any developer would be for housing. Let me rephrase that. The only time I would vote for dollars to go to a developer would be for housing. So that's why I said that. That's why I worded that way. Sorry. I just want to be very clear.
Well, just to follow up, and again, I come back to Ms. Roberts, and, partner motivated to build with public benefit. To me, there could be other public benefit elements. There could be, public safety assets like we were discussing earlier. There could be open space. There could be areas for the public to gather that could be allowed by those various the package of incentives. So sure, I would love to see more housing, but I would say why not just leave it open in terms of like what, if we have a vision that who knows what comes forth of how we want to develop the property. Let's leave it open for how we could incentivize it.
If all of you guys are fine with that, that's great. I will never vote for dollars, just straight tax dollars, to go for anything other than housing. All of these other incentives, the Melrose, the tax increment, all of those can be used for public benefit. But dollar for dollar, if it's not housing, I just can't support it, personally.
Yeah, I'm kind of, certainly, I'm a little stronger on that even. I'm not super keen on seeing the other benefits at hand. Yes, dollars for sure, and also the other benefits that were listed, tax incentive, fee reduction, et cetera. Given the site, the location, the nature of the need right now, I'm not saying that there'll never be a case ever for needing something else. It's a big world, but in this location, I think housing would be hands down the thing we would want to incentivize. So I would like to see the public, if there's going to be in the general case for carrots associated with the project, I want to see some workforce housing the amount of carrot relative to workforce housing we get out of it to be negotiated, but I would like to see some workforce housing as part of that development with all of the development agreements and the contractual obligations and the requirements to actually build the thing that go with it, obviously. But yeah, housing, not just for public funds, but for the public benefits in general. You know, I kind of half joke that we could put the city hall there, but not really. I mean, I would rather see that housing is what we need, right?
Yeah, I largely agree. My only thought is that does the housing, we definitely should require the workforce housing to be built. Does it necessarily have to be put on that site? Or can the developer put it on a different parcel so that he meets it? And to me, it would be yes. I mean, I live next to 2 hotels right next to them, and it's not the greatest place to live next to hotels. So our workforce, like, and maybe we create a requirement that it has to be within so many feet or whatever, but just that core, as a local, I don't think is exactly where you may want to be living. So maybe we just create a requirement, but I don't think it needs to be on the site, in my opinion.
I would generally think it's a good spot for that, but I'm willing to be flexible on that.
I'm flexible on
I'm willing to
that.
be flexible on the location. I do think that having apartment-style housing, having apartment-style housing there is fine. I think, you know, I grew up in a city, so, but I don't think we have to be proscriptive about it having to be there if they want to build a housing development somewhere else in lieu of their, I'm not gonna blink at that.
Yeah, I just wanted to, I think we might be getting ahead of ourselves because
Fair enough.
staff is looking for direction on kind of initial steps, and we're kind of getting into designing the whole
Yeah, fair enough.
site.
So
Do we want to rehash?
I reiterate my motion, the same exact motion.
Can you reread it? for
Yeah,
us?
I can try. Okay. I make a motion that we provide direction to the city manager regarding potential public financing options, which are direct financial contributions to housing only, a commitment to fee reductions, the creation of a Melrose Community Facilities District, and special tax assessment to support bond sales, tax increment financing district, enhanced infrastructure financing district, and infrastructure and revitalization financing district. And then we also have an develop enforcement, blight, nuisance, and so on, that we pursue a development agreement that includes a performance bond and strict timelines for development, that we pursue, that we also include a structural engineer's assessment on the parking area, and that we also pursue all avenues to development outside of this, in case none of this works with the current developer.
Like the last one a little bit.
Second, sure.
Right.
We have a motion and a second.
That was Mr. Bass on the second, correct? Okay, I got that right. That motion carries.
All right, well, with that, we are going to go ahead and take our lunch. It is 12:45. We will return at 1:15.
So, good afternoon. Happy to be here. My name is Zach Thomas, Housing Manager for the city. Excuse me. Before the council today is a presentation of a supplemental commercial linkage fee analysis. Now, this analysis is part of the overall analysis, this is a mouthful, the overall analysis of local funding sources for housing initiatives, AKA the Housing Funding Study. And this was initially presented back to council in January and had additional studies done and has come to council several times. This particular supplemental analysis is the second part of additional analysis that was requested by the City Council on May 2nd. The other component was the enhanced inclusionary housing analysis that was presented to the City Council on August 8th. At that time, the City Council directed the drafting of a inclusionary housing ordinance, and that is underway. That will be back to the council. Much like the original study, this additional analysis presented here analyzed the nexus, or the connection between new retail development and the induced workforce demand as well as the feasibility of the commercial development to absorb the fee. So a nexus study and a feasibility study. However, this enhanced study considered the nexus and feasibility associated with a larger lifestyle shopping center, kind of roughly modeled after the Bijou Marketplace near Ski Run and Lake Tahoe Boulevard, containing the Whole Foods shopping grocery store. The analysis also updated findings associated with the analysis prepared for the tourist mixed-use condotel and retail development that was presented in the original report.
Recording in progress.
It's okay. Start over. Start over with the whole study? No. Excuse me, I will back up slightly. So this analysis did update the findings associated with the analysis prepared for the tourist mixed-use condotel with retail development. That's basically modeled after the item on the previous item that the council heard before the lunch break. The findings of this study are centered around the feasibility of a commercial linkage fee applied to these types of commercial prototypes under the current economic conditions. And this is an important concept to keep in mind as we go through this presentation. It's really based on a snapshot of today's conditions. For several factors, commercial real estate is in general showing a diminished ability to absorb a commercial linkage fee. And this has changed kind of recently to a large degree. The feasibility is largely based on the analysis of what's called the market capitalization rate, or cap rate, associated with the development. This is an accepted industry standard for determining the feasibility of commercial development in market conditions. In summary, current analysis indicates that a commercial development consisting of either small individual retail pads or a larger shopping center, as just mentioned, would be unlikely to absorb additional commercial linkage fees of any size, again, with the current market conditions. However, the analysis does indicate that a larger tourist mixed-use condotel or condo hotel with retail likely would have a lower justifiable linkage fee, and this is based on a lower kind of employment generation impact, and would likely be able to absorb the fee. There is an important caveat, however. Under the study, the retail component of this type of development would basically be subsidized by the development of the larger kind of condotel component, because it's mixed use. And as such, any linkage fee applied to the commercial or retail component could influence the kind of the holistic design of the project. In simple terms, less retail could be incorporated as a function of the developer's decision on how to design the project. The initial report also included in the council's packet as an attachment analyzed a commercial linkage fee associated with standalone hotel developments. The analysis indicated that neither a smaller boutique hotel, largely roughly based on the Desolation Hotel, nor a larger hotel modeled the prototype after the Hampton Inn development would be likely to absorb much in the way of a new linkage fee. Since this analysis originally back in January, market conditions have actually gotten kind of more challenging with rising interest rates, things like that. So, one could conclude that it's just more the case now. In total summary, while the Nexus study part of the analysis clearly demonstrates an induced workforce impact generated by commercial development, so there's definitely an impact. You add commercial, retail, needs workforce. The feasibility study suggests that current market conditions make the ability for commercial development to absorb the fee unlikely. As such, staff does not recommend the imposition of a commercial linkage fee at this time. Again, this recommendation is based on the challenging market conditions kind of currently facing commercial development, as well as the low potential that a linkage fee that would be consistent and reliable source of funding for city housing programs would actually generate that income. So it's kind of a cost benefit. Is yes, there might be some commercial development that could absorb the fee if it were high end, things like that. But in terms of it being a reliable source of ongoing funding for housing programs, it would likely not occur. And in the meantime, might discourage otherwise other retail development that might not be able to absorb the fee. So it's kind of for those two reasons. It should be noted, however, that market conditions are dynamic. They change as we see, even quickly. Conditions such as lower interest rates, lower construction costs may significantly influence linkage fee feasibility in the near future. As such, it is reasonable for the council to continue to explore additional analysis or options in the future regarding a linkage fee, because market conditions do rapidly change. And so this is just again, a recommendation in today's, snapshot in time. At this point, I'm happy to answer any questions. We also have the consultant from BAE Urban Economics, Aaron Hussein. I believe the council is familiar with him. He's sitting here. He is available to answer any questions the council might have. He is the author of the study. And so in terms of technical questions, for example, what is a market cap rate? He's really good at answering that, and he can tell you exactly, kind of explain the conclusions or any questions the council have. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Mr. Thomas. All right, so we'll open it up to questions. Mr. Robbins.
Yeah, I want to clarify my understanding, my read of the materials here is that the assessment is that the induced demand for housing from a retail development is more than the induced demand for housing from a hotel development. Is that understanding broadly correct? That the assessment here is that a hotel would have less induced demand for housing than a shopping center?
That is correct. That is what the study is basically saying.
Given that the shopping centers are full of people who are coming here and staying in hotels, because that's how they're getting here, how is that conclusion reached?
Well, I'd be happy to invite Aaron up here to answer that. It's technical.
Great. Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the council. So to answer Councilmember Robins's question, and again, my name is Aaron Hussein with BAE Urban Economics, is the induced employment impacts are based on employment densities of the commercial use. So essentially, it's that retail employs more people per square foot or has fewer square feet per employee compared to a hotel use.
Yeah, but we can't think that seems like the analysis is being done in the vacuum of that without consideration of the broader impact. If we build a new hotel, those people in those hotels will go shopping at the various shopping centers and go to our various retail and require more staff at the retail, at the restaurants, the places where they go, then that's not a consideration that can reasonably be taken in isolation. If we add hundreds of new hotel units, then it's not just the jobs that are created that induce demand for the hotel alone. It's all of the guests that come to the hotel that then induce demand secondarily by all the other businesses they go to.
So under state law, I believe the way you have to calculate the nexus is associated with direct impacts. So it's only associated with the people employed by the project, not necessarily other housing impacts associated with broader spending in the economy.
I mean that seems if we're forced there by state regulations, that's unfortunate, but that certainly seems short-sighted, because if we open a new retail shopping center, but there's no new hotel rooms, the total number of people doing shopping on a day-to-day basis doesn't significantly increase because we haven't added more capacity for tourists to come and stay here, and we haven't added more housing because it's not it's tourist capacity that is driving the stays. This doesn't seem like it's correctly structured for a tourism-oriented community. if we were a city like a Sacramento or a San Francisco where tourism is non-trivial, but small component of the economy overall, maybe that makes more sense to consider in isolation, but that doesn't seem to make sense here.
Well, generally speaking, if you wanted to address that concern, you'd want to apply something like a commercial linkage fee to hotel projects as well as commercial and retail projects. So you'd be capturing employment within both sectors of the economy.
And it would seem like the thing we would want to do is it would seem to me that the induced demand for housing is driven at a higher ratio from new hotel construction, because that brings in more tourists. The tourists then go shopping, the tourists then go dining. That means they also need more servers, more cooks, more everything else. In addition to the fact that the hotel itself needs more housekeepers and janitorial and so on. That's just the initial demand, but the induced demand from the hotel is being completely ignored, and that is a major driver of where the demand for employment is coming from, the tourism industry.
So given the way that you're required to structure impact fees, which is what a commercial linkage fee is, in order to address the full range of impacts you're describing, you'd want to levy a commercial impact fee on the hotel project directly, as well as then on the retail projects. Then you'd be capturing employment generated directly by the hotel project, as well as employment generated by, induced tourist spending at retail establishments within the city.
I mean, when you talk about commercial linkage, when you talk about these additional fees, there's fees on new construction versus fees on existing operations. And are we talking only about new construction at this point? Yeah, I mean, the concern is that, but the fee ratio seems backwards. It seems like you'd want to have, the fee is more relevant and should be higher on hotels than it is on this is, I guess, the equivalent of an in lieu fee for residential, right, is the commercial linkage. It's the same idea, but for retail and lodging. So you would want that in lieu fee to be higher for hotels than you would want for commercial, because the hotels are what's driving people to come up and driving the employment demand. Right. It's workers for the tourism industry.
Yes.
We're just not allowed to structure it. We're just not allowed to structure those commercial linkage in lieu fees in a way that is
That's correct.
That is logical.
So you're restricted in terms of the fee that you can apply based on the direct nexus generated by the project. If you want to account for the additional induced employment created by new tourist spending, you have to apply the linkage fee on the retail.
But that doesn't capture the fact that the induced employment and the induced housing associated with that comes from existing businesses requiring additional servers, an additional line cook, an additional checkout clerk, an additional ski patroller, an additional, boot fitter. Within existing constructed established businesses, that's where the induced demand is, not just new construction.
Right.
And so that hotel has those knock-on induced effects for employment that come with housing that aren't necessarily at all associated with new construction, just businesses hiring more staff. And you're saying there's no way we can capture that in the commercial linkage fee for a hotel?
I believe under existing impact fee law, you're not able to do that. It has to be associated with the direct impacts of the project.
Is that the concurrence of our council?
Yes, it is.
That stinks.
All right, are you good to go?
I'm sure to have more questions, but I'll leave it for others.
All right, Mrs. Wallace.
Are you seeing a decline in commercial commercial linkage fees in other communities based on the reasons that you gave or that you cited for not recommending us instituting one? Are other communities doing away with them?
So other communities are facing similar economic challenges towards new development. The example cited in the memo regarding increase in capitalization rates, I'm seeing that all across the state. Now, that doesn't necessarily translate into communities repealing or pausing their commercial linkage fee policies necessarily. That usually, in order for that process to occur, it usually requires somebody to complain about it. And there has to be development occurring for somebody to have the interest to go through the process to do that. That said, from my professional perspective, given the current estimated feasibility of commercial development in South Lake Tahoe within current market conditions, it's probably not the best time to institute a new commercial linkage fee requirement on commercial development. Rather, I'd recommend monitoring the market for conditions to improve and be ready to implement one as conditions start to improve and you expect to see new projects coming forward.
And what conditions, what market conditions would have to take place in order for us to get a recommendation from you to do that?
That's a great question. Now, that can vary considerably depending on a variety of factors. One key metric to monitor, again, is capitalization rates. Capitalization rates function not only as a financial metric, but as a measure of risk in the development market. And what really determines feasibility in many cases is when cap rates are high enough to where people can invest in other places and achieve a better return. And so watching for cap rates to come back down again, that's an indicator of improving sentiment in the development community, that they're willing to accept a little bit more risk in the market. That's usually accompanied by improving interest rates, increasing rental rates or for sale prices, general increases in overall valuations. I wouldn't necessarily expect to see big drops in construction costs, but that could also be an important metric.
Thank you.
Mr. Friedrich, just waiting for my permission. Thank you, Mr. Hussein. So a couple of lines of questioning here. TRPA recently approved a couple of high-end developments, Waldorf Astoria, Crystal Bay. There's the 947 condo project in Incline Village. Both had housing contributions that you could call commercial linkage fees of sorts. They both had contributions, either land or housing, as a mitigation measure. They're both kind of high-end development that absorbed it, I guess, and to use this lingo, right? And they went forth, and they were happy to. It seemed like a minor impediment. And we just previously had a discussion about an imagined hopeful development and the hole in the ground. If we imagine a $50 million project there, we were talking about we would contribute to housing. That would create a lot of housing need where there would be a linkage. So given that there's been a commercial linkage of sorts in other parts of the basin for similar type developments, given that we are looking at inclusionary housing impact fees for someone just building a 2,500 or 3,000 square foot home, we're kind of concluding that they could, quote, absorb the impact. Why is it that we think like larger scale projects that could not absorb that in our jurisdiction where they could elsewhere in the basin, and where we're also concluding in the same market conditions, just average homeowners can absorb it through an inclusionary housing fee?
Right. So all very good questions. I'll start with the question about in particular speaking to commercial development only. So like something similar to Bijou Marketplace or a standalone retail pad. The key determinant there, again, is capitalization rate and developer expectations on returns and acceptance of risk. In 2019, when that project was developed, they had a cap rate of 4.3%. The project pencils quite nicely at a 4.5% or 4.3% cap rate, even at current construction costs. The challenge is that given increases in interest rates, investor expectations regarding contractions in consumer spending over the next couple quarters, which may or may not materialize, it's meaning that investors are becoming more conservative with regard to investments in commercial real estate, in particular retail. Office is a totally different thing that we're not really even talking about in this context. Which really is what makes something like a large-scale lifestyle center in South Lake Tahoe unlikely to pencil within the current market. Now, if conditions change, we get a big kind of influx of new consumer spending, interest rates start coming down, you'll see cap rates start to drop, and then projects become feasible again. With regard to a large-scale mixed-use project, that's a much more complex dynamic, depending on who the players are, where the project is located. Admittedly, North Lake Tahoe is a little bit more of a premium brand than South Lake Tahoe with regard to, average daily rates for hotel rooms, condo prices, et cetera. Most of those projects are baking on pretty high condominium sale prices to a large extent. And then the commercial components are being incorporated as sort of a kind of side piece, part of the overall experience that they're selling to those condo buyers and potential hotel occupants. Generally speaking, that's likely what's driving the interest in new development. Now, those projects are still in the planning phases. None of those have broken ground. There's quite a long distance between where they are in the process and actually getting a realized project. And those developers are incorporating that into their financial models, admittedly. So it's more of a mid to long-term prospect for them at this stage.
Well, I guess just a follow-up question. I know there were a few references in the staff report to this not being a reliable source of funding, which is, and I just want to maybe parse that out from being an appropriate linkage fee for kind of a similar high. Imagine that we had a luxury condo development here, or we had a Waldorf Astoria type place, the hole in the ground, or we had a, projects similar to those where they've absorbed those fees and they have rightly, in my view, been expected to make a contribution toward the housing that they're inducing through their development, and that's and that has not at all impeded those developments. Could you just maybe speak to that as a planning tool, separate from it being a reliable source of funding when it's applied across the board?
Sure. So, admittedly, these types of projects are intermittent in South Lake Tahoe. So it wouldn't be an even consistent source of funding over time. You'd get large chunks of fund periodically with uneven intervals. The analysis that we did identified that a mixed-use project probably could absorb the commercial linkage fee component. That said, given that the retail component seems less viable compared to the condotel and condominium component, it would likely be receiving some form of subsidy from the condotel component. So adding an additional fee essentially provides an incentive to the developer to minimize the commercial component to the extent possible, so they're minimizing their fee burden. And so they'd really be inclined to only include the amount of commercial space that they really feel like they absolutely need to create the consumer experience they're looking for.
Robbins, clarifying questions?
Yeah, couple of questions. Can we do, or is it within the authority of the city to do a commercial linkage on, say, hotels but not retail, or retail but not hotels? Can we choose one or the other, or does it have to be both? What is the authority within the city there to choose? What's the discretion?
Generally, we can draw lines like that. You just need to make sure there's a reason to do it that would stand up to scrutiny. Under a rational basis type analysis.
Because one, we believe the economics of one and not the other will pencil out and allow development at all. Would that seem like that would meet rational basis review?
I'm not sure what you're proposing, but.
If we chose one but not the other, because the analysis showed that the one that we avoided would not allow projects to pencil out in general and not allow them to be profitable in general, would that meet rational basis review?
Yeah, the feasibility is a required part of the analysis under the Mitigation Fee Act, so if it's not feasible, we wouldn't be able to adopt it.
So I would like to try to get a sense of scale, because the linkage for hotels was listed at $44. That's the impact for induced housing estimation from that development as measured in isolation. That's correct? As the nexus amount, or the nexus amount, right?
Yeah, that would be correct.
Help me translate that into actual projects. What would that be for a Hampton Inn, a clone of the Hampton Inn project? What would that actually be in terms of money, in terms of actual dollars for that project? Because rather than thinking in square feet, I want to put an example to it. And similarly, what would it be for, if Latitude 69 were built on this side of the state line, what would it be for that project? Just to get some data points as to how much we're actually talking about here.
Right. So I don't have those numbers in front of me, but I'm sure that's something I could help staff prepare for you.
Okay. Because I don't, per square foot, I don't have an offhand understanding of how many square foot is in the base camp hotel, how many square feet is in the Hampton Inn, how many square feet and it's occupied square feet, or does that include the parking lots? Like I'm trying to get a sense of, give me some example projects and example dollars that are associated with that, and how much revenue that would actually generate per type of project. I don't have a good sense of that, and I think that's necessary to come to an informed decision.
All right. If there's no more questions, we will move to public comment. Thank you for being here.
Do you have any questions?
No, I've got more discussion points. I think most of them got asked. Anybody in the room that would like to give us public comment? Seeing none, we will go to an online platform.
Yeah, we'll go to our Zoom platform to anyone who might want to provide public comment on item 15. No public comment at this time, Mayor Pro Tem.
All right, we will bring it back to council for more discussion and/or a motion. Go right ahead.
I'd like to see the commercial linkage for hotels. I think for another, that is the driving force for housing needs, for induced housing needs in our community, is people working in the tourism sector. That's the people that need the housing, and they're coming, the tourists are coming and staying in the hotels. That's where the induced housing demand is originated. It's unfortunate that we are apparently required to do that analysis in such a constricted way and not consider the sequential effects of that induced demand. But if that's what we're allowed to do, the fact that it is inconsistent funding is something to recognize, but inconsistent funding is still funding. And any amount that we can put towards housing, consistent or otherwise, is still additional funds that we can put towards housing. We can account in our decision making that source of funding is bursty, and that's fine. So I'd like very much to see us come back with the commercial linkage, at least for the hotel development, since that's really the source of for future hotel developments. That's really the source of demand. Recognizing that there's not a ton of hotels on the docket, so this isn't a thing that's going to be a regular source of money. It's at least something.
Great. Mrs. Wallace.
Just a clarifying question. This would only be on new construction, not on remodels, correct?
So this is Aaron Hussein again. Typically, inclusionary policies apply to new construction. Sometimes you can apply an inclusionary or a linkage fee to new square footage associated with a remodel, but typically not existing square footage.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Friedrich, you got anything or no? So yeah, my 2 cents for it, I agree with it, but I definitely hear where we're at with the cap rate and really being able to make a project pencil. And so the recommendation that we continue to review this as things get better in the marketplace, to me, makes sense. And one thing with the hotels, I agree with you that, the hotels are really what's creating the need for the housing, and there's no doubt to that. But if we create, this fee now, we're pretty much going to close the door to developers until the cap rate comes way down on any level. And when we look at, for instance, the Hampton Inn project, which is, TAUs that already existed, and if we look at the revenue that redevelopment brought in through TOT in just 1 year, we're talking way more. The majority of our budget comes from TOT and from hotels. And so at the level that we can, with some of these older motels, we want to see those redeveloped, as the Hampton Inn was a perfect project. And I think there are a considerable amount of other properties that could see that, and us adding this fee in the current market state that we're in with the cap rate and everything that's existing, we're basically going to close that door until the cap rate comes back down. And I would rather see developers that want to look at our community and look at some of these older properties being redeveloped and not kind of walking away to the next community where it will pencil out. So it's not that I don't support this, it's the timing of where we're at in the market that I personally agree with the recommendations to continue to monitor it and definitely continue to monitor the market. And as we get to a place where it makes sense and a developer would still come here and pay the fee, at that point I would be into bringing it back. But I agree with the current recommendation that we stop. And then on the retail side of things, as everybody probably knows, commercial retail is probably in about the hardest place that it's been maybe in the history of our country, due to Amazon, due to brick and mortar stores not really being a very popular place for businesses to exist in today's climate. We have so much vacant commercial square footage. So I don't know of any projects that are looking to come and build just straight storefront brick and mortar stuff. So that's my 2 cents. Mr. Friedrich?
Yes. Oh, would you like to withdraw your request?
I'm on the wrong screen.
Okay.
I'm reading.
Yeah, I think, in the spirit of continuing to monitor, I think the inclusionary housing ordinance that we'll be bringing back soon, is we're taking a step towards looking at the impact of development on housing demand, and there's various ways to collect revenues for where impacts are coming from. I do think that it's a legitimate argument to think if you're collecting fees for the kind of induced housing demand from a single family home, that by extension, it would make sense to collect fees on the larger versions of that, whether they're condos or hotel and motel rooms. And if I am sensitive to the idea if the market conditions right now would end up not producing much revenue or discouraging development that would generate the linkage fee in the first place, perhaps the timing is not ideal, assuming that we're kind of basing our conclusions on this analysis, which was commissioned, and that's the whole point of getting the data and making decisions based on the data. But I think we should not just let it go forever. We should continue to think of, if we're going to adopt an inclusionary housing ordinance, and we're thinking down the road, hopefully we get a hole in the ground development, a large scale, should not that type of project, or a latitude 39 on our side, or a incline village condo project on our side, do its share also, just like single family homeowners to pay an impact fee for housing. They're contributing to that need. So I guess I would just, lean on, it seems like for now it makes sense to kind of continue to monitor conditions, but monitor them closely, and as we adopt inclusionary housing, just think about how we're assessing this need to be part of the solution on different sectors of the economy, and take another crack at it down the line, perhaps.
All right, I have an additional question.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Robbins.
For projects that begin or that get their initial permitting, if they still haven't broken ground, but if they get their permitting and that happens before, if tomorrow we get news of a new development and it's going to take 3 years or 4 years for it to build, but it gets its initial entree into the city process soon, then that would no longer would that be exempt from future inclusionary fees for housing linkage if it is in the pipeline already? In other words, if we pass...
Normally, when you get a permit application in, that would freeze the requirements as of...
Yeah, so I'm concerned about the idea, because we don't know what's going to come in the pipeline soon, and if something big comes in the pipeline soon and we won't know that something's going to come until it drops on us, that there's been a sale and there's something that enters the pipeline, and we will lose the opportunity to get the fee. I'm also concerned because we don't know what the numbers are. I don't know what the fee means for a development the size of the Hampton Inn or the Latitude 6. I don't know what that number is, so I don't know how we can say it is or isn't worth doing, because I don't know how much fee that actually is to make it pencil out or not. I am sensitive to the concern that we want to incentivize redevelopment of we want someone to come in. Well, I would like to see, say, the Sunray turned into workforce housing. That would be my preference. But if that doesn't happen, we would want at least someone to come in and revamp that into a nicer hotel that generates TOT. That's not my first. I would rather see workforce housing, but if that's the case, that isn't something we want to discourage, right? So, but if that drops tomorrow, and we don't have a commercial linkage fee for hotels in place ahead of time, we will lose that opportunity if that becomes a Tahoe, a South Lake Tahoe Latitude 69-esque project. So that's a reason to put this in, not later, but now. And as for, again, the very reasonable concern about the current market economic conditions, I I don't think anything like that's going to be happening, is actually going to be groundbreaking for a little bit anyway, with interest rates and the construction costs the way they are now. But this is a good time to get our ducks in a row to have these fees lined up so that when the market conditions change, we're not playing catch up and having lost some big project that will have landed on our desk before we had the fees. So I'd like to see us do the commercial linkage fee for, at least for hotels, sooner rather than later. I don't see a good reason to wait on that. I think we should do it. So that's going to be my proposal.
Thank you, Mr. Robbins. Mrs. Wallace.
I'm not opposed to doing that, and here's why. We haven't, I mean, the Hampton Inn is one case, but in general, we don't have a lot of new hotels. And so, to me, it's 6 to 1, half a dozen to another. I agree that it's not probably going to happen anytime soon. And so it's a pretty low impact fee. So, but in general, I would be, my preference is to say, Mr. Thomas, let's set a benchmark of an interest rate, or a cap rate, I should say, of X amount, and when it reaches X amount, bring this back to council with the first reading. That would be my preference. But, I'm not absolutely opposed to moving forward. So.
Man, we're just having a day.
It's a little scary. I might go play the lottery or something.
What's in the coffee?
I don't drink coffee.
Excuse me. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, I guess we're.
If I can ask a clarifying question, so just hearing the conversation, it's kind of all over the place. We're going to have to get a motion, but we obviously, Mr. Thomas, are contracting with Mr. Hussein. What's this current scope of work, and how much money's left in that contract, and what does this look like if a decision's deferred, et cetera, et cetera?
So under the current contract extension approved by council in June, we're basically at kind of the fulfillment of that. They've completed the analysis associated with this commercial linkage fee as well as the inclusionary. So any future kind of analysis, or maybe an on-call kind of service to maybe look at a cap rate every 3 months, 6 months, things like that, that is something that definitely staff could bring back to council. I do think we could probably find some funding for that, in terms of, I don't think that would be a necessarily an expensive endeavor from a monitoring standpoint. I will add that right now, what we're looking at, and we're talking about hotels, under the current cap rate, the feasibility, the hotel, both the small and the large, were determined infeasible. So under the kind of the basically law situation that city attorney referenced, we couldn't implement it there. The one type that was feasible out of everything was that condo-tel, retail, mixed-use, large-scale development. That is feasible today. What staff's recommendation really centers around, and what Mr. Hussein is trying to clarify, is that it's tight, and because the retail component would be subsidized by the kind of condo hotel component, it's likely that we might see a perhaps less desirable product in terms of eliminating some of the retail that, we like in a mixed-use tourist core area. So we don't want to discourage the mixed-use component that is so desirable in the tourist core, and that's kind of where that hybrid recommendation comes from. So I just wanted to kind of clarify that one point. But in terms of kind of an ongoing market rate capitalization monitoring program, happy to, explore that. I think Mr. Hussein has that pretty dialed in terms of the other, let's say, jurisdictions kind of monitoring in the basin. So that is probably something, I don't want to speak for him, but yeah, seems reasonable. So I'll add that, thanks.
Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Thomas.
Yeah, hang on, because I just want to, let me make sure I understood your clarification correctly. If someone came in, hypothetically, if someone came in and bought out the Sunray and wanted to build a clone of the Hampton Inn, which is a hotel with a little restaurant in it, or a cafe, or a coffee shop, not a major commercial component, but a hotel with a little bit of, maybe a little bit of commercial, you're saying we could not put a linkage fee on that project, period? Regardless of what we wanted to do, we couldn't do that.
Right.
It's not
I mean,
it's not something we're allowed.
Let you speak to that, yeah.
Right, so the analysis that we initially conducted, it was part of that main report, determined that imposing an additional linkage fee on the small and medium-sized hotel would result in that development type becoming infeasible.
Small and medium includes, the Hampton Inn would be an example of that?
Correct.
Of medium, I guess?
Correct.
Oh, that's a bummer, because that's what would be in the Sunray type location.
Right.
What would a latitude 69 equivalent, what would that pen at?
I would have to look at
69 or
that
39,
in-
I can't remember. Latitude 39? Oh, sorry. All right. Sorry.
Yeah, so I would have to look at that in more detail.
I'm off by 30 latitudes.
We mainly looked at three different kind of hotel prototypes. One was loosely based on Hampton Inn, one was loosely based on Desolation, and one was loosely based on Zalanta. The only of the three that seemed to be able to absorb any type of linkage fee on the hotel component was the tourist mix use, more or less the Zalanta type model.
And the latitude would be considered mid-sized, it would be more like would be categorized with the Hampton Inn, not with the Zalanta.
Most likely.
Ah, it seems like we've agreed on something for nothing. It's a bummer. Then I would like to see, as the minute that analysis changes, I think which is the soonest, or actually, my question, can we pass it contingently? Can we pass a commercial linkage fee in a way that says when that market changes, it goes into effect automatically? Is that something we can just do now rather than having to wait for it to come back, come onto the agenda, wait another 3 months, and then blah, blah, blah? Can we pass it on a contingency basis like that now?
Well, this is probably a ordinance that would have to go to planning commission first, and then back to council. I'm not sure that that's the most efficient way to get it done, probably, but if council wanted to do that, you could direct staff to bring it to planning commission and come back to council.
Because my concern would be, the market condition changes, but it takes us 6 months to come around to finally, upon that change, if we start the process, then it could take us 6 months going to the planning, coming on calendar, going back to the planning commission, coming back to the city council, before something could get done, in which case we've lost a couple of developments. I mean, if we can do that now and just have that on the books ready to go.
Yeah, go
Let me
ahead.
ask a question, Mr. Nusane, if you can come up. So what I wanted to better understand, what's the shelf life of this study for determining our validity of the nexus?
That is an excellent question. It depends on a variety of factors, mainly related to the kind of underlying economic fundamentals. As we've seen with COVID, the foreclosure crisis, things can turn on a dime sometimes, and we can't necessarily anticipate that. I would recommend kind of starting a conversation with your development community, your local real estate brokers, to just have an ongoing check-in quarterly, every 6 months, to just try and get an ongoing understanding of market conditions and the direction that the market is headed at any given point in time. And that's just the nature of the beast. There's many, many moving parts to economies and to development markets. And while I would agree with kind of identifying a few benchmark metrics to keep an eye on, I wouldn't necessarily recommend setting a specific threshold to say we will adopt once we hit this. Because there's too many moving parts. You might hit that cap rate threshold, but construction costs have, tripled. So there's some nuance to the issue.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Well, with that, do you want a motion for us, Mr. Irvin?
Yeah, you need a motion, right?
Yes, we do. All right, Ms. Wallace.
So I'm going to make a motion providing direction to the city manager to not prepare a commercial linkage fee ordinance at this time, but to continue reviewing and keeping an eye on the market and have staff come back to us at the first available time possible to review this ordinance.
I'll second that.
That motion carries.
All right, moving on to regular new business. Item number 16, California Department of Housing and Community Development's Pro-Housing Designation Program. And this will be Ms. Wackenhut.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, and staff. My name's Jessica Wackenhut Lomeli, and I'm the Associate Housing Planner. Today I'm here to recommend that the City Council approve the resolution authorizing staff to submit an application for the California Housing and Community Development Department's Pro-Housing Designation Program. So this program really is encouraging jurisdictions to adopt policies and programs that are favorable to the creation of both multifamily and affordable housing. The City Council has already taken a lot of actions, so you should be really excited about this. So with that, I'm going to share some of the things that we've gotten points for in the application. So those include providing local funding for Sugar Pine Village, the memorandum of understanding between TRPA and city staff, where city staff can review and provide permitting on behalf of TRPA, streamlining and permitting for green building and priority permit processing for special needs groups. That includes seniors, people with disabilities, and people experiencing homelessness. And there's a lot of other things that are also included in this application. This designation also allows our jurisdiction to access the Pro-Housing Incentive Program grant, and our competitive score is really incorporated into a bunch of different funding programs across state agencies. So staff is recommending today that the City Council approve the resolution authorizing staff to submit an application for this designation. This should be done for the purpose of access and opportunities for those incentive points for the competitive grants, but also to the new grant funding that's opened up through the state. Thank you for your time and consideration. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you, Mrs. Wackenhut. Any clarifying questions? Mr. Robbins.
I'm going through the agenda packet, I'm just trying to figure out, does this actually change, does this in the short term require, induce any actual legislative changes in the short run here? It's excellent, I'm just not sure if this is something that actually, is there going to be a change in our ordinances in order to do this in any particular way?
No, this is just a resolution that council would adopt.
Okay.
All right, any other questions? Seeing none, we will go to public comment. Is there any public comment in the room? Seeing none, we'll go to our online platform.
Yeah, we'll open up Zoom for anyone who wants to provide public comment on agenda item 16. There are no public comments.
Right, bringing it back to council, looking for a motion.
I'm prepared to make a motion unless someone's burning to make additional comment. I'm thinking that we like this. So I move that we pass a resolution authorizing the city manager, Mr. Urban, to submit an application for participation in the California Department of Housing and Community Development's Pro-Housing Designation Program.
Second.
That motion carries.
All right, moving on to item number 17, affordable housing waitlist and rental registry discussion. Mr. Thomas.
It is Housing Marathon. And I have a request from the chief to go, no. I want to hear it. Yeah. Once again, good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council, Zach Thomas, Housing Manager. Before the City Council this afternoon is a discussion item about the existing affordable housing wait list and a potential registration requirement for rental properties. These items are being presented to the council as a result of two separate requests from the City Council. First, on March 28th, 2003, Mayor Pro Tem Bass, seconded by Member Wallace, requested an item be brought to council to discuss the number of people actively waiting for affordable housing in the existing affordable housing developments in town. And then on August 8th, 2023, Councilmember Robbins, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Bass, requested that an item be brought to council to consider establishing a rental registration requirement for properties that are renting. To inform the discussion surrounding the general need for affordable housing, staff compiled the wait list of the 8 income qualified properties within the city. That's a total of 344 units. For context, the Sugar Pine Village under construction will contain 248 units, just for context. The summary of the data has been provided to council as part of this report, but for the purposes of this presentation, I'll note that there are approximately 1,000 individuals on the combined list. The wait times range between 1 and 7 years, depending on the size of the unit, 1, 2, and 3 bedroom, and the type of property. So whether it's just a regular income qualified or it caters to a certain type of population. And it is worth noting that the properties serving seniors and special need populations are in especially high demand. This documentation is a data point that serves to document the number of people that are actively seeking an affordable unit versus the number of units that are immediately available. Whether reviewing real-time data, such as this, or analyzing the housing element background report, which contains a in-depth demographic and housing data. The need for affordable housing is well established, as we know. The active review of waitlist has an acute value in trying to understand real-time need and addressing policy and resource allocation decisions that the council might make. Housing policy is and should be dynamic by nature. It seeks to address the real-time impacts experienced by people. The impacts associated with the lack of affordable housing are different for everyone. For some, it simply means being cost burden. You pay a disproportionate amount of your income to housing. For others, it involves seeking crowded or substandard housing conditions. This is a situation that is addressed by other housing programs we have, such as our inspection program, housing hotline, things like that. And for others still serious, it involves a slide in homelessness. So that's kind of the extreme far end. Whatever the case, the lack of affordable housing has a real impact on people's lives and is a drag on the entire economy, local economy, on multiple fronts. While this complex story may not be captured entirely by looking at the wait list, actively monitoring the wait list may provide an indicator as to the effectiveness of the city and the community efforts to address low-income housing needs. In considering this, the City Council may choose to receive this report as informational, or to, 1, direct staff to monitor the affordable housing wait list and provide periodic updates to council regarding the status of the wait list. This could be informative, especially as more affordable housing is coming online. We're building more housing, and so it might be interesting to see, hey, what is the impact on the wait list going forward? Another option for the council would be, 2, to bring back an ordinance requiring a registration of rental properties. That was the other request made by council. This is why this is number 2. If the council desires to consider an ordinance requiring the registration of a rental property program, staff would request direction on the scope of such an ordinance. And I'll give you an example. Currently, there are approximately 2,400 units that are regulated, monitored by the city under the city's multifamily dwelling ordinance and the city's single-room occupancy ordinance. So such a rental registration program could involve these properties. It could also include multifamily properties for 6 or less units. And what I mean is the current MFD program is 6 or more. And so such a rental registration program could involve properties with below 6, so 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It could also include, for example, any property that's rented in the city. single-family, multifamily. So that's kind of the scope, that if the council were to go in that direction, we would request some direction on that to have a sense of how to craft it. So at this point, I'm happy to answer any questions that the council might have at this time. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Mr. Thomas. Clarifying questions? Nobody? Mr. Robbins?
From what source do we know how many and from what source do we get the data as to how many rental units there are in the city of South Lake Tahoe?
So are you referring to the
Total
the
rental units.
multifamily or any unit that's
Any
rented?
rental, because you have lots and lots of people that rent,
Yeah.
that group up as, 5 people in a single-family house. It's super common. So total number of rental housing units, what is the number of total rental housing
We
units?
do
in the
not
city of
track
South Lake
that.
Tahoe? So we don't actually know. What do we know, and where's our data source for, what is the median rent in the city of South Lake Tahoe?
So we do have data regarding the median rent in the housing element. That is captured at the time. It's in the background report. I can pull that up.
That's the ACS 5 census data element, right?
That is one of the sources that can be used. There are other sources that are used. So median rents are captured in the background report of the housing element. They're probably not necessarily what they are today. They were at the time of that was created. So we don't actively track that beyond those data points.
And if you're a young person that's come here to work at a service job and you were looking for a room in a shared house, do we know what the average rent is for a bedroom in a shared house? I think we don't know that. We all have heard anecdotally, but we don't, I think it's fair, is it a fair assessment that we don't actually have rigorous data, good, clear data as to what the housing situation is in terms of the cost to rent here?
I think if I may, we have good data that we track for the programs we've had in place for years. And that's it. That would be the MFD and the SRO program.
Yeah.
Anything else above and beyond that, we don't track.
Do we have rental information? Do we know? Actually, good question. Not clear. Do we know what is the median rent for an SRO? Do we know the cost value?
For an SRO, we don't know that. It varies widely, but I will say that. So
we know how many SROs we have, but we don't know what is the median rent for a hotel room being used as housing. We don't actually know that.
So that would be correct. It's not something that's required to be regulated under the ordinance.
I'm not saying we did anything wrong. I'm not at all saying we did anything wrong. I'm saying at the moment that data isn't something we are tracking.
That's correct.
That is a correct statement. It's not anyone's fault. I'm just trying to make sure we know what things we know and what things we don't yet know. And for multifamily housing, i.e. apartment units, do we know what the median rent is for multifamily apartment units beyond the census data?
So we know the rents for the 344 units of the income qualified properties. We do track those.
Yep.
We do not track the market
rents.
Ones.
The philosophy in engineering that's that it's hard to manage what you cannot measure, what you are not measuring. So that's, if we want to get a proper handle on the housing crisis, it's valuable to have rigorous, good data. And as we've heard, there's a lot we don't know.
Let's keep it for discussion, no worries. Any other clarifying questions? Mr. Friedrich.
Following up on Mr. Robbins' query there, so I think we've had more discussion on this idea of a wait list and providing data, kind of know how many people are looking. That kind of makes sense. I could imagine that being tied to the Lease to Locals program somehow and matchmaking, but could you just speak a little more to the benefits or the downsides to requiring a registration of rental properties?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, in terms of the benefits, well, I think in terms of, it depends what the goal of the council would be. So let's start with the MFD SRO kind of ordinances. The goal of those are kind of to regulate the, basically to ensure the condition, to reduce the incidence of substandard housing, to ensure that there's quality housing. We have an inspection program. It's regulated based on the maintenance code. So that's our threshold. So that's the intent of those. So if the intent of the council is to ensure like an annual inspection to make sure that housing conditions are met, that could be potentially one benefit. If, for example, as Council Member Robbins suggests, a data tracking thing, hey, this is kind of a data tracking thing, that has value too. That could be also a benefit. Another benefit could be charging, a fee for potentially, revenue generation, things like that. Again, these are hypothetical kind of benefits. Downside, it's another burden perhaps for someone. So for example, at the lease to locals property, we're paying owners to incentivize them to rent. And so we're trying to reduce the barriers. So it could be, in theory, that if I have to register my property, I could interpret that as for example, a barrier to renting it. That could be a hypothetical downside to it. But again, I mean, this is a kind of a discussion topic. I mean, we could all come up with a variety of different, I think, pros and cons. But I think anytime you have another requirement in terms of registering or something like that, that can always, of course, be kind of an impediment to someone in their mind. So.
Well, I think that's an important distinction, what our intentions are, right? And the potential downside, if our goal is to make sure everything is passing certain standards and we have an inspection program, we're worried about dilapidated housing, then that would have one outcome. And if we're mainly concerned about increasing the supply or seeing where the supply relates to the demand and perhaps linking that up with the wait list in some way, that would be a different objective, right? So I think that's just something for us to consider what we're trying to accomplish here with that component. And then just on the lease to locals, given, I mean, early on they advertised their kind of matchmaking service of sorts. I'm not sure that's really their focus now, but they are in a sense trying to provide incentives to folks who have rental or potential rental units with people that essentially might be on the wait list. Might there be a role, as you see, for them in this, in administering it or augmenting their service offerings? So
it's an interesting, and that's a good point, council member. So I want to point out something kind of that's important to note is that the wait list here, it's for the affordable projects. So it's the income qualified affordable. The lease to locals program, under the guidelines adopted by the council currently, it's really more of our moderate income program. So it's kind of geared towards people up to 120% AMI, the moderate income range. And the reason the council kind of went there with the crafting of the guidelines is that we're missing that. So there's no federal state subsidies, there's no, tax credits that really speak to that moderate income group. That comes from a local effort. And that's the goal of the Lease to Locals program, is to address that kind of, missing middle, you might call it. And so in terms of combining the two, absolutely, it's the city council's program. So you could change that, you could, maybe gear it with additional incentive amounts if they rent to, let's say, a lower income, right? So there are ways to make it connect. Just as it stands today, it's really kind of two different things. The Lease to Locals is intended for the moderate income component. But absolutely, creative. The name of the game is creativity in this. So, something like that could occur.
Mm-hmm. Great. Mr. Walsh, you're good. I have a couple questions. I'm curious, are property managers or even individuals that lease their property long-term required to get a business license?
If it's a single dwelling unit, they're not required to get a business license. More than single, I believe, more than two require a business license.
Yes, exactly. So more than two is multifamily. It's considered a business. A single-family residential is not currently considered that.
Okay. Is it within our ability to make somebody that's just leasing, no matter what, if it's just a single home, get a business license?
I think so. I guess I would just ask why.
Well, I'm just thinking about it more in the ways to get the data. If they have to annually get a business license, we could require them to make a worksheet that shows who was leased to what has been, it just kind of gives, I'm just thinking of a mechanism of the way to get this data back.
Yeah, so our current business license requirements are really just a tax collection. They're not regulatory, so it would probably be a new program or a new ordinance if we're gonna require.
I guess my only thought is just that, yeah, if they're already having to interact at that time with the city, if there's a way, and it may be in a new ordinance, that we provide a worksheet at that time to get this data, and then possibly when things change, a simple portal for them to go to. I'm just trying to think through the process of how we create this, and so I just, the business license thing, again, is a time every year that if you're a business owner, you're having to interact and give data back, and maybe there's a way. So, okay, I think that was really my only clarifying question. Other questions?
Yeah, I just want to tag onto that, it's a good idea, but. Sorry, I just want to tag onto that because it was an interesting idea, but it's not a requirement. We can do a rental registry without having to have them do a business license, right? As a single family, if you're renting a single family home, you can have them fill out a rental worksheet, a simple web form without it requiring them to be a business license. If they were already doing it, that's a good point at which to do it. But I'm saying I just want to clarify that it's not a requirement to have a business license first to do that. Is that reasonable?
Correct.
Okay. So it would be a handy spot to slot it in, but it's not a necessity.
Right.
Okay.
All right, seeing no more clarifying questions, we'll move to public comment. Is there any public comment in the room? Seeing none, we'll move to our online platform.
Yeah, we'll open up.
I'm so sorry, excuse me, my apologies.
You're behind the-
Yeah, you're behind my view a little bit.
Just a quick comment. Scott, and my brother has some properties, and he has a property manager for that property, and according to the property manager, they manage 2,000 units. So if you put a tax on the property manager, then you could generate some revenue that way. And then my other concern was that if you get a registry, are you going to use that to single out who's I've got vacation homes to tax them? Is that what it's going to be used for?
So we can't directly answer your questions, but we may, in discussion, go through it.
Okay.
So just give us a minute.
All right, thanks.
Thank you for your comments. All right, no more public comment in the room. We'll go ahead and move to the online platform.
We'll go ahead and open up our online platform for anyone who wants to provide public comment on agenda item 17. There are no additional public comments, Mayor Pro Tem.
All right, so bringing it back to council for discussion, Mr. Robbins.
Yeah, I mean, just the reason I'm interested in this topic is because we can't realistically answer the question, how many rental units were there last year and how many are there this year? Did we gain or lose rental units? Total rental units between this year and last year. The data from the ACS 5 survey, I went a couple rounds about that data with Zach because there's real issues with the census data, which, by the way, shows that I pulled the census figures. I don't know if, can I point to this? Is fine, right? That it showed that between 2018 and 2021, the ACS 5 data, I don't think this is reality, but the ACS 5 data showed that we lost almost 1,000 housing units between 2018 and 2021. I think that's not correct. And so my concern is that the census data, which is all of the BAE analysis is ultimately based on, all of our housing element data is ultimately based on census information, is of too low a resolution, and the decennial census, which is the better data, is way too infrequent to monitor the housing crisis that we have right now. And so having the information about how are we doing, the data sets that we have there are just not up to the task of it. And I want to be clear, in no way is the goal of this to make renting harder. That's not at all what we want to do. This should be super lightweight. There should be a web form. You go in, you type the rent, the number of bedrooms and number of bathrooms or something like that, 2 or 3 pieces of basic census information, and the rent amount, and then that goes into the registry, and we can accumulate that data, and we will know how many units we have, basic census information of that data. We can't, it's very hard otherwise to get a real handle on the housing crisis without underlying data describing the current state of the situation and allowing us to track that from year on year.
All right, any other discussion? Ms. Wallace?
So I think it's important for us to have data so that we can make good choices. I'm going to try and say this with sensitivity, although I don't know why I'm going to start now. People don't always trust the government, and so getting people to voluntarily go onto a website and offer up information isn't going to be easy. And so I am a renter, and I am trying right now to get my a group of family members to move back to the lake. And so I follow the rental market pretty closely. So again, it's not data, it's anecdotal, but I follow trends in the rental market here because I watch it constantly. And that's probably going to be the only, you all of a sudden start seeing more houses on the market at the end of summer and at the end of winter. And then you start seeing prices fluctuate, and you see, as you're living it, you know where the best places to go are to look for the rental units, and you know the best property manager websites to go to. It's going to be difficult. If every single home in this community was on a property management site, it would be so much simpler. Instead of some people, you have one-offs here and there that post on Craigslist, and some post on Facebook Marketplace, and some it's not a clearinghouse. This would be amazing if everybody was going to participate, even if we could get 80% of the people to participate, but it's going to be really difficult. I've lived in my house for 14 years, and I feel so incredibly blessed because of that, I pay well below market because I've lived there. I'm a good renter. I take care of my place. But I see the need for it, but I also see a lot of really big roadblocks. And as you said, Mr. Robbins, we don't want to make this difficult because it could take units off the market if we make this a requirement for people, because people who live off the hill who have those one-off units, if we make it too hard, they will put this in the too hard column and say, I'm just going to leave my house empty and not rent it if City of South Lake Tahoe is going to make this too difficult for me to rent. So I don't know what the answer is here. We may just have to say, we'll get the information we can get, the information that was provided by us by Mr. Thomas, and as many of the rental agencies that are in town that are willing to give us the information, and go from there. The other thing that I will say is it changes so constantly. Somebody could live in a house for 6 months and the rent changes dramatically in that 6 months because somebody moved out, and the new person, they're going to get charged $100 different, less or more, because it's so fluid. So this is such a moving target. I don't know that we want to spend almost a full-time staff member following this target all over the place.
All right, Mr. Friedrich, any comments?
To me, it seems like it's certainly worth doing an affordable housing waitlist monitoring and reporting for data purposes. I mean, we're going to be, TRPA next month is coming up looking at expanded, leniency for high density coverage. I mean, if you have data to show the need, that's a value, I think, in policy making. And I could also see some linkages, as Mr. Thomas was suggesting, with lease to locals, perhaps like we change the incentive structure based on the list. For maybe at some point folks on the list could create a link to why they need housing, and someone who has housing could look at that and say, oh, I want to rent to these families, or do some outreach that way. So it seems like that's useful. I could also imagine like on maybe the voluntary basis, if you had a centralized registry for the other matchmaking purpose of available rental units, that doesn't have a kind of a heavy-handed enforcement or inspection mechanism, but is designed to facilitate more rental transactions happening and more matchmaking happening, that would be of use. So, I mean, I would suggest do the wait list and start with a light touch, voluntary, submission, to the extent we can, build up a rental registry and gather more information. Knowing that it's probably harder to do something much more than that at this point, perhaps. So I just start that as a discussion point.
Great. So, yeah, let me have a couple comments from my perspective. The reason I was asking about the business license thing is that, again, that's a point that we're always in contact with that property manager or that person, and how simple it could be to just include with, instead of just your tax revenue, hey, here's a simple worksheet to fill out for the last year's activities or whatever that is. And the one thing I'm thinking now, and I definitely hear the concerns around people that live off the hill that just rent one house and they're not going to want to go through this. So if we looked at just doing this with the folks that do have business licenses, it kind of gives us a per capita view, is the best way I can say it. It's not going to show us exactly 100%, but it is going to show us what is out there from the property managers, and in a way, you can kind of look at that data as an overall view, even though it's not covering and touching all rental units. And I think because the business license is already going out, that seemed like a way that staff-wise, we're not having to kind of reinvent a new wheel or a new registry. And then maybe there's like maybe we make it a requirement that if something does change in that year, that you do either need to submit a form or go onto the website portal and update your property manager's, let's call it, rental list. But I think that if we look at it like where it's not, every individual person that is just leasing a one-off house, but just the property managers or anybody that has a business license to rent to long-term leases would have this requirement.
Well, I'll point out, I mean, I'm sensitive to the idea that we don't want to put up undue barriers to renting, obviously. But, I mean, my house that I rent is from a guy who lives off the hill. He lives down in San Diego somewhere. And, it's the one, I think he has 2 houses here, and that's it. So not a major commercial operator. But every time someone moves into a house or into an apartment, the landlord does credit checks, background checks per tenant, right? So each one of those sentences, you're going to go through a process every time someone moves into a house and signs a lease, no matter what. And so the administrative burden of saying, well, when someone moves in, you're already doing a background check, you're already doing a credit check, you're already taking income verification documentation, which is all things that basically everyone submits to rent today. And then all you're saying is, and there's a web form that you type in 3 numbers on. And that's not a burden. It's not like they were doing nothing when a new tenant moved in. They're already doing per tenant a significant amount of per tenant paperwork just in order to rent a unit at all currently. And so that's a point where they're already doing this per tenant paperwork. That's a point where we could get real good fidelity information about the rental market. That would include single family houses as well as multi-unit houses that they already have to do that every time the landlord changes. And when my landlord has raised the rent every single year that I've lived here, and they have to send me an official California notice of rent increase, they have to send me paperwork every time that happens. It's not just a phone call, it's a form. So the amount, again, there's paperwork involved in doing that already existing for every tenant, for every lease. All this would be would be a web page, a simple web form on top of it. So it shouldn't be something that takes up staffing. We're not doing inspections associated with this as part of what's being discussed here. And so this is about capturing information, and we're already having to do that. The landlords are already gathering that information for each tenant already on their end. And all that I'm suggesting is that they share some of that with the city so that we know what the heck is going on in our own rental market in the midst of a housing crisis.
Go right ahead, Mr.
Yeah, I just want to say I hear what you're saying there, but I want to caution, this would add some workload to staff. That's all, just, it would be some.
Mr. Rob, what are your thoughts to where maybe if we require it for the people that have business licenses and we create a portal that's more on a voluntary basis? The reason being is that with these people that are just renting an individual house or two, like your landlord, we don't really have even I'll call it a touch point created with those people because they aren't required to have a business license. So if we're now requiring that, then you're talking a huge.
Not requiring a business license, just a touch point.
Not for the person that only rents one house. Like your landlord doesn't have a business license, so he's never in contact with the city and probably never has been. And so if we're going to now require that, then you're talking us having to be in contact with another, let's just call it 1,000 people. Where the business license people, property managers, the people that are already engaged in that, we're already dealing with that, collecting tax revenue once a year on their business license. Now we're just including another sheet that says, can you please fill out this rental registry form so that we can have an idea of it. So I'm kind of trying to find like a hybrid, like where it's, yes, we're going to encourage those folks like your landlord, but it wouldn't fully be a requirement, because if we are making it a requirement, it gets into like a whole nother thing of what do you do when they don't do it, and how do you, there's just a whole kind of another rigmarole, where with a business license, if you didn't turn in the worksheet we sent you, well, your business license wouldn't be complete, and we're going to send you back a thing that says, fill out this worksheet so we can process your business license for the year.
Would that be a requirement for multifamily units then? Would that be the idea?
I believe anything multifamily over 2 units has to have a business license.
2 and over or over 2?
2 and over, I believe, is what
I will need to confirm, but I believe, yes, they do, they are required.
I think
Yeah,
it's two.
duplex, more than duplexes require
Yeah.
business
Over
license.
2? Or 2 and over?
No, over 2.
Okay.
Yeah, but we can verify that.
All right, that's
Yeah.
fine.
And if I may, I mean, I understand, it's just tracking, it's tracking and monitoring a list, and you're trying to find the easiest way to do that. One thing also, I'm not sure, just to be honest, if Civic Plus, our web base, has the availability to accommodate this kind of web portal, so we'd have to investigate that too, just so council knows.
Other cities in California have rental registries. This is not a, sorry. Other cities in California have rental registries similar to what's being discussed here. This is not a novel, original idea for the city of South Lake Tahoe at all. So we should be able to leverage what other California cities have done for their rental registries and their web portals to make that efficient. And so that's not something it's not at all something in a wheel we need to invent on our own.
I totally agree. I'm just saying, I don't know what the Civic Plus capabilities are.
I don't know if that's the platform for it.
Correct.
Somewhere, some other cities have a platform that they've already got to doing it. Presumably, we could pick up the phone and ask them and leverage that information.
Mr. Friedrich.
I think that what Mr. Bass is suggesting is more or less, Mr. Robbins, what you're suggesting, minus, that without having to figure out an enforcement regimen. I mean, we could put the same information request out there and invite them, and hopefully it can evolve in the spirit of the point of this is to get more people housed, and if people have rental units, they presumably want people to know about them, especially when they're vacant, and it could be a resource for people to find them, etc. Again, perhaps it dovetails with lease to locals at some level, and going with where you already have business licenses seems like a low bar to entry, and we have that information, we can build on it, and then just add this place to gather information, short of saying we're going to require it and enforce it, because then we're just going to have something that's like on the books and not enforced anyway. So I think we can start with the the place to register it, the place to add that information, hopefully within the spirit of trying to show the supply and gather the data that we can, short of requiring it for those that don't need a business license. So,
great, thank you, Ms. Wallace.
So I agree with almost everything you said. My only question is for Ms. Stroud. I heard you say that if we did do something through the business licenses, that we couldn't require it, we could only request it. Did I mishear you?
Well, the business license ordinance is really just a tax collection
Correct.
mechanism. It's not regulatory. So if council wanted to require rental registry, it would be through a separate ordinance. It doesn't mean it couldn't be
Okay.
implemented, mailed out, whatever, along with business license
Okay.
applications, but
So
it
I
would
did
be
hear
a
you
separate
correctly.
regulation.
Okay, so I did hear you correctly. So I like your hybrid idea, and then we could make it voluntary.
For others.
Sorry, I have a headache.
So I have a proposed motion, or if we're ready, to direct council to develop an ordinance for a rental registry for all multifamily units, 3 and over. That also includes,
Did she say 2 and over?
She said over 2.
Over 2.
3 and over.
Oh,
where was I? All unit 3 and over. That also supports voluntary data submission for all other rental units. And to bring that back as an ordinance for city council consideration. Is that sufficiently well-crafted?
Yes, I think the only thing I may have missed was that if we want property management companies as well, not just multifamily units that are 3 and over.
Oh.
Because you also want any property manager that has a
Sorry.
business license.
Property managers have business license though, too.
Well, but he didn't include.
No, but because I said 3 and over, not anyone with business license, so let me try again. Motion to direct staff to develop and return an ordinance for a registry of rental information to include rents and basic census information for all housing units 3 and over and all management companies that have business licenses within the city of South Lake Tahoe. Is there anything else that's needed in that?
I think the second part you said is voluntary. For
And correct, and is voluntary for all other rental units. This is why writing it down was the right thing to do, rather than me to try to do this
I'll
off
second
memory.
that.
Before we vote, I didn't hear you say anything about the affordable housing waitlist monitoring and reporting.
Can we make that an additional second topic motion, or does that have to be? Or does that have to be something that's included all in one motion?
You can
we
do
have
2 motions.
We can have a follow-on conversation about that.
All right.
Let me read what we got, because
I think.
You got it, Sue? What did we bring back in ordinance? Is the stuff that I said supposed to be in?
It's typed on my piece of paper in front of me and not in the computer.
Okay, gotcha.
That motion carries.
Now we'll take on the second item here, whether to bring back an ordinance, the first item, affordable
Yeah.
housing waitlist monitoring and reporting.
This isn't an ordinance, this would be this is not an ordinance change, this would be a motion, a resolution or something along those lines, right? Because we already have this information, we're just requesting
Yeah,
monitoring of
this
it
would
and
just be,
information delivery.
A motion for direction on whether to have the city manager have his staff do that.
Okay.
Mr. Friedrich.
I'm just gonna, I think we've, general concurrence, but we'll find out in the discussion. So I'm gonna move that we conduct an affordable housing waitlist monitoring and reporting.
What does that mean?
If I could jump in, what I understand that to perhaps mean is,
I'll second it.
oh, sorry.
What does this mean?
Well, I mean, we currently track the affordable housing wait list. We have that for the properties that are deed restricted in our program currently. You know, we could work to provide a quarterly report to council or something to that effect.
How frequently is the affordable properties wait list updated? With what frequency?
Right, so if you.
Sorry, no,
Councilmember, yeah, so on the sheet that was provided in your packet, so most of them are annually. I believe one is semi-annually. That's how often they're updated on their end. Now, in terms of kind of what city manager is basically trying to get at is kind of what mechanism in terms of reporting back, what would that look like in terms of from staff? Because the reason is because even when we kind of reported these numbers back in April, we're reporting today, they changed. So it depends what kind of again, what the intent of council is, what we want to do with this data. So we're happy to, report back as often as the council would like, but.
So the lists are maintained by the individual properties and then reported up to council on a periodic basis, either annually or semi-annually?
So they are maintained by, every property maintains their own list. And it's us kind of reaching out to them and saying, where's that out today? Yeah.
Can we get, so it's not that they only report it to us annually, we go and ask them, hey, what's your list status?
We did for this purpose, because it was coming back to council, we do an annual monitoring of these properties, but in terms of kind of this situation involved us reaching out directly, like, hey, this is going to council, give us your numbers today.
Can we would it be reasonable to say, let's get the affordable properties waitlist data updated and published quarterly? Does that seem reasonable? Is that
Published where?
In either the agenda packets or on our city website would be a nice place for it to say, what is the status of the affordable housing waitlist? For this sheet that I'm looking at right here, if we could get that updated on a quarterly basis and published, I think that would be useful information. Is that reasonable?
Yeah, I think, yeah, so I want to make sure we're all talking about the same thing. So the affordable housing properties wait list, Zach, has these 7 properties or whatever, 344 units. It's assumed, based on what you just said, that each one of those properties submits their update at a different date. Right? They're tracking it on their own schedule.
Exactly.
Okay, so then that means we would say, we need you to present your numbers by X date, and then we would present that to council in a consent item or on the website. We do the same thing with our financial reporting. This is much simpler reporting, in my opinion. It's just building a system so they submit us their numbers by X date every 3 months.
Can we get like the properties to sync themselves up so that they're all reporting by that date quarterly rather than all on their own individual schedule?
Yeah,
just so that we have regularly updated information rather than scattershotly updated.
All right, and you know what, I realized that we did not go to public comment.
Yeah, we did.
Oh, we did? Excuse me.
It's because it's the second. This has been a long.
Yeah, it's the second.
It was like 4 hours ago, but.
Right, that might be what it is.
Okay, so we've captured that in the motions quarterly reporting.
Yes. All right. So we got a.
I'm sorry, who seconded Mr. Friedrich's motion?
Wallace.
Thank you.
And that includes, that's clear, we're all clear on the direction that means that we're gonna get updates quarterly, that the properties themselves will report on the deadlines for those quarterly reports. That's reasonable.
Compiled in aggregate form like this.
Yeah, exactly. And as we get Sugar Pines and new units added, that'll add rows to this list as well, right? That's the understanding?
That's our understanding, and we will start this program.
All right, very good.
All right, well, with that, thank you, Mr. Thomas. We are going to take a small 5-minute break before we come back for the last 2 items. Oh, I voted. Yeah.
There we go.
I'm sorry.
That motion carries.
Wow.
We all voted.
It hadn't showed up on my thing yet.
Oh, it wasn't on your thing?
It doesn't, if I have like a document up, it
that's
pops
why.
under instead of popping up.
right, coming back, we are on item number 18, financial policy amendments regarding cell phones, local training, and meeting procurement, grant funding and compliance, travel, and preserving capital investments, and new financial policy, leases and subscription-based information technology agreements. Mrs. Tikamarova.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem Bass, members of the City Council, Olga Tikhamirova, Director of Finance, and the item before you today is an update to several financial policies. Originally, the policies were adopted in 2005, and every year policies are presented to City Council for amendments, and any new financial policies that require adoptions are presented as well. This item was originally on the agenda on August 8th and was requested to be placed on the new business for discussion of the policies. I can make further presentation regarding the policies, or if council would like just the discussion portion, we can do it as well and answer any questions.
Great, thank you, Ms. Tikamarova. From the council, I'm okay with just a discussion. I don't think we need a presentation unless somebody would rather have. I think we're good to go with just discussion. So, Mr. Robbins, go ahead and lead it off.
The main issue here is the main issue here is the cell phone requirement that city council members have to have a separate designated cell phone. That we have to have two cell phones, one for all city businesses and one for the other business. The challenge there is that when you're running for office, you don't have a city phone, and all of the contacts, all of the interest groups, all of the individuals, you only have your cell phone, and then that's the phone number that everyone's going to have. And then when you serve, if your number changes, you're still going to get all the text messages, all the phone calls, everything else to your original number, and no amount of asking people to change is going to change that. And the requirement for public records still exists for the original cell phone, no matter what. It doesn't. Just because I have two phones doesn't mean I no longer need to like report contacts that came to my old number, my personal number. I still have to report those. So it's something, and that's a distinction from people who are employed by the city, who when they get hired, get a cell phone, and then that's the phone that gets used for city business because they weren't being contacted by members of the public and everything else prior to the relevance of working for the city. People, the Director of Public Works probably I wouldn't think they had like an extensive collaboration, communications period prior to being hired. It's something that happens when you get hired. And so I'm fine with, I do think there are probably better technical means, such as using Google Voice for providing the tracking so that employees can use their personal phones and still maintain tracking. I think there are technical means that have probably not been considered for that for the staff, and I would encourage the city staff to investigate means to to allow people to use their personal cell phones while still maintaining record keeping. I believe there are technical means for that, but I'm happy to let staff work that out for staff and be Joe's problem, for lack of a better terms. But it is a different situation for electeds because we have to form extensive, long-running contacts in the community. I have 4 years of contacts because I ran twice, in terms of being a public advocate. That is all done with my personal cell phone. And so having that switch it adds additional complexity, and because it doesn't alleviate the requirement for public records requests on my original personal phone anyway, it's not helpful. So that's my concern on that issue.
If I may clarify something regarding its.
Oh, Jesus, sorry.
This is all good.
Through the speaker.
I don't know what's wrong with the microphone, but if I may clarify something regarding the requirement of having a city-issued cell phone. This is not the only requirement. Employees, city council members can use their personal phones, but the requirement of Brown Act, the text messages need to be captured in the city's backup system. It's not for the voice calls, it's mostly for text messages. And right now, all city-issued phones are signed
or assigned, enrolled in the program where all text messages can be captured, which is where we have to maintain all business, city business-related records in our system. And that's the only way. Another option is having employees and council members enroll their personal phones in this plan. And this plan is with AT&T, and there are certain complications when your personal phone is not under AT&T plan, but it is an option to enroll personal phone in the backup plan. The only downside to that, all personal texts are also captured in.
But you understand, like, the catch-22 there is, no matter what we do with city phones, we're still going to get calls and messages to our personal phones because we spent years establishing those contacts, and that doesn't go away just because we have a city. If the answer was you get a city phone, but then any messages you get that are city business to your old number are no longer required to be reportable, then okay, fine, but that's not the case.
So the best practice, I would say, amongst governments in California since the San Jose case came out from the California Supreme Court in 2017, and this would apply to emails, texts, whatever. If you get a city business email or text on your personal account, then you would answer it from your city account or forward it to your city account to answer, and that's what local elected officials have been advised for the past 6 years or so, and it seems to work pretty well. I know it's a little clunky, but the city does have an obligation to maintain our records, and this came up really when we have council members or staff who leave and either turn in their phone or they never were using a city phone. We have no access to any of that, which we have a duty to maintain for 2 years.
Then in that case, can we look at something like Google Voice, where the number and the archiving of the data to and from the number at least can be done from the same device?
I personally don't know how Google Voice works, but we're not really worried about voice.
No, but it's a number that you can still text. It's a virtual self.
Our
It's a virtual
IT department
number.
looked at various solutions and came up with the Smarsh solution as the best one. But I don't know what other solutions were looked at.
Mrs. Wallace.
So I have a question. I weirdly agree with Mr. Robbins again. I have had the same.
Careful, lightning's going to come down.
I know, hell's frozen over. I have had the same cell phone number for 25 years, and I've worked in the community for 25 years. And I didn't have a city cell phone until like 3 months ago, maybe even less. And I've attempted to make those changes, and it's not really working. It's been really incredibly hard. However, I have AT&T, and I would be willing to sign my phone up for this plan that you're talking about, because if y'all want to capture the GIF wars between my sister and I, they're pretty hilarious, and you guys are welcome to them, because I do nothing on my personal phone that I have to worry about. And so I would totally be willing to sign my phone up, my personal phone up, so that all of it could be captured. Because if you do nothing wrong, you have nothing to hide. So I have nothing that I wouldn't be willing to put out there.
It is an option under the policy.
Good, because I don't want to carry a second phone. Thank you.
So this is an option for when you don't want to have the city cell phone, right? You're not suggesting, right? Is that what you're saying? That's what you're saying?
Yeah, so we do have that option, to be clear. That's the possibility. So, for me, I do hear your concerns here. I personally don't want my text messages, and I have employment confidentiality, things that come through my text messages that don't need to be public record. And so there's a real need, but I have also, I have my cell phone, the voice part forwards over to my phone, but texts won't. And I do think that the text side is best to keep on the city phone. And if somebody texts me something, like Ms. Stroud said, text them back from the city phone, hey, this is our policy. If you're going to text me, please make sure to text, through this number. So, and then the fact that there is a possibility, if you want to allow your personal phone, that option seems to be alive. So With that, if we don't have
Can-
clarifying questions,
can,
maybe let's go to,
Can the text messages be forwarded back and forth? Can we set that up?
That's a technical question, I don't know. if that works.
Sorry, let me rephrase the question. Can we get clarification from the IT department of how we can set up text forwarding back and forth through the phone? The call forwarding, I am familiar with that. I'm not sure how that applies. That's why I was asking. Google, when I say Google Voice, I understand that also includes text messages as a thing that does. So can we get the text message forward back? I'm fine with having the phone plugged in and left at home and all that. That's fine. And so long as data is forwarded back and forth. But I would like to get clarification from the IT department how we can set that up for text messages.
We can find out.
Yeah, I know when you had asked that question a few months ago, I did ask our IT director, and it didn't sound like that was possible under our current plan, but I don't know the details.
I remember that as well. It was a question that was asked if text could be forwarded, and the answer was no.
and just one thought, that there are phones now that do allow 2 SIM cards. So if you want to only carry one phone and you want to take the SIM card from your city phone and put it in, you can receive 2 lines on one phone. So if you only want to carry one, that's another option. But then you would need to sign up with AT&T that would allow that to be backed up on your personal plan. So I think all that pretty much exists within, within our current capabilities. Well, all right, if there's no more clarifying questions, let's open this up to public comment. Is there any public comment in the room? Seeing none, we'll go to our online platform.
No public comments on Zoom.
All right, bringing it back to council for a motion.
Move that we pass a resolution amending financial policies regarding cell phones, local training and meeting, procurement, grant funding and compliance, travel and preserving capital investments, and adopting new financial policies, leases, and subscription-based information technology arrangements.
Second.
You got it.
That motion carries.
All right, moving on to our final item, item number 19, snow removal operations agreement with Trella Tahoe Inc. And this will be Mr. Najad, or Mr. Dickinson, excuse me.
I'll wait till he gets here. Okay, I'll kick it off then. So, hello City Council, my name is John Dickinson, I'm the airport manager here, along with Mr. Najad, the Public Works Director. In June of this year, we went out to RFP for a snow removal contract in which we only had one bidder, which is Trella Tahoe. Trella Tahoe has been a great vendor for us for the past couple of years, even before I got here. Last year, they helped us out one of the worst snowstorms we've ever had. And I'll kick it off with a presentation. Where's my little notes? From the airport side, I'm going to speak on the airport side and let Mr. Najad take over the public works side, which I'm a part of public works. But last year we only did the hangar lanes, Lisa Mayloff, and a little part of the ramp where CalStar is. This year we expanded our role because of the snowstorms and the new fees that we collected. Now we're allowed to, it's allowing us to move forward with bigger projects going forward. It's all the money that we're using for the airport is all come from the airport cash balance. Nothing is coming from city funds, so every dime that we're using is going towards the airport is in the airport fund. We're going to be doing taxiways and ramps this year, Lisa Mayloff Way, which will come out of public roads funds, 207, hangars, and the stairs, sidewalk, and parking lot. So that staff, on the airport, because we're so limited here, that we can complete our jobs and daily jobs that we have. Outside of that, that's pretty much where the airport stands. I'm going to let Mr. Najad talk about pretty much everywhere else. There's a map of what we're doing at the airport.
Thank you, John. Mayor Pro Tem and council members, Anush Najad, Director of Public Works. As John mentioned, we went out for a new contract for snow operations. So we collaborated because, it's better to have one contractor to do the snow operations. After the last year epic winter, I made a presentation to the City Council in March of 2023, and recommended that additional facilities to be included for outside contracting, which was incorporated in the snow operation plan that I presented to you. Traditionally, our contractor has plowed the police station and the fire station sites. Last year, due to the heavy snowfall, we contracted with Trailer Tahoe on an emergency basis to address the Harrison Avenue parking lots, the ice arena, recreational area, and the Bijou Park. This year, we've also added in the RFP the Public Works and Development Services lots as well. By contracting this work, both the park staff and facilities staff will be able to transfer more of our CDL drivers to the streets division so that we can have sufficient staff to be able to plow all of the roadways that we have. In addition, this will help with staffing issues with both the Parks Department and Facilities Group because they have a lot of work to do, and this way we will be able to contract this work out. We have reviewed the bid prices, and the prices that we received from Trailer Tahoe is very competitive and fair pricing. So this is the list of all of the facilities that we're going to contract out. One of the line items that we included in the RFP was an optional sidewalk snow operations. And we received a rather good price to do that work. If you recall, last year we began an enforcement process so that we required the property owners to continuously maintain the sidewalks, which by our ordinance is the responsibility of the property owners. This process, frankly, was very time-consuming. We spent a lot of staff time to be able to inspect and then enforce the work. Now we have a cost that we know how much does it cost to maintain the sidewalks for the snow operations. So we really have the three options that we have. We can continue the enforcement process, and again, that has been time-consuming and miss and fail type of an operation. The other option that we have, now that we have a price, is to form an assessment district, which we have to go through the Prop 218 process. This is time-consuming and expensive. The final option that we have is for the city to absorb the cost as a benefit to the residents and property owners and businesses in the city. This map shows the locations that we have kind of agreed with the contractor that they will be able to do the snow operations. There are some segments that we didn't include, which we felt was very difficult because there was no snow storage areas and there were not continuous sidewalks. But this pretty much covers the entire city. Some of the areas where we have multi-use paths, like on Sierra Boulevard and Ski Run, the Parks Department wanted to continue to plow those trails. So they will be doing that. So with this, we can pretty much cover most of the city. And since this is the first year, if the council approves this, we're going to be monitoring, the operations. We want to make sure that if there are any areas that needs to be expanded, we can do that. And we have a very good relationship with Trailer Tahoe, and they have worked very well with us in the past. So I feel that there will be a lot of learning as we go through this process, and we're going to hopefully fine-tune it for the following years. We've also have contacted Caltrans, and they do not require a permit for us to be able to do this snow operation. Previously, the question was asked as to when they're going to start the process and when we're going to finish the process. So the contractor is obligated to start the operation when we have as much as 3 inches of snow on the sidewalk, but they will wait until the snow event ends, and within 24 hours, they will clear all of the sidewalks. This way, they don't have to kind of continue to do the operations. This is in compliance with the ordinance that we have, that the property owners need to clear the sidewalk within 24 hours. I want to emphasize that if the City Council approves this plan, which is $126,000, this does not relieve the property owners of the maintenance and repair of the sidewalks, which is their responsibility. Basically, the city is going to do the snow operation and remove the snow so that we do have a path for the pedestrians to be able to walk on the sidewalks. They will clear a 48-inch path along the sidewalks. Some of our sidewalks, unfortunately, may not be 48 inches, but we'll try to cover all of the sidewalk with the 48 inches pathway. That is the plan, and if the council approves the optional sidewalk maintenance, then we will award that. If not, we can remove that item and then award the rest. But our recommendation is to award all of the components, including the sidewalk.
Great, thank you, Mr. Najad. So we will bring it back to council for clarifying questions. Mr. Robbins.
Putting up the request to speak thing makes the chart, makes the document go away. You mentioned that it's not quite, I'm looking at the map here, it's a little hard to see on that screen, that's why I was bringing it up here.
Yes.
It's not quite all the sidewalks on Highway 50, it is a lot of them. I just wanted to get clarification on the ones that are excluded, because the gap seemed just kind of there. So could you fill me in on, I can't see it there, but could you fill me in on why some of the gaps there, notably the entire north side of 50 between Lakeview Commons and Pioneer, north 50 seems to be excluded. There is plenty of sidewalk. Is that because the bike trail is there and it's cleared? I just want to clarify why were certain things out and why were certain things in?
So they will be clearing both sides of US 50, the sidewalk, the concrete portion. The Parks Department will do the trails, which is shown here in the black.
Okay, so the north side of Highway 50 between Pioneer and Lakeview Commons is, the trail there is already being done. So we're not going to additionally clear the sidewalk. I guess there's not really a sidewalk separate from that is the idea. Okay, it's just the trail. And then there's a gap, like with a tiny little piece on the southern bit of Tahoe. So you go from like the Harrison Ave shops, and then there's like is that bike trail? Is that what's?
Yes.
It's just not on the map, so I'm just trying to clarify and make sure I have a good view of this. And that's the case along the rest of highways. And then the last one is like in Sierra Track, there's a gap on the westernmost bit of Sierra Track.
So the Parks Department will do the Sierra Track and ski run.
Sorry, not Sierra Boulevard.
Okay.
On 50. You can kind of see it there on 50. Yeah, I don't have the street names handy, but yeah, it's not dirt. There should be sidewalk there, I believe.
It's the area in question's right next to Lodi. There's
Yeah.
like a little plaza there almost where there's a lot of scooters are parked there.
Yeah.
It's right across from the hangar.
You go across the like kind of, it's not the quote unquote bridge bit, and you go across the little bridge bit. That's getting cleared, but then it stops. And I think there's a bus station near there, isn't there? Can you see the part I'm talking about on the chart there? It's yellow and gray, so it's just a little hard to see.
Oh, that area.
Yes.
So let me make sure that I can. So we're going to be working with Trail Tahoe. Every sidewalk that we have on US 50, we're going to operate and clear the snow. Some of the areas, as I mentioned, like the small gaps, which are shown here in the gray, for example, like these. I don't think at the present time we will be able to do those. But again, as I mentioned, this is the first year we're going to be doing this. We're going to try to attempt to clear all of the snow on all of the sidewalks, but some of them we may not be able to do. So that's the discussion we've had with Terrella, and they have agreed that they're going to be working with us to cover as much as possible with all of the sidewalks that we have.
Okay, for any sidewalks that we, either through this contract or through the Parks Department or through other, that the city overall isn't going to clear, I think it's important to make sure that the property owners know that, sorry you got left out, next time maybe, but you're still responsible for clearing it, just because the properties to either side are getting a handy benefit. If there's any gaps, it's not, or did I misunderstand? Are all the sidewalks along Highway 50 full stop, we're going to clear? And
Yes.
And any gap here is filled in by something else?
Yes. So
Okay.
here's
So
what we're going to be
that's
doing.
what I wasn't clear on. I wasn't
First
clear
of
there's still
all-
gaps remaining.
So here's what we're going to be doing. First of all, if the council approves this, we need to communicate with the property owners. Some of the property owners already have contractors doing this work. So we need to let them know there's a benefit to them, and we're going to be doing this work. And we're going to notify everybody, and then we're going to work with them in terms of how we're going to maintain all of these sidewalks. Again, one of the challenges that we have in the city, we don't really have a lot of continuous sidewalks except for the US 50, Lake Tahoe Boulevard, Pioneer Trail. All of those are included in this plan. And again, as I mentioned, this will be the first year that we're going to be doing this. So we're going to fine tune it hopefully by next year, make sure that, we have a good understanding what we can do and what practically we cannot do.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Najad. Is there any other clarifying questions? Seeing none, we will go to public comment. Any public comment in the room? Seeing none, we'll check our online platform.
No public comment, Mayor Pro Tem.
All right, bringing it back for a possible motion. Mr. Friedrich.
Yeah, I just, first, let's see. There we go. Thank you, Mr. Dickinson, Mr. Najad. I think this is an excellent program, and I just want to give a little credit to a local business owner, last winter, owner of the Freebird Cafe, in particular Aaron, who said, hey, the city maintains the streets, what about the sidewalks? It's difficult for a lot of businesses. Made some good points, and we brought that back to council, and here we are. So if you're out there, you have an idea, bring it up. We'll try to be responsive, and thank you for bringing it forward. I think this is a good value provision for our businesses. It makes a lot of sense. It's a public amenity or a need, a sidewalk, and I mean, all of us have seen, wheelchairs out there now trying to navigate around snow-covered sidewalks, and it's just, at the end of the day, our current system of requiring businesses to clear was not producing the desired results. So I strongly support this. I think this is an important investment on behalf of the city, and look forward to supporting it, and I'm happy to make a motion unless there's other comment.
126 grand is incredible value for money.
Yep.
I just comment that I went like 3 rounds with staff to make sure that that wasn't per snow event, and that was actually for the whole season. I was having a hard time wrapping my head around how good a deal that is. So, yeah, let's sell this one.
All right, so I'll move that we pass a resolution amending fiscal year 2023-2024 budget and authorizing and directing the mayor to execute a contract with Tahoe Inc. for snow removal services at the airport, fire department, police department, and fire rescue facilities, sidewalks not maintained by city park forces, plus on-call service as needed for a term of November 1st, 2023 to April 30th, 2024, in an amount not to exceed $385,390.
Second.
That motion carries.
All right, moving on to the final item of the day, the agenda planning calendar. We will start, I guess, with Mr. Irvin.
Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, I'd just like to highlight this meeting is 5:30 PM start, September 26th. Well, there's a wide range of issues on there, but really we're going to tackle an update on the transit study from VIA, just a high summary of what their findings were. And then we're going to jump into the potential revenue ballot measures for November 2024 election question, where there'll be a wide range of options for council to consider and discuss, and look at the pros and cons and expenditure plans related to those actions. There's also some staff matters on the agenda related to benefits, class and compensation, MOUs, memorandum of understandings with our labor unions, and so I'll just highlight that, and that's what we have on the agenda for now.
Great. All right, going around the room here, Mr. Robbins.
I have a few items. The first thing I'd like to talk about is.
Actually, it's city attorney, city clerk, city manager updates.
Okay, I thought this is when we asked for seconds. My apologies, that was my bad. So, city attorney
No updates at this time, thank you.
and Mrs. Blankenship.
Yeah, I have received one request from Ms. Kim George for a proclamation honoring October as Fire Prevention Month. So if approved, we will bring that back on September 22nd. Great, thank you.
All right, so coming back to.
Mayor Pro Tem, I have one more.
Six,
update.
sorry, 26, the next night meeting. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Urban.
Yes, just a quick update. The Senator Alvarado Gills representative Heidi Meyerhofer has been working with our staff and will be hosting airport lobby hours, office hours here, starting 2 p.m. to 4:30 on council meeting days. So the first one will be September 26th, then October 14th, November 21st, and December 12th. Just want to give an update on that.
Great, thank you. Only thought was making sure they know we have night meetings.
They do. That's what she wants to be here right before the closed
night
session.
meetings, great.
Yep.
That's awesome. All right, moving on to council member reports. Mr. Robbins.
Yeah, so a topic that I discussed a couple times with staff is, and that's come up from the public a number of times, is the idea of a local housing preference for affordable housing in the city. Right now, as best as has been made to understand, is that our affordable housing projects are available to anyone, anywhere in the country. And there are processes where we can prioritize people who have lived here for a while to have them be prioritized for affordable housing. I want to acknowledge that there's a history in the United States with this kind of tactic being used to exclude particularly minorities from neighborhoods. And so there's a requirement, if we're going to do something like that, that we do a study to show that that doing so does not induce a racist outcome where we're trying to keep minorities out of our community. Which, when it was explained to me, I had to do a little bit of a head spin because we have a large minority population, but the history of actions like this have been used in negative ways, but that's not the case here. I think that would sail through, but we have to go through a hoop in order to do it. And I think in this case that would be reasonable and a good thing to do to have projects like Sugar Pines and we haven't named it yet, but the 7-Eleven housing unit, which is a terrible shorthand name for that unit. I agree. That's a better name, but not like it needs a cute name. But whatever. The next set of housing programs and the Sugar Pines that are coming up to prioritize those units for people who have lived here. And yes, we have a diverse neighborhood, so it's not a problem, but it is a thing we would need to do. So I'd like us to bring back an agenda item for a local housing preference and the requirements to go through that to meet the study requirements of demonstrating that we avoid racial exclusion in that process.
All right, we got a
Is that
second
clear
for
enough?
that? Yep.
Ms. Stroud, does that meet?
I
Is that clear?
think that you explained what you're asking for, so now we just need to know if someone else agrees.
Ms. Wallace
Yes.
seconded, yep.
Okay. All right. Another item that we have is there is state SB 9, which everywhere else requires most residential areas to be allowed to be used as, if you're going to build a house in a residential zone, it requires that anything that may be zoned single family also allows you to build a split level or simple duplex that otherwise meets the same requirements. And because we're Tahoe and we're under the TRPA, the state rules don't directly apply to us. It took the TRPA an eternity for them to get the ADU requirements in. But the city can push that forward by having an area plan that goes beyond what the TRPA requirements. So I'm proposing a discussion for a residential area plan, for an area plan for all residential zones to include implementation of SB 9 type housing, and as well as design standards to allow simple, modest duplex constructions and to coordinate that with the TRPA. The ideal would be that the TRPA just okays it and we don't have to do anything, but I don't think that may be forthcoming in a timely way. And I do want to acknowledge that this should probably also include a discussion of things like setbacks, so that we're not building oversized units necessarily in modest homes, but allowing us to do SB 9 style duplexes where we're already building mushroom houses as it is.
I'm happy to second that, but I think it's already something we've discussed is an entire community residential area plan.
That's correct. We
Yeah.
do have it on our work plan.
It's on the work
We
plan.
have several other area plans we're working on.
We've
but
been
that
talking
is-
about it
This
since
conversation.
Devin Middlebrook was on council.
That is
when
on our
he and I
radar.
were on the housing committee.
Well, I chatted, I brought this up in staff meeting, so where is that?
Well, either way, we've got support for it, even
Yeah.
if it's not, but it's already there, so we've got support even if it's not, so we're. I think we're
When
good
is
to go.
that coming? When is it?
It's not on the radar anytime soon.
That's what I
Let me
wanted to-
rephrase. When Mr. Middlebrook and I were on the housing committee, before you and I were on the housing committee, we talked about it from the housing committee standpoint. So it's on the development services work plan.
It's on our work plan. It's not on the
It's
APC
not
or
on the
the strategic
APC.
plan because we have been working on the two existing area plan updates, discussions about Midtown area plan, and then this is the next one to tackle.
So, do we want to bring this forward onto the APC so that it is pushed up so that we can actually get to this in a timely way? If it's been there since the Middlebrook era, that's quite a while.
I think it's more a matter of there's already two area plans in the works right now, and they needed to get through those in order to work on that third area plan. Am I not mistaken?
That's
I think
correct.
what
It's
I'm hearing,
just
well,
a-
here's what I'll do. I think we just will put it on the APC under unscheduled.
Okay.
But
Because Joe, you weren't aware that it was on the radar.
That is a very true point. I mean, it's not on the radar. I mean, we're
It's
barely
next
getting able
year.
to get a Midtown area plan adopted or started. So,
If it's something that we can put on to make sure that it's there next year, but when I asked about it, it wasn't coming up anytime soon.
it's still, well, not, but we'll put it on unscheduled.
Great, thanks. Anything else, Mr. Robbins?
That's it for me.
Great, thank you. Mr. Friedrich?
Okay, while we're seconding things, I wanted to see if there'd be interest in having Jeff Miner come back to do a longer presentation on a radon-resistant infrastructure.
I will second.
Okay, great. And then, let's see, a fun thing, not that that's not fun, but California State Senate certificate of recognition from our state senator, Marie Alvarado Gill. I just wanted to show that on behalf of our second annual multicultural celebration, and I'm just going to read it here. On behalf of the California State Senate, I would like to commend the city of South Lake Tahoe and its council members for their continued commitment to bringing quality community events to the people of South Lake Tahoe. These events are vital to building relationships and creating connectedness in an increasingly disconnected world. Congratulations and best wishes for your continued success, presented on September 10th, 2023. So actually it was, yes, September 9th. But, so yeah, we had a wonderful celebration. Thanks to Kylie Finnegan and the Multicultural Event Planning Committee and everyone who came out to that event, including colleagues here. And it was great to see our community celebrating its strength in diversity. And I look forward to next year's event. On TRPA, we are on the September 27th, what would be the first kind of discussion at the Regional Plan Implementation Committee of new housing ordinance changes, including more flexibility for height, density, and coverage. This is something we've generally supported as a city, so I would just say for now, put that on folks' radar screen. Get a hold of me if you want to discuss that at all or attend that meeting to give input. And I'm just making sure that that's it, but I believe that's what I have for now, so thank you.
Great, thank you, Mr. Friedrich. Mrs. Wallace.
I just wanted to thank Mr. Friedrich and the staff because we had just the nicest time at the Multicultural Festival. It was a really well-done event, and my granddaughter had a ball, so thank you. And that's it.
Great. I don't really have much. We did have a TTD meeting, a lot happening in the world of transit as far as where we're going to move, but I feel like the next meeting I'll have more updates that'll be more substantial. So with that, meeting is adjourned.